Chapter 2551. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that half a month after he left the Heavenly Wave Mansion's Heavenly Wave Galaxy, his name had spread to the galaxies around the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In fact, the news was still spreading and spreading out, and all of this was because what he had done was too shocking. In the history of Yanhuang Realm, there were many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who died before they ascended to the Devata realms. However, most of them were killed by the heavenly tribulation lightning while they were undergoing their heavenly tribulation. Very few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by others. Even if there were, the ones who killed them were celestials who had returned to the mundane realms from the Devata realms. Such cases were rare in the history of Yanhuang Realm. This was because celestials could not return to the mundane realms. Those who could return to the mundane realms were unwilling to do so because they did not want to be tainted by the mundane karma of the mundane realms. For this reason, it was rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to be killed in the mundane realms. For this reason, news of Duan Ling Tian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, spread like wildfire from mouth to mouth. It was out of control. Simply because everyone felt that this was a rare thing, a shocking and inconceivable thing. Duan Ling Tian? Sword formation? Snatching someone's celestial supreme treasure? Some people from Yanhuang Realm who had just returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone found out about the young man who had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion familiar. When they inquired further and found out that the young man was wearing purple clothes, had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome, they confirmed it. Duan Ling Tian was the one who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure outside the treasure vault of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's him. I can't believe it's him. He actually came to Yanhuang Realm? Are you sure it's not the woman next to him? Did he kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial himself? I think he did it himself. Oh my God. I thought only the woman next to him could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it seems like even he can easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's said that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by him. I heard that too. It is said that he snatched the celestial supreme treasure of the Heavenly Wave Prefecture's 9 tribulation scattered celestial and killed him. Even if he's only an eminent celestial and his strength is only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, those 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who can't use their celestial supreme treasures are no match for him. After confirming that the person who killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was Duan Ling Tian from the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the people who had just come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone could not help but feel shocked. Meanwhile, more and more people in Yanhuang Realm learned about Duan Ling Tian's background. Duan Ling Tian was not from Yanhuang Realm. Instead, he came from another mundane realm, the Saint Province Realm. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone a celestial. He was only an eminent celestial. Moreover, the woman next to Duan Ling Tian was suspected to be his wife. Her strength was comparable to a celestial, and she could easily kill 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials without using any celestial supreme treasures. When the news about Duan Ling Tian spread in Yanhuang Realm, the cultivators in Yanhuang Realm were shocked. Heavens! How can there be such a monster in this world? A person from a small mundane realm is capable of displaying such terrifying strength with just the cultivation base of an eminent celestial. In the history of Yanhuang Realm, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying eminent celestial before, right? I can't believe he's only an eminent celestial. Have you heard? There's a woman next to him. She easily killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He's only an eminent celestial, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. It seems like it has something to do with the woman beside him. I remember the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, right? Even if Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he's only an eminent celestial. If Duan Lingtian uses his soul attack, he should be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions continued to spread in various galaxies in Yen Huang realm. It did not take long for the news to spread to the galaxy ruled by the Celestial Masters sect. Duan Lingtian killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Zhang Yi, one of Duan Lingtian's friends in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was shocked when he heard about this. Zhang Yi, it's your fortune to know him. The person who brought the news to Zhang Yi was Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Masters sect. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Zhang. Although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Zhang Chu He, the left guardian of Dharma in the Celestial Masters sect, he had thought Duan Lingtian's strength was only comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian had killed the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion in just a blink of an eye. Even if the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion is not as strong as the old ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect, he shouldn't be much weaker, right? Shi Zhong thought to himself as he shuddered in fear. It is indeed my good fortune. Upon hearing Shi Zhong's words, Zhang Yi nodded his head in agreement. He felt that he was extremely lucky to be able to befriend someone like Duan Lingtian. He believed, now that Duan Lingtian's reputation had spread, even the great ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect would pay special attention to Zhang Yi, and all of this was because he was a friend of the Duan Lingtian, and someone that the Duan Lingtian had promised to protect. When he was separated from Duan Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian had expressed his stance in front of the right protector. Not long after, reality proved that Zhang Yi was right. Not only did Duan Lingtian attract the attention of the old ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect, but the Celestial Masters sect even gave him all the divine abilities and celestial methods in the Devata realms. Naturally, this was all in the future. However, it's just as they said. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He's a bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks as he pleases. As long as he uses soul attacks, Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial, won't be able to withstand it, right? Shi Zhong muttered to himself. Perhaps he doesn't know Duan Lingtian is an eminent celestial? Zhang Yi speculated. Zhang Yi was right. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, had also received news about Duan Lingtian. What? He's only an eminent celestial? When Yang Qingjian found out Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he was so angry that he nearly fainted. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion could have easily killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. After all, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he would have killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial at that time? The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion said with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, let alone Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion felt wronged. When the news spread throughout Skywave Prefecture, everyone in the prefecture felt aggrieved. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial? The old ancestor died unjustly. He died unjustly. The Heavenly Wave Mansion was filled with mourning. Previously, they had thought Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered a mysterious technique that allowed him to snatch celestial supreme treasures away from the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although they were angry and helpless, they could only accept it. After all, Duan Lingtian was indeed stronger than the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, now that they knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were unwilling to accept this. None of them were willing to accept this. While the Heavenly Wave Mansion was in an uproar, everyone felt wronged. Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone with Tang Xiao. Through the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, they had returned to his hometown, the Saint Province Realm. After returning to the Saint Province Realm, Duan Ling Tian first inquired about the current situation in the Saint Province Realm. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found out the Devil Clans did not cause any trouble while he was away. It's time for the Devil Clans to return to the land of exile. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he hovered in the air above Sin City in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he made a timely announcement to the city of Sin, as well as all the humans and demons around the city of Sin. I, Duan Lingtian, will battle the strongest devil clans in a month's time 1,000 miles north of Sin City. Chapter 2552. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. In the blink of an eye, the news had spread to the city of Sin and into the ears of the humans and demons around the city of Sin. It was like thunder in their ears. After a brief moment of silence, the humans who heard Duan Lingtian's voice broke out in an uproar. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move. He's finally going to make a move. There's no difference between him making a move and his wife making a move. After Duan Lingtian's wife killed the Patriarch of the Dragons, who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, I've been waiting for them to make a move to expel the devils from the land of exile. I didn't expect them to finally make a move. The Patriarch of the Dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he didn't manage to expel the devils. There must be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Of course. I've heard from some devils that there are 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. What kind of era are we in? Not only are there monsters like Duan Lingtian and his wife, but there are also 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons and devils. Duan Lingtian wants to fight the strongest devil in the devil clans? In my opinion, he's helping his wife arrange this battle. That's most likely the case. I have a friend who's a member of the dragons. He said Duan Lingtian isn't strong enough to defeat the Patriarch of the Dragons. It's only because of his wife that the Patriarch of the Dragons died. When the humans heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they began to discuss among themselves. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans was between his wife and the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. And the reason why they thought so was naturally because of the strength that Duan Lingtian's wife displayed when she killed the dragon's patriarch, which gave them a preconceived notion. What they didn't know was that Duan Lingtian's wife had already left the Saint Province realm. She wouldn't be back for at least 1,000 years. Oh my god! It's that Duan Lingtian. When the demons heard Duan Lingtian's voice, their expressions changed. They had all heard of the strength of Duan Lingtian's wife. They knew that she could instantly kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial dragons clan leader. The strongest expert of the devil clan was only a 9th tribulation scattered immortal like the leader of the dragons. Duan Lingtian's wife, is she finally going to make a move? I've always been worried about the arrival of this day, but has this day finally arrived? When news of Duan Lingtian's wife killing the leader of the Dragon's clan leader spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Saint Province realm. Initially, the devil clans did not believe it. However, after some verification, they had no choice but to believe it. At that time, all the devil clans knew that there was a 9th tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the Saint Province realm, there was someone who was stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, she was the wife of a famous person in the Saint Province realm, Duan Lingtian. She had killed the patriarch of the Dragon clan who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. If Duan Lingtian's wife attacks us, how are we going to defend ourselves? Even the strongest devil in the devil clans wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian's wife, right? At that time, the devil clans fell into a state of panic. There were even some cowardly demons who returned to their hometown, the Banished Realm, which was also known as the Land of Exile by the people in the Sanctuary Realm. Of course, most of the devil race still had hopes of getting lucky and stayed behind. Compared to the Land of Exile, the Saint Province Realm was like heaven to them. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy abundant, but it was also rich in cultivation resources. They were reluctant to leave. Most importantly, the strongest devil clans in the Saint Province realm did not say anything. For this reason, the devil clans could only stay in the Saint Province realm in fear. At this point, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's wife. However, today, Duan Lingtian had suddenly appeared and announced that he would challenge the strongest powerhouse in the devil clans to a duel in a month's time. This made them feel a sense of crisis. They felt the strongest devil in the Saint Province realm was going to die. After all, Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill the Patriarch of the Dragons in just a second. Moreover, the Patriarch of the Dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Half a month later, in the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Bush, bush, bush. The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures, whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, nothing would remain intact. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen, all of you are here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Master Wuji, right? One of the middle-aged men dressed in green asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he was trying to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes. That's right. That's the reason we're here. The other 6 people nodded in agreement when they heard the middle-aged man's words. Bang. Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Immediately after, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and powder that filled the sky. Then, it fell down and fell into the ice water that had appeared in the gap on the glacier. The ice shards continued to fall into the icy water, splashing everywhere. All of you, why are you looking for me? An indifferent voice rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, but no one knew where it had come from. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wuji! Master Wuji! After the 7 people's bodies trembled, they recovered at the first moment. They respectfully bowed to the old man who seemed to appear out of thin air not far away. If someone from the devil clans who knew the 7 of them were here, they would be shocked to see the 7 of them. This was because the 7 of them were considered overlords in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Duan Lingtian? He's going to challenge me in 2 weeks? After learning about Duan Lingtian's challenge from the 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestial venerables from the devil clans, the expression on the old man's face darkened immediately. Did he say that it was him or his wife who wanted to challenge me? The old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 7 people in front of him. In his opinion, Master Wuji was not an exception. Duan Lingtian challenging him to a battle and Duan Lingtian's wife challenging him to a battle were 2 completely different concepts. He had investigated the incident that happened in the Dragon Clan. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the most he could do was fight the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw. However, Duan Lingtian's wife had killed the patriarch of the dragon clan with just a wave of her hand. If his opponent was Duan Lingtian, he was confident he could fight the patriarch of the dragon clan to a draw since his strength was not inferior to the patriarch of the dragon clan. However, if his opponent was Duan Lingtian's wife, he was not confident he could survive. After all, the patriarch of the dragon clan who was as strong as him had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He said he wants to challenge you, Master Wuji. However, he didn't say he won't let his wife interfere. One of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials said. The other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials nodded in agreement. What do all of you think about this? The old man asked as he looked at the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although he was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans and the strongest person in the devil clans, he usually did not meddle in the affairs of the devil clans. He only focused on his closed-door cultivation as he waited for the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He would only make a move when the devil clans required his help. In his opinion, there was no difference between staying in the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm. We can't say for sure. It's all up to you, Master Wuji. After all, if Duan Lingtian's wife is here and wants to attack you, Master Limitless, you'll be in a very dangerous situation. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said. That's right. Another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial agreed. If you accept the challenge, your life will be in danger. I don't know what all of you think, but I don't want you to take the risk. Chapter 25:53. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Under the anticipation of all the humans and saint beasts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the day that Duan Lingtian had announced a month ago finally arrived. Early in the morning, a group of humans and devils gathered 1,000 miles north of Sin City in the central province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Generally speaking, wherever a large number of humans and demons gathered, a bloody battle would break out. However, on this day, the humans and demons seemed to have come to an agreement beforehand. They stood on opposite sides of each other in peace. Bush, 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 bush. Along with the sound of wind whistling, more humans and demons arrived. Moreover, after these humans and demons arrived, they all entered their own camps. The human camp and the devil clans stood on opposite sides of each other. It was as though they were facing off against each other. Time continued to pass by. When it was almost noon, the number of people had dwindled. At this moment, the number of humans and devils present had reached a terrifying number. From afar, it was as though the number of people was endless. Why isn't he here yet? What's the rush? Duan Lingtian only said he's going to fight the strongest devil clans today, but he didn't say when he's going to come. It's only been half a day. Let's wait patiently. That's right. Are you worried that Duan Lingtian won't come? Don't forget that he's the one who initiated the battle today. I heard that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he can't defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, it's still impossible for the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to defeat him. That's right. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would at most come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. In the human camp, a group of people whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. The topic of their discussion was naturally one of the main characters today, Duan Lingtian. He was also a powerhouse among the humans. The news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with the clan leader of the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had long spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, these humans knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. So what if Duan Lingtian and that 9th tribulation loose immortal of the devil clan are evenly matched? Don't forget that his wife is someone who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very quickly, someone snorted and said. His words immediately resonated strongly with the group of humans. That's right. Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal in a second. As long as she takes action today, the strongest expert of the devil clan, even if he is a ninth tribulation loose immortal, will definitely die. I'm just worried that the ninth tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan won't dare to show up. After all, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's wife's strength. If that's the case, not only will the devil clan be humiliated today, but they'll also be facing a calamity. After all, Duan Lingtian has said a month ago that if the strongest expert of the devil clan doesn't show up, he'll annihilate all the devils. How domineering! How domineering! The group of humans present on the scene could not help but feel proud when they talked about this. After all, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse among the humans. He was the pride of the humans. At the same time, he was also the hope of the humans to defeat the devil clans and drive them back to the land of exile. However, I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who gradually rose to fame in the Zoroastrianism, would have such accomplishments today. That's right. At that time, I thought it was already shocking for someone who came from the lower province to the upper province to make such a name for himself. But now, it seems like we've all underestimated him. Who would have thought that a young man from the lower province would have such incredible accomplishments when he's not even 100 years old? No matter what, it's our fortune to have him. Indeed. At the same time, many people could not help but exclaim when they recalled Duan Lingtian's past. After all, it could be said that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's growth step by step until today. This time, as long as Duan Lingtian manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, his name will go down in history and he'll become a legend like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. No! If he manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, he'll become a legend even more legendary than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, not only is his strength on par with Feng Qingyang, but he has also made great contributions to the human race. That's right. His contributions to the human race are incomparable to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and his wife driving the devil clans back to the land of exile. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the human race, the devil clans were deathly silent. All the devils had gloomy expressions on their faces. Do you think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans will really come? A devil with a minotaur head and a human body asked the people around him. It's hard to say. If I were him, I don't think I'd come. After all, he might be able to deal with Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian's wife can easily kill him. It's normal for him not to come since he knows he's going to die. However, I still hope he'll come. After all, if he doesn't come today, Duan Lingtian will definitely kill us. I hope he'll come as well. There are 2 reasons why I'm still here and didn't return to the land of exile. Firstly, I hope he'll come. Secondly, I don't think Duan Lingtian will let me go even if I return to the land of exile. That's right. With Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength, if they want to kill us, it doesn't matter if we stay in the Saint Province realm or return to the land of exile. Most of the devils present on the scene did not think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come to the land of exile with Duan Lingtian. However, they could not help but look forward to seeing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the land of exile. They hoped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come and protect them. Now, the majority of the devil race were looking forward to the arrival of the strongest expert of the devil race. At the same time, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that the strongest expert of the devil race would not come. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial did not come, their deaths would be certain. However, there were a small number of demons who were very calm. Almost all of these devils belonged to the human devil clan. He should be here soon, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace and a friend of Duan Lingtian from the human devil clan, was present as well. Now, his eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation. It's a pity Sister Wen Jing isn't coming. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he thought about the woman who was unwilling to come. Naturally, he knew why the woman was unwilling to come. After all, it was unlikely that Duan Lingtian would be alone in his battle with the devil clan's strongest powerhouse. His wife would most likely be with him as well. Master, is he finally going to appear? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was also present. His eyes were filled with anticipation as well. He was eager to see his master, Duan Lingtian. Many people from the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were also present. "He's here!" All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, which suppressed the hubbub of humans and demons at present. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, waves of swift wind whistling sounds were also transmitted from afar. It was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to involuntarily look towards the source of the sound. The sound came from the north. In the north, a total of 8 figures were approaching at an insane speed. Of course, with their speed, only a few powerful bodiless celestials could vaguely catch sight of them. "Master Wuji is here!" A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed in surprise. "It's Master Wuji!" Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed excitedly. "Master Wuji?" Many devils were confused when they heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. However, after a while, they learned who Wujiji was from some of the bodiless celestials. Master Wuji is the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. He's here. Like I said, we demons are indomitable. How could the strongest demon of our race admit defeat so easily? At the same time, the group of demon race cultivators' eyes lit up with excitement. Bush, 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 bush. A total of 8 figures appeared between the human clan and the demon clan like ghosts, appearing before everyone's eyes. These 8 people were led by an old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, at this moment, this ordinary-looking old man had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This old man is the strongest person in the devil clans? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Although the humans present on the scene were confident in Duan Lingtian and his wife, they could not help but gasp when they saw the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at the old man. After all, Duan Lingtian had not arrived yet. If this old man were to suddenly go crazy and attack them, all of them would definitely die without a burial ground. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? I hope this 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans won't vent his anger on us because of Duan Lingtian's challenge. Duan Lingnan, hurry up and come. Chapter 2554. Master Wuji. Master Wuji. Just as all of the humans present were feeling extremely anxious, the devilish beings present all bowed respectfully toward the elderly man who was the leader of the group of 8. This was the first time most of them had seen the old man. Although it was their first time seeing the old man, they could not help but feel a sense of awe when they learned about his identity. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it took him a lot of courage to come here today. After all, not only did he have to face Duan Lingtian, but he also had to face Duan Lingtian's wife who was terrifyingly strong. Master Wuji. Master Wuji. When the group of devil clan members greeted the old man respectfully, it was especially ear-piercing when it reached the ears of the humans present. Moreover, it caused them to become even more anxious. After all, they did not know if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would choose to fight to the death. He's here. Duan Lingtian is here. Just as the group of humans were getting more and more anxious, someone among the group of humans yelled. The eyes of the humans lit up immediately as they looked left and right in an attempt to find Duan Lingtian. Over there. I see it. It's Duan Lingtian. Soon after, the humans saw 2 figures. In the west, 2 figures were walking side by side in the air. One of them was a purple-clad young man. He was tall and handsome, and he was no stranger to them. More than 90% of them had seen the purple-clad young man's portrait before. Duan Lingtian. When the group of humans locked their gazes on the purple-clad young man and confirmed his identity, they could not help but reveal a hint of excitement. She's Duan Lingtian's wife? She must be. There's only a woman by his side. Who else could it be if she's not his wife? Soon after, their eyes fell on the beautiful figure standing next to Duan Lingtian. They thought she was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. However, was the woman by Duan Lingtian's side his wife? The answer was naturally no. The person who had killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker. On the other hand, Ker was no longer in the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm, or even the Devata realms. Ker was currently in the world of divine offering and would not be able to leave within the next 1,000 years. I've long heard from the dragons that the Duan Lingtian's wife is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen her today, she really lives up to her reputation. She is indeed a peerless beauty. I'm afraid only a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of such a beauty. At the very least, that's the case in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The group of people discussed among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Some of them even mistook her for Ker, Duan Lingtian's wife. Although the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was peerless and beautiful, she was not his wife, Ker. Instead, she was Tang Xiaoxiao, a disciple of Tang sect who had returned from Yanhuang realm with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao walked side by side. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the group of humans and devils. He's the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the leader of the 8 people hovering in the air between the group of humans and devils. He could vaguely guess the leader's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers around him confirming his guess. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao arrived at the empty space between the group of humans and devils. They stood opposite the 8 people led by the strongest devil from the devil clans. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest devil from the devil clans, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans, had his eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared. Now that Duan Lingtian was close to him, he could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the old man's question. A month ago, you said you wanted to challenge me to a duel. I wonder if you're going to fight me or ask your wife to do it. The old man asked bluntly. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he only glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao for a moment before he retracted his gaze. The reason he did this was because he was afraid he would anger Duan Lingtian's wife if he glanced at her too much, and he would be killed. He knew his own strength. He was not a match for Duan Lingtian's wife at all. Before he came here, he had already discussed this with the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans. If Duan Lingtian personally challenged him to a duel, he would accept the challenge and fight with Duan Lingtian even if it was a draw. However, if Duan Lingtian's wife challenged him to a duel, he would immediately admit defeat. Apart from that, he would also promise to lead all the devils out of the Saint Province realm to the exiled realm. This way, he would be able to save his life and save the devil clans from a calamity. My wife. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. When the humans and devils heard the old man's words, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were curious about how Duan Lingtian would respond to the old man. The humans, naturally, hoped Duan Lingtian would ask his wife to fight. The devils, naturally, hoped that Duan Lingtian would personally make a move. That doesn't seem to be Brother Lingtian's wife, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was stunned when he saw the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. This was because he had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Duan Lingtian's wife did not look like this. Although this black-clothed woman had a peerless appearance that wasn't much inferior to Duan Lingtian's wife, she was extremely beautiful. She was not Duan Lingtian's wife. What's going on? Huang Qiling was dumbfounded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and the other human devils who had seen Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker, were dumbfounded. The black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was not his wife who had killed the patriarch of the dragons. After all, They had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Your wife has the strength to kill a 9 bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. This is no longer a secret in the Saint Province realm. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said confidently, "If you ask your wife to make a move today, I'll admit defeat. Moreover, I'll take the devils and leave the Saint Province realm with me and return to the realm of exile. If you fight, I'll fight you as well. Even if we end up in a draw, I'll still bring all the members of the devil clans back to the exiled realm. Naturally, I'll only do this for your wife's sake." The old man's words revealed another piece of information. The devil clans can leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm, but it's only for the sake of Duan Lingtian's wife, not Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" The old man frowned. "I'm laughing at you. You've never met my wife, and yet, you treat everyone as my wife." Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said indifferently, "This person next to me is my friend, not my wife. My wife has already left the mundane realm. She won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm." Duan Lingtian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard this. Would they really have to wait for 1,000 years before they could meet again? What? She's not your wife. Although the old man was a 9 bodiless celestial, he could not help but lose his composure when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Tang Xiaoxiao's cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. As expected, she's not your wife. At this moment, the old man was certain. Previously, the old man had thought Tang Xiaoxiao was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9 bodiless celestial, so he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to investigate her. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness to verify Duan Lingtian's words. "If your wife is really not in the mundane realm and won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm." The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wondered if Duan Lingtian was deliberately deceiving him with his earlier words. "Are you so confident that I won't be able to defeat you?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly smiled brightly. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but sneer when she heard the old man's words. She mocked the old man for being too arrogant. "What? This black-clad woman isn't Duan Lingtian's wife. How's that possible? If she's not his wife, then who is she? If she's not his wife, why would he bring her here?" The humans present on the scene had been waiting for Duan Lingtian's wife to kill the 9 bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. However, Duan Lingtian had said, "Duan Ling, the devil clans are here." Chapter 25:55. Moreover, Duan Lingtian said his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. Many people's faces turned pale when they recalled Duan Lingtian's words. He must be joking. I think he's joking as well. Even if his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. He shouldn't have said that, right? That's right. After all, he's not strong enough to defeat a 9 bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. After a few moments, the expressions of many people calmed down. They thought Duan Lingtian was joking. Joking? Do you think it's necessary for him to make such a joke? I don't think it's necessary for him to make such a joke. Since he has said so, I'm sure he believes Duan Lingtian as well. Many people from the Human Devil clan had met Duan Lingtian in the Debussy subterranean, so they believed Duan Lingtian was strong enough to defeat him. Did you just say I'm not qualified for you to use your celestial supreme treasure? The 9 bodiless celestial from the devil clans asked in a low voice. His expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. What? You're a 9 bodiless celestial? But you're so old. Are you deaf? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Good. Very good. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without using your celestial supreme treasure. The old man was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian, and his expression changed rapidly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in when he suddenly shouted out. Bang! His body swayed as he stomped his feet in the air, leaving a huge hole in the void. As soon as the huge pit appeared, it was torn apart again, pulling out a hideous and terrifying void crack. Boom! 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 When the old man rushed out, his entire body seemed to have turned into a cannonball as he headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Everywhere it passed, the void would tremble, and the sound of air exploding would rise and fall continuously. Countless cracks in the void would also be torn open, looking particularly ferocious. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Bang! A moment later, the old man was already not far away from Duan Lingtian. With a shake of his arms, a vast and boundless power seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. His domineering aura caused people to involuntarily feel fear. That's all you got? Just as the old man attacked with all his might like a ferocious beast pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. His tone was full of mockery. Your strength is only comparable to that of the former leader of the dragons. It seems that I have overestimated you. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Shameless boasting. The old man shouted coldly. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. You'll know whether I'm shameless boasting or not soon enough. Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as before. However, when he spoke again, he made a move. When he raised his hand, his back was slightly bent into the shape of a bow. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength, and his arm shot out like a dragon in the direction where the old man was charging towards. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian's arm shot out like a dragon, dazzling white lights shot out from his open palm. They were all condensed sword lights. These sword rays whistled out from Duan Lingtian's palm. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into thousands of sword rays. In the next moment, these thousands of sword rays turned into tens of thousands of sword rays and formed a mysterious sword formation, whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the sword formation was formed, it shot out without any hesitation, leaving behind more than a dozen afterimages. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Boom! When the afterimages of the sword formation merged with the sword formation shone brightly as an even more powerful aura surged out from it. How's this possible? At this moment, the old man who was charging towards Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the terrifying aura from the sword formation. It was definitely stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under normal circumstances, only a golden celestial from the Devata realms would be able to unleash such power. Boom! The old man's expression changed drastically as his body swelled up like a balloon before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the midst of the blood mist, one could vaguely see bits and pieces of golden light twinkling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily destroyed the old man's all-out attack that seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. Apart from that, it also destroyed the cloud of blood mist that the old man had turned into. Chapter 2556. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial supreme treasure, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely fast. However, with his current strength, even without using his celestial supreme treasure, his strength was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had mastered, was not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. It was one of the most powerful offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. After using this ability, his attack power would increase by an entire 3 levels compared to before using this ability. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without using his celestial sword, Duan Lingtian's sword formation was comparable to the attack of the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms. However, even the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. No matter how weak a golden celestial was, he was still a golden celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's strength was only comparable to a peak heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. The weakest golden celestial was not comparable to the strongest heavenly celestial. For this reason, apart from Duan Lingtian and his opponent, only the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans could clearly see the sword formation that Duan Lingtian had cast. As for the others, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling in the air. How's this possible? He doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, but he's still so strong? He easily defeated Limitless Master's full-powered attack, and even forced Limitless Master to use the demonic blood escape? Heavens! What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? I thought he had to use a celestial supreme treasure to fight the Patriarch of the Dragons to a draw? Based on his strength, he should be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure, right? He's pretending to be weak all this while? The 7/8 tribulation loose celestials of the Devil clan were shocked because they had vaguely seen Duan Lingtian's means. It took them a long time to calm down. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Duan Lingtian had such strength. With the strength that he has displayed so far, even if he is not as strong as his wife, he is not much weaker, right? This Duan Lingtian and his wife. Where did they come from? How could someone from the Debussy subterranean in the sanctuary realm achieve such heaven-defying achievements in less than 100 years? The 7/8 tribulation loose immortals of the Devil clan felt it was inconceivable. However, no matter how inconceivable it was, the facts were right in front of them. They had to believe it. I take back what I just said. Your strength is still slightly stronger than that of the Dragon's clan leader. At the very least, if the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader was in his place, he would have died from my earlier attack. When the others regained their senses, Duan Lingtian suddenly shifted his gaze to the northeast as though he was talking to the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people present on the scene were shocked to see a blood-red light suddenly appeared in the area Duan Lingtian was looking at. After the blood-red light appeared, it began to boil and churn before it turned into a bloody mist. Then, it shrunk at lightning speed and reverted to a human figure. Finally, a familiar figure appeared before their eyes. Master Wuji? What's Master Wuji doing? The people from the Devil clan were stunned when they saw the familiar figure standing in the northeast. At this moment, the person who appeared in the northeast was none other than the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans. He was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans who had survived Duan Lingtian's attack. However, the current old man seemed to be much weaker than before. At the very least, he seemed to have aged a lot compared to before. Everyone present on the scene could see this. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan seems to be injured. Moreover, it seems like he's severely injured. What on earth happened just now? Didn't he attack Duan Lingtian? How did he run so far away in just a blink of an eye? That's right. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained motionless on the spot from the beginning until the end. Some of the humans with weaker cultivation bases looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had no idea what had happened earlier. Although there were no 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans present on the scene, there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although they could not see what had happened as clearly as the 7/8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clan, they could still see what had happened earlier. Not only did Duan Lingtian have the upper hand in the fight with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, but he had almost killed his opponent. At the critical moment, his opponent seemed to have used some technique to escape. The technique Master Wuji used earlier seems to be the heavenly devil blood escape that no one in the Devil clan has managed to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans regained his senses and began to recall what he had seen earlier. He could not help but cry out in surprise when he recalled what had happened earlier. Heavenly devil blood escape. Upon hearing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan, the other devils present on the scene were shocked as well. It was not a secret that the devil clan was skilled in the blood escape technique. Even some demonic cultivators knew how to use the blood escape technique. However, there were different grades of blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique was the strongest blood escape technique that the devils in the mundane realms could master. As for the blood escape technique that the devils in the Devata realms mastered, it could only be used in the Devata realms. In the mundane realms, there was no blood escape technique that was comparable to the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique did not have a huge side effect. It would only drain 10% of the user's strength in an instant. Moreover, there would be side effects in the user's body, making it impossible for the user to recover his strength in a short time. Generally speaking, unless one's life is in danger, very few people would use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. Because once I use this blood escape technique, it means that I won't be able to recover my full strength for a period of time. I didn't expect Master Wuji to have cultivated the heavenly devil blood escape technique. For him to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique at this moment means he's in danger. Danger? Do you mean Duan Lingtian almost killed Master Wuji earlier? That's very likely. The group of devils was shocked by the old man's ability to cultivate the heavenly devil blood escape technique. At the same time, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Heavenly devil blood escape technique? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man calmly. Interesting. Now, do you still think that I was boasting shamelessly earlier? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian's wife isn't the only one whose strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. If your attack earlier had been boosted by a celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The old man said, "Sush, sush, 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 sush." In the instant that the elderly man's voice trailed off, the expressions of all of the devilish beings present changed drastically. Based on Wuji's words and the fact that Wuji had used the heavenly devil blood escape technique to escape, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. After all, Duan Lingtian was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, Duan Lingtian had yet to use his celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian is really good at hiding his strength. As it turns out, he's not any weaker than his wife. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to actually possess such a formidable strength. At this time, apart from a few demonic humans, the rest of the demonic humans were very disappointed. They only had one thought left in their minds. They hoped Duan Lingtian would let them go. Based on the current situation, the devil clans had been utterly defeated. There was no way they would be able to turn the situation around. In contrast to the disappointment of the devilish beings, all of the humans present wore excited looks on their faces. Heavens! As it turns out, Duan Lingtian is actually so strong. Based on what the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said, Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to Duan Lingtian's wife. That seems to be the case. At the very least, he's not a match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian didn't even use his celestial supreme treasure. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be even stronger. To think that I thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant? It seems like I've underestimated him. You're not the only one who underestimated him. All of us underestimated him as well. When the humans present on the scene recalled how they had thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant, they felt their faces burning. Reality had given them a slap in the face. This caused them to feel somewhat ashamed. If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly demon blood escape you used just now, other than being able to dodge my attack, you can also escape far away and out of my sight. It can even prevent me from finding you. Chapter 2557. Just now, you could have escaped on your own and saved your own life. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man curiously. If I wanted to protect myself, I wouldn't have come here today. The old man was no longer in high spirits. He looked like an old man in his twilight years with a wry smile on his face. After all, before I came, I thought that your wife would come with you. I've confirmed your wife's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm. The old man said. So you're doing this for your clansmen? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. The old man did not deny it. At your cultivation base, you're only one step away from passing the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascending to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. Is it worth it for you to do this? Duan Lingtian asked again. It's not worth it. You said they're my clansmen. The old man said. Master Wuji. Master Wuji. After hearing the old man's words, the group of demon tribesmen was moved, and their faces were filled with excitement. The human devils knew Duan Lingtian would not lay a finger on them even if he wanted to annihilate the entire devil clan. When they heard the old man's words, they could not help but feel respect for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, I hope you'll spare my clansmen after I die. After I die, the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials will lead my clansmen to leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm. At that time, my clansmen will personally repair the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm to return peace to the Saint Province realm. A hint of pleading could be heard in the old man's voice when he spoke. Master Wuji. Master Wuji. The group of devils was moved by the old man's words. When did I say I'm going to kill you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man indifferently. Why you're not going to kill me? The old man trembled slightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The group of devils looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, hoping Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. Duan Lingtian did not respond to the old man's question. Instead, he said indifferently, apart from the human devils who want to stay in the Saint Province realm, I'll give you 3 months to bring the rest of them out of the Saint Province realm. Half a month ago, I went to the Phoenix clan and gave each of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials a celestial supreme treasure. Don't think you can play any tricks after I ascend. Even after I've ascended, I'll still be able to deal with you. Duan Lingtian. The old man could not help but feel envious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess any celestial supreme treasures. However, the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan possessed celestial supreme treasures. The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were envious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, they were envious of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan. They were both 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, but why were they so lucky? Let's go. Since the matter with the devil clans had been resolved, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay here any longer. He turned to look at Tang Xiaoxiao who was standing next to him. Then, he casually tore a tear in space and brought her into it. Everyone could only see his back as he left. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan's sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back. Before Duan Lingtian left, he was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his words and kill him. Master Wuji. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms, he's only an ethereal immortal. However, his cultivation base is only at the level of an eminent celestial at most. We can find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and use a soul attack to kill him. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said through voice transmission. However, when the old man heard the voice transmission from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he scoffed and said, It's true that he's an eminent celestial, but are you sure his wife is also an eminent celestial? If his wife isn't, the devil clans will be annihilated after he dies. Moreover, even if we find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, it's too risky to ambush him with his current strength. If he notices us, he'll be able to kill the bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial no longer dared to say anything else. All of you stay in Sin City? I'll look for all of you after I'm done with my business here. Before Duan Lingtian left, he said goodbye to 2 familiar faces in the devil clans. They were Huang Qi-ling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Both of them were excited when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In the end, that godlike man did not forget about them. Whoosh, whoosh. After Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiaoxiao through the tear in space, they left the upper province and arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To him, the devil clans had already left. The matter with the devil clans was finally resolved. Even if the celestial ascension force suddenly appeared and pulled him to a Devata realm, he no longer had to worry about the devil clans returning. After all, he had a backup plan. The 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan were his backup plan. After the 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials obtained the celestial supreme treasures from him, their strength was on par with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. As for the 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans, he only needed 1 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Phoenix clan to deal with them. Cloud Continent. After bringing Tang Xiaoxiao back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for long. Instead, he immediately headed south. It did not take long before he arrived at Cloud Continent, his hometown in this life. To Duan Lingtian, Cloud Continent was divided into the foreign lands and the 10 great dynasties. After all, he was from one of the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. His family and friends were there as well. This time, he did not intend to disturb them. He just wanted to hide in the dark and watch them quietly without affecting their lives. At least, he would be able to resolve one of the things that had been bothering him before he left the Sanctuary Realm. He planned to return to Yanhuang Realm and wait for the Celestial Ascension Force to arrive in Yanhuang Realm after he was done with his business in the Saint Province Realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was most likely unaware that he was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province Realm. He was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province Realm because he was afraid he would miss Kuwei and his family members if he continued to stay in the Saint Province Realm. Whenever he thought of them, he would feel a stab of pain in his heart. At the same time, he hated himself for being so useless. I wonder what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon I'll be able to trigger on Cloud Continent with my current strength. Duan Lingtian still remembered that his hometown, Cloud Continent, was an extremely special place, and that was because when one revealed one's strength here, it would draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It could be the silhouette of an ancient mammoth, ancient horned dragon, or boom. Duan Lingtian was excited. With just a thought, the energy in his body surged out along the 99 saint veins like a wild horse. It seemed to have transformed into a vast flame that shrouded his entire body. Bush, 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 bush. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a series of noises above his head. He could not help but look up, curious about what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon he would be able to trigger. However, when Duan Lingtian looked up, he was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth energy above his head had gathered like dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to cover the sky, but there was no sign of any heaven and earth phenomenon. Do I have to wait a little longer? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian stood still and waited for a while. However, there was still no sign of any change in the dark clouds in the sky. What are you doing? Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask. She could not help but feel puzzled. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian was doing. After Duan Lingtian explained it to her, she tried to mobilize her own energy to trigger the heaven and earth energy. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon she triggered was no different from Duan Lingtian's. Dark clouds billowed, but there was no sign of any elephants or dragons. I think our strength is too high, so the heaven and earth energy in this area won't be able to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon you mentioned. Tang Xiaoxiao guessed. That's the only explanation. Duan Lingtian nodded and gave up. HM? Duan Lingtian was about to give up and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with Tang Xiaoxiao when he suddenly came to a halt. It was as though he had encountered an unexpected situation. What's wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Tang Xiaoxiao's question. Instead, he raised his hand. A jade token that was shining with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. This jade token? Didn't that senior leave you this jade token? Tang Xiaoxiao recognized the jade token. It was given to Duan Lingtian by the powerhouse from the divine offering land who called himself Xianxia. At this moment, whoosh! When Duan Lingtian let go of his hand, the profound light on the jade token suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it flew toward the south at a rapid speed. It was as though it was leading the way. Chapter 2558. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the jade token flying toward the south and leaving behind a streak of dark green light. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he brought Tang Xiaoxiao along with him. Although the jade slip was not slow, it was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao had caught up with them. What's going on? Tang Xiaoxiao asked Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. Don't ask me. In response to Tang Xiaoxiao's question, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he followed the jade token that was flying south. I don't know what's going on as well. Earlier, I discovered that it was lying in my spatial ring. When I took it out, it began to vibrate as though it wanted to break free from my restraints. Then I let go of my hand and that's it. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark green jade slip in front of him when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the dark green jade slip shone brighter and brighter. Even Duan Lingtian could feel its emotions at this moment. That was the emotion of excitement. Although it was just an inanimate object, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. I see. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes fell on the jade slip again. It seems like it's trying to take you somewhere? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his heart was filled with confusion. He did not know why the jade slip was acting strangely. Moreover, where was it trying to take him? Sush. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and something else appeared in his hand. It was a sword. This sword was different from ordinary swords. Most swords were 3 feet long. This was also the reason why swords were called 3 feet long. However, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was only 1 foot long. It looked like an elongated dagger. At first glance, this sword gave people the feeling that it was a jade product similar to a jade slip. However, when Duan Lingtian held the sword in his hand, he could feel that the material used to forge this sword might be jade, but it was definitely not ordinary jade. This sword. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes landed on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. She remembered. This sword was left to Duan Lingtian by Xianxia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Xianxia had left 2 things for Duan Lingtian. One was a sword, and the other was a jade slip. The jade slip was leading the way while the sword was in Duan Lingtian's hand. Third uncle is a powerhouse from the divine offering land. The thing he left for me must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 1 foot short sword in his hand. When Xianxia had given him these 2 things, he had put them away absent-mindedly before he rushed back. After returning, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about these 2 things. Earlier, the jade slip that was shrouded in a mysterious light had started to vibrate in his spatial ring. This had caught his attention. Otherwise, he would have left them hanging for a while longer. This sword, Duan Lingtian could not see anything special about the sword in his hand. It did not look like a celestial supreme treasure, but it did not look like a weapon from the mundane realms either. Buzz, 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 buzz. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to mobilize a trace of energy and sent it into the foot-long short sword in his hand, the foot-long short sword began to vibrate at an exaggerated frequency. In the next moment, the changes that happened to the short sword caused Duan Ling Tian to be dumbstruck. After the short sword trembled violently, its body began to crack inch by inch, giving off a feeling that it was about to shatter. Crack, 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 crack. After a short moment, a series of clear sounds resonated. It was the 1-inch short sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand that directly shattered into pieces after cracks that resembled spider webs appeared on the body of the sword. It's destroyed just like that? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw this. Was this sword really left for him by a powerhouse from the divine offering land? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though Xianxia was toying with him. However, just as Duan Ling Tian thought Xianxia was toying with him, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Boy, the sword I left for you is called the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. It's a Devata artifact." Duan Ling Tian could tell it was Xianxia's voice. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out why Xianxia's voice would appear at this moment. Xianxia must have done something to the broken sword in his hand. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? A Devata artifact? The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard Xianxia's words. The sword that he had accidentally destroyed in just a blink of an eye was a Devata artifact? However, just as Duan Ling Tian's mouth was twitching, his eyes widened as though he had seen something shocking. He stared unwaveringly at the 1-foot-long short sword that was in tatters. A faint crimson light suddenly rose from the broken short sword. As soon as the crimson light appeared, it gradually transformed into the shape of a sword and a crimson sword chi. After the red sword gleam appeared, a faint orange light appeared in the broken dagger. After this orange light appeared, it quickly condensed into an orange sword gleam. After the orange sword chi, a yellow sword chi appeared. After the yellow sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a blue sword chi appeared. After the blue sword chi, a purple sword chi appeared. A total of 7 sword rays appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes in the form of a rainbow. While Duan Ling Tian was in a daze, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. She did not know what was going on at all. "Watch out!" Tang Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise when she saw the broken pieces of the short sword flying toward Duan Ling Tian's hand that was holding the broken pieces of the short sword. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaoxiao's warning was too late. In fact, even if Tang Xiaoxiao had warned Duan Ling Tian earlier, Duan Ling Tian would not have dodged the sudden attack. This was because Xianxia's voice rang in his ears once again. "As long as you infuse your energy into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, its illusory body will shatter. At the same time, it will absorb your blood and recognize you as its master." As soon as Xianxia's words left his mouth, the shard cut Duan Ling Tian's palm, leaving behind a cut that was neither deep nor shallow. Blood began to seep out of the cut. "Ha!" In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw that the 7 7-colored sword lights that were originally floating in front of him seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and all of them whizzed out. Bush, 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 bush. 7 streaks of 7-colored sword light whizzed out, but they swept toward the wound on his palm that was bleeding. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to endure the pain, he realized something. When the 7 7-colored sword rays came into contact with the wound on his palm, they did not cause any harm to him. They only merged with the blood on the wound and into his palm, causing him to feel numb. What's going on? Even Tang Xiaoxiao could see what was going on during this process. After the blood that seeped out of the wound on Duan Ling Tian's palm merged with the 7 7-colored sword rays, it strangely entered Duan Ling Tian's wound. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's wound also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scar appeared on Duan Ling Tian's palm. "This scar," Tang Xiaoxiao muttered. Both Tang Xiaoxiao and Duan Ling Tian were attracted by the scar on Duan Ling Tian's palm. If it was just an ordinary scar, they would not have paid attention to it. However, the problem was, this scar was in the shape of a sword. At the same time, Xianxia's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. After the 7 orifices exquisite sword has acknowledged you as its master, it will appear with a thought. If you don't need it, it will disappear with a thought. Of course, it won't really disappear. It will just merge with your body. Upon hearing Xiajia's words, Duan Lingtian hurriedly looked into his body. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. According to third uncle's message, didn't he say the 7 orifices exquisite sword has merged with my body? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt something extra in his body. Moreover, it was not just a certain part of his body. Instead, it was his entire body, including his blood and bones. There seemed to be something extra in his body. Could it be that the 7 orifices exquisite sword has fused into my body, appearing at random places and fusing into my body? Duan Lingtian seemed to have an epiphany, but he was not certain. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the end, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body. With just a thought, he looked at the sword-shaped scar on his right palm. He discovered something else. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a constantly changing sword light appeared in his right hand. The changing colors were the 7 colors of the rainbow. The sword light only changed for a moment before it quickly solidified and turned into a completely transparent sword. It was as though it was made of glass from Duan Lingtian's previous life. At this moment, Xiajia's voice rang again. This 7 orifices exquisite sword is a relic left behind by an old friend of mine. Although it's a Devata artifact, it has lost its sword soul. Chapter 2559. A top celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Xiajia's words. A top-notch immortal artifact referred to a top-notch immortal supreme treasure. He knew this. Previously, he had accidentally obtained the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. According to the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Hua, it was a supreme celestial supreme treasure. However, it was damaged so it could not unleash its full power. A top celestial supreme treasure was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Hua Lao had mentioned this before. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also heard Elder Hua mention the Devata artifact once. He knew the Devata divine weapons were rarer than top celestial supreme treasures. They were usually in the hands of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had souls. As for the details of the Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian did not know much about it. Since Elder Hua did not elaborate, he did not ask. After all, he was too far away from a Devata artifact in the past. He did not expect he would be able to obtain a Devata artifact in the near future. According to third uncle's words, this Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, has lost its soul. That's why it's only comparable to a top celestial weapon. After all, Xiajia had met Hua Lao in the past and learned about top celestial weapons and Devata artifacts from Hua Lao. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was surprised that Xiajia had left a Devata artifact for him, he remained calm and did not lose his composure. After all, he was someone who had obtained a top celestial weapon in the past. Although the top celestial weapon was damaged, it was still a top celestial weapon. Moreover, there was a spirit in it who treated him like a teacher and a friend. However, compared to the celestial sword in my possession, this sword is on a completely different level. In fact, it's even more powerful than the Jasper celestial sword in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. When Duan Lingtian held the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand, he was certain of this after experimenting a few times. For a moment, even though he had come into contact with a top-notch immortal artifact like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the past, he still could not help but feel excited. After all, the 7 treasures jewel pagoda was only a damaged top-grade immortal artifact, while the 7 orifices jewel sword was a perfect top-grade immortal artifact. To be more precise, it was originally a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than a top-tier celestial weapon. However, due to the loss of its soul, it was only comparable to a top-tier celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian did not use any technique at all. He merely infused his eminent celestial energy into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Sword rays shot out from the tip of the sword and tore through space, leaving terrifying rifts in the void. After all, if it was an ordinary celestial sword, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tear through space. This sword seems extraordinary. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise when she saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand after Duan Lingtian put it away. Of course, it's extraordinary. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood after obtaining a divine weapon. When he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words, he smiled faintly and said, "This sword of mine is considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. Do you think it's ordinary?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. However, Tang Xiaoxiao was still in a daze when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. This was because she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Was it considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms? Was it not a top celestial supreme treasure? Tang Xiaoxiao was a member of the Tang sect, and the Tang sect had a long history in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, she knew a lot about top celestial supreme treasures. In the legends of Yanhuang realm, there were many top immortal supreme treasures, but they were all legendary existences. Tang Xiaoxiao had never seen or heard of any forces in Yanhuang realm possessing an immortal supreme treasure of such level. However, Duan Lingtian had just told her that it was a top celestial supreme treasure. The seemingly transparent 3-feet-long blade in his hand was actually a legendary supreme treasure of immortals? Are you telling the truth? After a long while, Tang Xiaoxiao finally regained her senses and asked in shock, "Why would I lie to you?" Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. With just a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand melted into a puddle of water and disappeared into the sword-shaped scar on his palm. It was as though it had never been there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the 7 orifices exquisite sword's presence. It was as though it had merged with his body. "I forgot. Senior Xianxia left this sword for you." After calming down, Tang Xiaoxiao recalled the origin of the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Xianxia, a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land, had left it for Duan Lingtian before he left. In front of Senior Xianxia, even those who came from the Divine Offering Land like Senior Xianxia, who looked down on the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With Senior Xianxia's means, it's not surprising that he left you a top celestial supreme treasure. A hint of envy could be seen in Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a top celestial supreme treasure. Who would not want it? The Divine Offering Land. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. The words "world of divine offering" were like a thorn in his heart that was difficult to remove. "I'm sorry." When Tang Xiaoxiao saw Duan Lingtian had fallen silent and his expression darkened, it was not difficult for her to guess that Duan Lingtian must have recalled something unpleasant. Therefore, she could not help but apologize. She had heard about Duan Lingtian's past from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had buried the pain in the depths of his heart. When she mentioned the Divine Offering Land, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt into Duan Lingtian's wound. "It's fine." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His expression softened slightly as he shook his head. "There are some things that I can't help but think about even if no one says it. If I blame you, it would be akin to burying my head in the sand." Although Tang Xiaoxiao's emotions had fluctuated greatly earlier, she did not say anything. After all, it was his own fault. Duan Lingtian did not blame Tang Xiaoxiao. "I believe you'll be strong enough to gain the approval of your wife's father and reunite with her after 1,000 years. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as though she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the change in Tang Xiaoxiao's expression. "I'm afraid I'll have to leave the mundane realm before you do." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then, his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. Your celestial ascension force. Is it coming? I sensed it. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and sighed. I didn't expect the celestial ascension force to come in less than 10 years after I passed the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid I'll have to leave this time. This is a good thing. Why do you sound like you're going to be tortured? Duan Lingtan shook his head with a smile on his face. Duan Ling, no matter when we meet again, I'll never forget that my life belongs to you. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly as she looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. You don't have to say that again. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words, he immediately denied it. Your life is yours, not mine. As for killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, I was merely helping my friend. I didn't intend to gain anything from it. I, Duan Lingtian, always do as I please. So you don't owe me anything. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression on his face when he finished speaking. Boom. Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth to say something, a deafening sound that sounded like a bolt from the blue tore through the sky and swept across the land. This is the celestial ascension force? As soon as the thunderous sound rang in the air, Duan Lingtian vaguely sensed something. A seemingly invincible force went through him and enveloped Tang Xiaoxiao, making her fly. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a flash before his eyes. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao was shrouded by the ray of light, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiaoxiao disappeared along with it. She ascended just like that? From the moment the celestial ascension force appeared and brought Tang Xiaoxiao away, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so quick that Duan Lingtian was unable to react in time. It was not that he was slow, but the celestial ascension force had appeared too quickly. I hope you'll be fine in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian only treated Tang Xiaoxiao as an ordinary friend, they had been together for quite some time. He could not help but feel a little sad that Tang Xiaoxiao was leaving so suddenly. All good things must come to an end. I hope we'll meet again in the Devata realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and continued to follow the jade token Xianxia left behind. The Crimson Sky Kingdom? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Chapter 2560. In general, Duan Lingtian's hometown in this life was the Saint Province realm. In general, it was the Debussyi Subterranean, the Cloud Continent, the 10 Great Dynasties, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most of his friends and family on the Cloud Continent were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, he came back mainly because he wanted to see his old friends and family. He wanted to take a look at them from afar without disturbing them. However, he did not expect the dark green jade token that Xianxia had left for him would bring him back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom before he could return. Its speed actually slowed down? What surprised Duan Lingtian the most was that after the jade token brought him into the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, its speed actually slowed down, and it became slower and slower. Could it be that the place it's bringing me to is in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was confused. He remembered that after he triggered the message Xianxia had left on the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, Xianxia had told him about the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and the dark green jade token. According to Xianxia, he had obtained the jade token by chance. This jade slip was something he'd obtained by chance. Moreover, when he just obtained this jade slip, there was a message left on the jade slip to remind him. It said, "Don't worry. Only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token." Xianxia had been trying to decipher the secret in the jade token for many years, but to no avail. However, there was one thing Xianxia was certain of. The jade token was not simple. He was not the only one who could not destroy the jade token. Even his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, could not leave a mark on the jade token. I've only met people with 98 heavenly veins in my life, and I've met more than 1 or 2 people with 99 heavenly veins. However, I've never met anyone with 99 heavenly veins. I've never even heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins. This was Xianxia's message. When I first obtained the jade token, I didn't know who left a message on the jade token. It reminded me that only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token. However, I didn't think much of it since I didn't think such a person existed. It was only when I met you that I learned there's someone with 99 heavenly veins in this world. I've never heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms, the Divine Offering Land, or realms similar to the Divine Offering Land. Take your time to uncover the secret in the jade token. Both my elder brother and I think this jade token is extraordinary. Xiajia's message ended there. Although Xiajia's message was Xia's end world, the jade token did not leave a message. The dark green jade slip leading the way was not an ordinary jade slip. There should be some kind of secret hidden in it, and it was not a small secret. Only someone with 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secrets? Why does it sound so far-fetched? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and gradually stopped thinking about it. His attention was completely focused on the jade token that was leading the way for him. Where does it want to take me? Duan Ling Tian followed the jade token all the way forward. The jade token's speed became slower and slower, and he slowed down as well, always following behind the jade token. Fresh Breeze Town is just up ahead. He followed the jade token into Swallow Mountain County, passed by Aurora City, and finally arrived at Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was the starting point for him in this life. It stopped? The jade token suddenly stopped when it was a few dozen miles away from Fresh Breeze Town. Duan Ling Tian did the same when he saw the jade token had stopped. All of a sudden, the jade slip suddenly trembled and fell from the sky as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian followed like a shadow, and he followed the jade token to descend into a desolate mountain range. Although this mountain range was near Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ling Tian had never been here before. He had never even heard of anyone coming here before. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the reason why no one had come here. When he followed the jade slip and landed on the ground, he saw something else. The terrain around this barren mountain range was steep. With the strength of Fresh Breeze Town's cultivators, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to climb over the steep terrain. As for powerful cultivators, they wouldn't stay in the small Fresh Breeze Town. Just like Duan Ling Tian in the past. After he had a certain amount of strength, he left Fresh Breeze Town and went to Aurora City. Water flows downwards and people walk upwards. This was an immutable truth. That is, soon after, Duan Ling Tian followed the jade token and arrived at one of the valleys in the desolate mountain range. At first glance, the valley was completely barren. However, the jade token was hovering above a black rock. Although the black rock's color was darker than the other rocks in the valley, Duan Ling Tian would not have thought there was anything special about it if it was not for the fact that the jade token was hovering above it. It brought me all the way here just to find this stupid rock? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. However, even though he was speechless, Duan Ling Tian still walked up to the black rock and casually picked it up. He wanted to see what was so special about it that made the jade token given to him by Xiajie bring him all the way here. However, just as Duan Ling Tian picked up the black rock, a voice rang in his ears. When this voice entered his ears, it caused him to be dumbstruck again. After a long while, he had a strange expression on his face. The secret of this rock can only be deciphered by someone with 99 heavenly veins. That was the rough meaning of the voice. Third uncle said that when he obtained the jade token, a voice reminded him that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this jade token. Duan Lingtan looked at the jade token hovering in the air before he looked at the black rock in his hand. Now that I've picked up this rock, a voice reminded me that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this rock. Duan Lingtian looked at the black rock with his left eye and right eye, but he could not see anything special about the black rock in his hand. At the very least, there was a layer of mysterious light surrounding the jade token that hovered in the air. With just a glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary object. What was in the black rock in front of him? Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the black rock in his hand with a look of disdain, he was shocked to find that there was something strange about it. At the same time, a layer of profound light similar to the profound light on the jade slip broke out of the black stone's body. In the blink of an eye, the black rock was also surrounded by a layer of mysterious light. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though someone had given him a tight slap. Isn't this slap a little too fast? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Didn't they say that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher their secret? I'm a person with 99 heavenly veins. Why can't I decipher their secret? As Duan Lingtian spoke in bewilderment, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the floating jade token. However, at the instant Duan Lingtian grabbed the jade token in his hand, an unexpected event occurred. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was the first thought that popped into his mind. The moment he stretched out his other hand to grab the jade slip, a wave of power gushed out from both the jade slip and the black stone, surging into his left and right hands respectively. It made him feel as though he was being electrocuted. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the energy in the jade token was flowing out. The energy from the black rock in his left hand and the dark green jade token in his right hand were flowing directly into his saint veins. It was as though they wanted to flow through all the saint veins in his body. What happened next confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The two energies quickly flowed through all 99 saint veins in his body. After that, the two completely different energies strangely merged together. They actually merged together? Throughout the entire process, even if Duan Lingtian could control the energy in his body, he could not stop the energies from the black rock and the dark green jade token. Wherever they passed, the energy in Duan Lingtian's body could not interfere at all. Even Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the gap between the energy in his body and the two mysterious energies at this moment. Just as Duan Lingtian discovered that the two mysterious energies had merged together, he could not help but feel uneasy. He was afraid that something strange would happen. Then he realized. The merged energy split into two and flowed into his left and right hands, respectively flowing into the jade token and the rock. It's finally gone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this fused power would run amok in his body. Who knew what it would do to him? Just as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he was stunned to see, whether it was the black rock in his left hand or the dark green jade token in his right hand, they were both glowing brightly and extending a pushing force that pushed his clenched hands apart and spread them out. Then, they left his hands and rose into the air. What are they doing? The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw. The black rock and the dark green jade token that had left his hands glowed brightly again, as though they had turned into two blazing suns. Chapter 2561. The black stone and the dark green jade slip suddenly collided. This scene caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. However, when the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided with each other, the scene of Mars colliding with Earth that Duan Lingtian expected did not appear. Not only did they not make any sound when they collided, it was even silent. This is... Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, after the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided, they seemed to soften and intertwined with each other. In the end, they completely fused together in a very strange way, fusing into one. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned. And just at the moment when Duan Lingtian was stunned, the fused black stone and dark green jade slip suddenly burst out with a strong light that was even stronger than the scorching sun at noon. It was so dazzling that Duan Lingtian subconsciously closed his eyes. Before he could open his eyes, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic and heavy aura hit him in the face, directly and fiercely sending him flying. This aura was also mixed with waves of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. Once it hit Duan Lingtian's body, it seemed to imprison Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to mobilize the strength in his body to resist this aura, but he could not. Wah! At the same time that he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian only felt a monstrous force hit his chest like a heavy hammer, causing his internal organs to tremble, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance, Duan Lingtian found that he could barely mobilize the strength in his body and stabilize his body. Whew! The moment he stabilized his body and came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian subconsciously shouted angrily, thinking that someone was sneaking up on him. However, when he looked carefully, he found that, in front of his eyes, there was nothing but a metallic object that had appeared out of nowhere not far in front of him. What about the stone and the jade slip? Duan Lingtian wanted to find the stone and the jade slip, but he found that they were nowhere to be found. After the two merged with each other, it was as if they suddenly disappeared. That was until he vaguely sensed that a familiar yet unfamiliar aura was gradually fading away from the metallic object in front of him that had appeared at some point in time. Only then did he realize what was going on. This metal piece is the product of the fusion of the black stone and the dark green jade slip that sent me flying? Because the aura on the metal piece was exactly the same as the aura that blasted him away just now, it was not difficult for him to guess this point. After a while, Duan Lingtian found that the aura on the surface of the metal piece was completely converged. What the hell is going on? The jade slip that third uncle gave me, why did it fuse with that stone? Furthermore, they fused together into something that looks like a piece of metal. When the metal piece's aura was completely converged, and it was surrounded by an even deeper mysterious light, Duan Lingtian flew out and tentatively approached it. After finding that it had no intention of attacking him, he carefully reached out and held it in his hand. At this time, Duan Lingtian began to seriously look at the metal piece that was wrapped in mysterious light in his hand. This seems to be a broken piece of metal. Only one side of the metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand was flat, and the other three sides were bumpy. It wasn't hard to see that this iron-like thing seemed to have been forcefully broken off from something. It's quite thick. Weighing the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could not help but murmur, "Also, I don't know where the words on it are from, but they're so obscure. Also, it's not just the words, even the pictures on it are difficult to tell what kind of pictures they are." Holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the ancient aura that was inadvertently emitted from it. This aura seemed to be telling him that it had existed for a very long time. What the hell is this? Looking at the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked left and right, but he could not tell what this metal piece was. However, there's one thing I'm sure of, this thing is not simple. What a joke! If this thing was simple, it would not have been able to send him flying and injure him with just its aura. Most importantly, this was not the case. This incomplete piece of metal was the product of the fusion of the mysterious jade token Xianxia from the divine offering land had given him and something else. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the other item, he could tell it was not an ordinary item. Nonsense. If it was an ordinary item, why would the mysterious jade slip given to him by Xianxia bring him all the way here? Let's see, what the hell is this? With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness with the intention of merging it with the broken metal piece in his hand to investigate it. However, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the broken metal piece, he was shocked to discover something. At this moment, the words and pictures on the broken metal piece seemed to have come to life. Moreover, they were emitting a strange and unfathomable energy. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how he tried to merge his divine consciousness with it, it was completely devoured. From the beginning until the end, although Duan Lingtian had continuously extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the broken metal piece, he did not discover anything useful. In fact, it could be said that he did not discover anything at all. This was because as soon as his divine consciousness got close to the broken metal piece, it would be devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. What the hell is this thing? In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to stop merging his divine consciousness with the broken metal piece. He hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the broken metal piece in his hand fearfully. It was as though he was looking at a scourge. Now that he was holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was holding a hot potato. The divine consciousness originates from the soul. Since it can devour divine consciousness so easily, I wonder if it can devour soul attacks as easily. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's soul trembled. He immediately launched a soul attack at the broken metal piece. The scene from before replayed itself. The moment Duan Lingtian's soul attack came into contact with the broken metal piece, it was devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. It was completely useless. As expected, it can devour soul attacks. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His gaze when he looked at the broken metal piece had changed completely. There was no longer fear in his eyes, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. With this broken metal piece, I won't have to fear the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in this mundane realm. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Although his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial, the broken metal piece could easily devour the broken metal piece. However, since the defective metal piece could easily devour his soul attack, it would not feel any pressure even if it devoured the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. After all, one of the things that formed the broken metal piece was given to him by Xianxia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Even Xianxia felt that this thing was not simple. Therefore, it would not be difficult for the incomplete piece of iron, which was formed by the fusion of two other things, to devour the soul attack of a 9th tribulation loose immortal who had mastered the soul-gathering embodiment technique. For this reason, Duan Lingtian looked at the broken metal piece in his hand as though it was a treasure. This broken metal piece definitely has more than just the ability to devour divine consciousness and soul attacks. It must have many other secrets. However, with my current strength, I don't know what other secrets it has. Duan Lingtian could tell the broken metal piece in his hand was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from that, the appearance of this broken metal piece must have something to do with the 99 saint veins in my body as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and recalled what had happened when he held the black stone and the dark green jade token in his hand. At that time, the black stone and the dark green jade token had each released a surge of energy that entered his body. After that, the two surges of energy traveled through the 99 saint veins in his body before they merged together. I remember when the two surges of energy traveled through the 98 saint veins in my body, they did not show any signs of merging until they had traveled through the 99 saint veins. It is precisely because they fused together that the black stone and the dark green jade slip fused together to form this incomplete piece of metal. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the defective metal piece in his hand. In other words, this was the broken metal piece. The broken metal piece was formed when the black stone and the dark green jade token merged together through the 99 saint veins in his body. Saint veins were known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Now that I've deciphered the secrets of the dark green jade token and the black stone, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even though we've deciphered the secrets of the jade strip and the stone, we still have to deal with the secrets of the incomplete metal piece. I don't know where this incomplete piece of metal came from. But one thing is for sure. The thing that left this incomplete piece of metal is definitely not ordinary. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. In any case, I've gained quite a lot this time. With this broken metal piece, even if a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, I won't have to wait helplessly for my death. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Chapter 2562. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial attacked first, even if Duan Lingtian could kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be able to block the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial's soul attack. This was because one could not use one's own energy to block a soul attack. To a certain extent, the latter could only be considered as a material attack. It was completely different from a soul attack. There would never be any intersection between the two. But now, Duan Ling Tian possessed that mysterious and unfathomable defective metal piece, and it was different. Even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique tried to attack him, he could still take out the defective metal piece at lightning speed and block the soul attack. He would let the defective metal piece absorb the soul attack. In that case, his opponent's soul attack would not even be able to touch him. Third uncle? Thank you. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and slowly regained his senses. He looked up at the sky and expressed his gratitude to Xianxia, the powerhouse from the divine offering land. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon that Xianxia had left for him. Although it no longer had the might of a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although Xianxia did not give him the defective metal piece directly, it was indirectly given to him by Xianxia. If it was not for the dark green jade token, he would not have been able to find the black stone, let alone merge the two to form the defective metal piece. I wonder how they're doing now. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. When Duan Ling Tian gradually regained his senses, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered he was near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. He flew up and headed to Fresh Breeze Town as soon as possible. When he saw that the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town was thriving and that the old friends of the Li family were doing well, the smile on his face became even more radiant. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town, he went to Aurora City, Swallow Mountain County's county city, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Seeing that his old friends were doing well, he didn't want to disturb their peaceful lives and left quietly. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Ling Tian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the 7-Star Sword Sect. The 7-Star Sword Sect was the first sect he'd entered in this lifetime, and he had extremely deep feelings for it. This sect had even been exterminated in the past. But under his hard work, the 7-Star Sword Sect was finally rebuilt, and it developed very well to become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who would have thought? The inconspicuous purple-clad young man who had entered the 7-Star Sword Sect a few decades ago had become invincible in the entire Saint Province realm after a few decades. Looking back, several decades have already passed. Several decades, the times have changed, the world has changed. As he stood in the sky above the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion before silently leaving. After leaving the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Ling Tian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After visiting a few old friends, he finally left the 10 Great Dynasties district and Cloud Continent and returned to the Debussy Subterranean. Rip. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian tore a hole in the void and disappeared from the Debussy Subterranean in just a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After arriving in the upper province, the first thing he did was to go to Sin City in the central province to meet his old friends. Huang Qi-ling, a disciple of the Human Devil clan's Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who had acknowledged him as his master. Brother Ling Tian, congratulations. When Huang Qi-ling saw Duan Ling Tian again, although he knew Duan Ling Tian would not dislike him just because of his current strength and status, he could not help but feel a little restrained. This was a subconscious feeling. After all, Duan Ling Tian was no longer the same person he used to be. Currently, no one would refute Duan Ling Tian's claim that he was the strongest person in the Saint Province realm. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. Then he looked at Huang Qi-ling and asked, "How are you? Have you been well all these years?" Huang Qi-ling was moved when he saw Duan Ling Tian still cared about him. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Yuan Haochen who was standing next to Huang Qi-ling and greeted him with a faint smile on his face. Palace Master Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Master, you can just call me Little Chen. I don't dare to be called Palace Lord in front of you. I don't dare to be called that. Yuan Haochen was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees when he heard Duan Lingang calling him Yuan Haochen. Where's Huang Wenjing? She didn't come? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise as he looked behind Yuan Haochen and Huang Qi-ling. Sister Wenjing? She's in closed-door cultivation recently, Huang Qi-ling said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could not tell Duan Lingtian that Huang Wenjing did not come to Sin City because she did not want to see Duan Lingtian with his wife. Duan Lingtian, Huang Qiling, and Yuan Haochen caught up with each other for a while before he left Sin City. He gave each of them a keepsake so they could ask for help from the Phoenix clan. Then, he left Sin City and prepared to leave the Saint Province realm. The last time he went to the Phoenix clan, he gave them 2 celestial supreme treasures. The entire Phoenix clan also regarded him as a benefactor who had given them a new lease on life. Moreover, they gave him many feathers that were very precious to the members of the Phoenix clan as tokens. The Phoenix clan promised, in the future, if anyone brings a feather to the Phoenix clan will treat them like Duan Lingtian and will help them without any hesitation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had given Huang Qiling and Yuan Haochen 2 feathers that were extremely precious to the members of the Phoenix clan. The Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he left the Saint Province realm and came to the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone again. Duan Lingtian found someone from Yanhuang realm and asked him to show him the way back to Yanhuang realm. Brother Xian Yuanji and Su Li should have left the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone and returned to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, right? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian took out the violet gold order token that Xian Yuanji had given him and asked it to show him the way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. The Yellow the Arch Mansion was a very low-key force in Yanhuang realm. Most people would not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was even if they had heard of it. I've become a celebrity in Yanhuang realm? On his way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, Duan Lingtian heard many rumors about him. These rumors revolved around how he had killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people thought the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion had died unjustly. If the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he could have killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Duan Lingtian only smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. He knew the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe him. Therefore, he had waited patiently for the old ancestor to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would have killed the old ancestor before the old ancestor could react. Even if the old ancestor knew he was only an eminent celestial, it would be impossible for the old ancestor to use a soul attack on him. How much longer do I have to travel? A month later, Duan Lingtian was still on his way. Since he did not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was, Duan Lingtian could not use the interstellar transporting formations between galaxies. He could only use the token given to him by the Yellow the Arch Mansion to travel through space. Even after traveling at full speed for a month, he still had not arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. With his current speed, he could travel from the remote Milky Way to the Kost Galaxy in a month's time. After traveling for another 2 months, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Although the Yellow the Arch Mansion was a reclusive force, as one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm, it still controlled a relatively large galaxy. Under the guidance of the violet gold token, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's home planet in the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion blocked his path. Who are you? Why have you come to the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate? The leader of the patrol asked as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. What's the matter? I'm Duan Lingtian. I'm here to look for old brother Xian Yuanji. May I know if old brother Xian Yuanji has returned from the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone? Duan Lingtian asked politely. After all, he was here to look for someone, not to cause trouble. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion widened their eyes in unison. It was apparent they were shocked as well. The leader of the patrolling disciples was the first to react. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. Purple, young, and handsome. These were the characteristics of the legendary Duan Lingtian. Is that a violet gold token? Soon after, the leader of the patrolling disciples saw the token in Duan Lingtian's hand and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with passion. He bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. "Greetings, Lord Duan Ling. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingen. Greetings, Lord Duan Ling." Chapter 2563. Lord Duan Lingen, our old ancestor, said that if you came, we should immediately invite you in to see him. The captain of the Archmansion's patrol team stood in front of Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian respectfully, he quickly made an inviting gesture to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the patrol leader into the inner mansion of the Xianyuan mansion. "Brother Lingtian." Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the inner mansion of the Archmansion, he heard a familiar voice in front of him. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and saw an old figure flying toward him. It was none other than Xianyuan, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of the Archmansion whom he had met once in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Xianyuan flew over from afar. Beside him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was tall and had a jade-like face. Between his brows, he exuded a dignified aura, and his body seemed to constantly emit waves of dignified aura. The mansion master of Xianyuan Mansion? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. He should be the mansion master of the Archmansion. Duan Lingtian had heard about the mansion master of the Archmansion from Xianxia. However, he only knew the mansion master was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. In terms of strength, the mansion master was second only to the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Archmansion. "Brother." Duan Lingtian greeted Xianyuan with a smile when he saw Xianyuan appearing before him in just a blink of an eye. It was not difficult for him to realize that. At this moment, the way Xianyuan looked at him was completely different from the way he looked at him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Furthermore, Xianyuan had changed the way he addressed him from little brother Lingtian to brother Lingtian. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, he was no longer the same person he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Most importantly, all the forces in Yanhuang realm were aware of what Duan Lingtian had done in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian was now famous in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, under such circumstances, Xianyuan's attitude towards him had changed. In his opinion, it was a very normal thing. "Greetings, old ancestor and mansion master." At this moment, the leader of the Archmansion's patrol squad who led the way for Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He hastily bowed respectfully at Xianyuan and the dignified middle-aged man who had just arrived. The way the patrol captain addressed Xianyuan and Xianyuan made Duan Lingtian realize he was right. The middle-aged man was indeed the mansion. "You may take your leave." Xianyuan nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man standing next to Xianyuan, the mansion master of the Archmansion, immediately said to the leader of the patrol team, "The old ancestor and I will entertain Lord Lingtian here." Even the mansion master of the Archmansion, an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord Duan Lingtian. Based on this, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of the mansion master of the Archmansion. In fact, he was even stronger than most 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Lingtian would be able to easily defeat Duan Lingtian. Unless a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique attacked Duan Lingtian by surprise and killed Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian had mastered a peculiar technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Yes. The Archmansion's patrol captain left respectfully. Before he turned around, he glanced at Duan Lingtian's back. The respect in his eyes deepened. After all, Even the mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. I'm mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion, Xianyuan Zheng. After the Yellow the Archmansion's patrol captain left, he bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. He did not regard Duan Lingtian as an eminent celestial at all. He regarded Duan Lingtian as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was not affected by the fact that the person who bowed to him was the mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion. After all, with his current strength, he was qualified to receive such treatment. Brother Lingtian, let's talk in the main hall. Xianyuan Ji called out to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then, Mansion Master Xianyuan Zheng personally led Duan Lingtian and Xianyuan Ji to the main hall in the inner mansion of Yellow the Archmansion. After entering the main hall, Xianyuan Zheng and Xianyuan Ji led Duan Lingtian to the main seat. If news of Duan Lingtian killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion had not spread, he would not have received such treatment even if Xianyuan Ji thought highly of him. After all, when they were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, although Xianyuan Ji thought Duan Lingtian was strong, he did not think Duan Lingtian was as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Xianyuan Ji knew his own strength. If he really fought with Duan Lingtian, the one who died in the end would definitely be him. Although he was confident he was stronger than the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, he knew he was not much stronger. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's position in Xianyuan Ji's heart was much higher than before. Brother Lingtian, my elder brother is in closed-door cultivation recently, so he couldn't come with me to welcome you. I hope you won't blame him for this, Brother Lingtian. Xianyuan Ji said apologetically as soon as he sat next to Duan Lingtian. His elder brother was Xianyuan Rui, the old ancestor of Xianyuan Mansion. He was also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I really didn't expect Brother Lingtian to have done such a shocking thing in Yanhuang Realm while I was still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It has been a long time since a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial has died in Yanhuang Realm. After apologizing, Xianyuan Ji couldn't help but sigh. When he had first returned to Yanhuang Realm, he had heard about Duan Lingtian's feats and was shocked. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. Xianyuan Ji shook his head. The reason no 9 tribulation bodiless celestials have died in Yanhuang Realm for a long time is not because there are few disputes between 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, but because none of them can do anything to each other. Take that 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion for example. If I were to fight him, I would only be able to defeat him after 100 moves. Brother Lingtian, the fact that you're able to kill him means you're standing at the peak of the mundane realm. A hint of respect could be seen in Xianyuan Ji's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was enough to earn the respect of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial like him. There's always someone better than you. Stand at the peak of the mundane realm? I don't dare to say that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Who knew if there were celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms in the mundane realm? After all, celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could travel back to the mundane realm from the Devata realms. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to chat with Xianyuan Ji for a while. During this time, not only did Xianyuan Zheng, the mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion, not interrupt, but he even stood quietly at the side and poured tea for Duan Lingtian and Xianyuan Ji. Brother, is Su Li here? After chatting with Xianyuan Ji for a while, Duan Lingtian remembered Su Li who had left with Xianyuan Ji. At that time, Su Li had already become the interim elder of Yellow the Archmansion. In other words, he had come to the Yellow the Archmansion for Su Li. He wanted to see his good friend again before he ascended. Sush. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xianyuan Ji's expression changed drastically. Even Xianyuan Zheng, the mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion, who was standing at the side, dropped the teapot in his hand when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Su Li?" Duan Lingtian was not stupid. When he saw Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzheng's reaction, he realized something was amiss. His expression changed immediately. "Sush." Duan Lingtian rose to his feet and stared at Xian Yuanji gloomily. "Brother, what happened to Su Li?" "Brother Lingtian, I didn't take good care of Elder Su Li." Xian Yuanji smiled wryly with a guilty expression on his face. "What happened?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed coldly as he raised his voice. "Lord Duan Lingtian, you can't blame the old ancestor for this. It's all because the two fellows from the Gongsun family coveted your technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as soon as Elder Su Li returned to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, they came to our mansion and injured the old ancestor before taking Elder Su Li away. They wanted to use Elder Su Li to threaten you and force you to hand over the technique." At this moment, Xian Yuanzheng explained, "Since the other old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch Mansion is at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation, we didn't disturb him. Moreover, this closed-door cultivation is closely related to the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation that he's about to face. However, even if he made a move, he might not be able to stop the two old fellows from the Gongsun family. After all, one of the old fellows from the Gongsun family is so strong that he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm." Xian Yuanzheng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The Gongsun family. Chapter 2564. This was not the first time that Duan Lingtian had heard of the Gongsun family. Previously, when he was traveling to the Milky Way with Tang Xiaoxiao from the Cost Galaxy, he had talked to her about the top forces in Yanhuang realm, including the Gongsun family. During that period of time, he had also learned from Tang Xiaoxiao. The Gongsun family was one of the first-tier forces in Yanhuang realm. They were as famous as the Yellow the Arch Mansion. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than top forces like Mount Huagua and the Celestial Masters sect. Like the Yellow the Arch Mansion, the Gongsun clan had 2 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials, no less than 5 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials, and even more 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. More importantly, one of the 2 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from the Gongsun clan was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. "I heard that the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by the old ancestor of your Yellow the Arch Mansion, Gongsun Xianyuan?" A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he asked, his lightning-like gaze landed on Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzheng, as if he wanted to get confirmation from them. "Yes." Xian Yuanji nodded and continued, "I don't know when it started, but the forces left behind by the ancestors split into 2. They became sworn enemies and fought endlessly. Those who were originally of the same lineage also became sworn enemies. In the end, they were divided into the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan clan. One of them was surnamed Gongsun, while the other was surnamed Xianyuan. Moreover, it's not limited to the mundane realms. Even the Devata realms are divided into the Gongsun clan and the Yellow the Arch Mansion. It's said that the conflict between the Yellow the Arch Mansion and the Gongsun clan is even more intense in the Devata realms. There are people who are killed every day. However, those who emerge victorious, regardless of whether they're from the Gongsun clan or the Yellow the Arch Mansion, will be personally nurtured by the old ancestor. When Xian Yuanji mentioned Gongsun Xianyuan, the old ancestor of Yellow the Arch Mansion, a hint of respect could be heard in his voice. To a certain extent, Gongsun Xianyuan was the faith of everyone in the Xianyuan mansion and the Gongsun family. In that case, to a certain extent, the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan mansion was also tacitly approved by your common ancestor, Gongsun Xianyuan? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. It wasn't difficult to guess this. You could say that. Xian Yuanji nodded. As expected of the Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Xianyuan. To think that he would use such a method to train the younger generation. How bold. Previously, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao, the 3-legged golden crow, had told him that the Yellow Emperor of Yanhuang planet, Gongsun Xinyuan, was not only a genius sword cultivator, but he had also become an overlord after ascending to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the Gongsun clan and the Xinyuan mansion were the main culprits. It was highly likely that Gongsun Xinyuan was the one who had orchestrated the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Xinyuan mansion. His purpose was to train the younger generation so that he could personally train the younger generation. After all, he had limited time and energy. It was impossible for him to personally train all the younger generation. It doesn't matter if the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by Gongsun Xinyuan or not. Since they dare to covet the sovereign heart sword that I possess and even captured my friend to threaten me, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything to me. They'll have to pay the price for this. A terrible price. Duan Lingtian muttered inwardly as the coldness in his eyes rose again. It was so intense that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees in just an instant. Brother, where's the Gongsun clan? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Xian Yuanji. It seemed as though he was about to attack the Gongsun clan. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed prepared to kill his way to the Gongsun clan and rescue Su Li after finding out the location of the Gongsun clan. He wanted the Gongsun clan to pay a heavy price for their actions. Brother Lingtian. Xian Yuanji did not seem surprised by Duan Lingtian's reaction. After a moment of silence, he said, I know you're not weak. With your ability to steal celestial supreme treasures and kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm sure you're strong. However, the Gongsun clan is not to be underestimated as well. Let's take the Gongsun clan's strongest person for example. Not only is he a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he's also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In other words, he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks. Perhaps, before he took Elder Su Li away from the Yellow the Arch Mansion, he might not have taken any precautions against you. In fact, you might have killed him with a sneak attack before he could cast a soul attack on you. However, after he took Elder Su Li away, he'll definitely be wary of you. You won't have a chance to attack him before he casts a soul attack on you. Xian Yuanji advised Duan Lingtian patiently. At the same time, he told Duan Lingtian one thing. The Gongsun clan's strongest person in Yanhuang realm had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and was capable of casting soul attacks. Thank you for your reminder, brother. However, I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Xian Yuanji's patient advice. He said nonchalantly, Brother, if you have a star map that covers the galaxies where the Yellow the Arch Mansion and the Gongsun clan are located, please give me a copy. Brother Lingtian, are you serious? Xian Yuanji's eyes widened as he asked uncertainly, one of the old men from the Gongsun clan is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. So what? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about whether the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. When Xian Yuanji saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, it seemed as though he was not afraid of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Xian Yuanji began to suspect something. Duan Lingtian must have something to rely on. However, Xian Yuanji did not know what Duan Lingtian's trump card was. Since you've made up your mind, Brother Lingtian, I'll go with you. Xian Yuanji said, no matter what, Elder Su Li was abducted by the 2 old men from the Gongsun clan right under my nose. Xian Yuanji's eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was going to devour someone. Since the Gongsun clan had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, they were considered the strongest force in Yanhuang realm. The galaxy ruled by the Gongsun clan was called the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. It was much larger than any of the galaxies Duan Lingtian had been to in Yanhuang realm. It was at least twice as large as the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy was much denser than the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Brother Lingtian, This is the galaxy where the Gongsun clan is located, the mystic ancient galaxy. At the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy, Xianxia, who had just entered the mystical ancient galaxy with Duan Ling Tian, explained the situation to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he looked at the galaxy before him. He had heard from Xianxia that the mystic ancient galaxy did not exist in the mystic ancient galaxy. The Xian celestial system where the Gongsun family lived had no interstellar teleportation formation. Whether it was an outsider coming to the Xian celestial system or a member of the Gongsun family wanting to leave the Xian celestial system, they had to travel through space with their physical body to enter or leave the Xian celestial system. The reason the Gongsun clan did this was to make the mystic ancient galaxy more independent and easier to manage. Who's there? Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia stopped at the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy. They were about to enter the mystical ancient galaxy and head to the planet where the Gongsun family's base was when a voice rang in the air. It was as though thunder had struck their ears. Swoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia like a ghost. Although the figure was like a ghost, it could not hide from Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia's eyes. Even before the figure appeared, they could tell it was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. Xianxia? His expression changed drastically when he saw Xianxia standing next to Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious he did not expect to see a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow the Archmansion, one of the 2 old ancestors of Yellow the Archmansion, here. He was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan and held a high position in the clan. However, he was nothing in front of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like Xianxia. Who are you? Do you know me? Xianxia asked in surprise as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. I'm an elder from the Gongsun clan. I was fortunate enough to meet you once, senior. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said nervously. At the same time, he regretted his decision to show up. He had planned to leave the mystic ancient galaxy and head to another galaxy. Just as he was about to leave the mystical ancient galaxy, he noticed 2 people sneaking around the periphery of the galaxy. For this reason, he instinctively showed himself to show off his superiority as an elder of the Gongsun family and a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Alas, he did not expect he would end up kicking a steel plate. If he had known one of the 2 people was one of the ancestors of the Yellow the Archmansion, he would not have come even if he was given 100 guts. You're from the Gongsun clan. Chapter 2565. Yes, yes. Faced with Xianxia's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, Senior, my name is Gongsun Yun. I'm an elder of the Gongsun family. I heard that your Gongsun family moved to another planet 300 years ago. Now take us there. Take me there, Xianxia said indifferently as he looked at Gongsun Yun. Although Xianxia's voice was indifferent, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Gongsun Yun's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to refuse Xianxia's order. If he refused, who knew if the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion would kill him or not? Although he was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Gongsun family, if Xianxia killed him, the Gongsun family would not be able to avenge him even if they wanted to. After all, even the strongest supreme elder in the Gongsun family would not be able to kill Xianxia. Under Gongsun Yun's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia soon arrived at the planet where the Gongsun family's estate was located. It was a blue planet. With just a glance, one could tell the planet had a good environment. It was similar to Earth, but it was at least 10 times bigger than Earth. Senior, the Gongsun family's estate is on this planet. Gongsun Yun looked at Xianxia anxiously and asked, Can I leave now? Scram, Xianxia said indifferently. Xianxia said indifferently. Gongsun Yun also left as though he was running for his life. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia's eyes. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Xianxia was about to ask Duan Ling Tian what he was going to do next when Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in his ears. Bring Su Li out in 15 minutes. If I don't see Su Li in 15 minutes, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the Gong Sun family. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, not only did it enter Xian Yuanji's ears, but it also shocked him. Even the people on the planet ahead could hear Duan Lingtian's voice. The commotion broke out instantly. The entire planet was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian? Is he the Duan Lingtian who broke into the Heavenly Wave Mansion and killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Apart from that Duan Lingtian, who else would be so arrogant to the point of saying he's going to annihilate the Gong Sun family? The Gong Sun family is one of the strongest forces in Yen Huang realm. One of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gong Sun family is widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm. Isn't Duan Lingtian seeking death by coming to the Gong Sun clan openly? I don't think so. After all, Duan Lingtian is capable of killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. He even killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere on the planet where the Gong Sun family was based. When they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they could vaguely guess who he was. Duan Lingtian was most likely the person who had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whether it was the planet where the Gong Sun family was based or the other planets in the mystic ancient galaxy, there were not only people from the Gong Sun family, but there were also people from second-rate and third-rate forces in Yen Huang realm as well as some sectless cultivators. Those people were subordinates of the Gong Sun family. While they occupied the cultivation resources of the mysterious ancient star system, they also had to pay a large number of saint stones to the Gong Sun family every once in a while. It was similar to protection fees and rent. It's true that he killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, but don't forget that the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion didn't use a soul attack on him. I've heard about this as well. It's said that Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. Although he's strong and has mastered the technique to steal celestial supreme treasures, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. I can't believe he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he could have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. Many people knew that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial and that the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by Duan Lingtian without knowing that Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. If I'm not mistaken, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, right? You're right. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family is indeed a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family is much stronger than the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Since he's also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, he should be able to take Duan Lingtian down with him if he's prepared. Moreover, as long as he strikes first, he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian with his soul attack without being injured at all. If Duan Lingtian strikes first and kills the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial before the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial can use his soul attack, Duan Lingtian won't be harmed at all. That's true. Similar discussions began to spread on the planet where the Gong Sun family's base was. At this moment, most people were unsure of who would win. If Duan Lingtian fought the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, who would emerge victorious? The only thing they were certain of was that whoever made the first move would be undefeatable. Even if they were undefeatable, they would still be able to take their opponent down with them. That's awkward. I still think the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family will win. If Duan Lingtian sneaked into the Gong Sun family's base and attacked the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family, he might have a chance of winning. However, now that he's here with such fanfare, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family must be prepared. It'll be difficult for him to strike first. I agree. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. How can he be so brainless as to barge in here? Did he forget that he's just an eminent celestial? Gradually, more and more people began to doubt Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was too rash and had alerted the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. In outer space outside the blue planet. Brother Lingtian, you're too rash, aren't you? Xianxia was confused as well. He had thought of many possibilities regarding the beginning of today's matter, but he had never thought that it would be like this. Similarly, he felt Duan Lingtian was too rash. Duan Lingtian had shouted as though he was afraid the Gongsun family would not know he was here. Moreover, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family would definitely be alerted by Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. Rash? Upon hearing Shen Yuanji's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and shrugged indifferently. Perhaps, Duan Ling, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Duan Lingtian shrugged, an old voice rang from the blue planet. Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji were not the only ones who heard the voice. Everyone on the blue planet heard it as well. It's that old man, Gongsun Wentian. Shen Yuanji's eyes widened in anger. If the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to take Su Li away under his watch. It was because this person had also made a move that he failed to protect Su Li. Even if Shen Yuanji's elder brother, Shen Yuanrui, was present, he would not have been able to stop Gongsun Wentian. After all, Gongsun Wentian was much stronger than him and his elder brother. Gongsun Wentian? Upon hearing Shen Yuanji's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Gongsun Wentian, the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Not only had Shen Yuanji mentioned this name to Duan Lingtian, but Tang Xiaoxiao had also mentioned this name before. Duan Lingtian knew Gongsun Wentian was a legend in Yanhuang realm and was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Bush. 2 gusts of wind blew as 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji. To be more precise, there were 3 figures. One of the figures was an old man in a blue robe, and the other figure was an old man in a green robe. In his hand was a young man whose face was pale, whose body was on the verge of collapse, and whose eyelids were slightly drooping. Su Li. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man's condition. He glared at the old man dressed in a green robe and said, "Old man, what did you do to Su Li?" Duan Lingtian. The old man dressed in a green robe said in a hoarse voice. The person in the green-robed old man's hand was none other than Duan Lingtian's good friend, Su Li. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he struggled to open his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Go! Don't bother about me. Go!" Gongsun Wentian. Shen Yuanji's expression darkened as he glared at the old man dressed in a green robe. He said coldly, "How dare you torture Elder Su Li to this extent? Do you think the Archmansion is a pushover? I didn't intend to torture him anyway." The old man dressed in a green robe, Gongsun Wentian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, said nonchalantly, "However, if I didn't seal the energy in his body and torture him, I'm afraid he would have committed suicide by now. This boy is very loyal. He'd rather die than be used by me to threaten his friend." Chapter 2566. Hearing Gongsun Wentian's words, Shen Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and his gaze became even colder, as if it could freeze everything. As for Duan Lingtian, who was standing beside Shen Yuanji, after hearing Gongsun Wentian's words, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. His gaze was still calmly staring at Gongsun Wenin. 3. The fastest, it was as if his emotions weren't affected by Gongsun Wentian's words at all. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. He stared at Gongsun Wenin calmly. It was as if Gong Sun Wendian was the only person left in his world. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Gong Sun Wendian, who seemed to have everything under control, couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he met Duan Lingtian's calm gaze. Today, before he appeared here, he was confident in his victory. He felt that he could definitely use Su Li to threaten Duan Lingtian and force him to hand over the method that could seize celestial supreme treasures. However, at this moment, seeing that Duan Lingtian could still remain calm after hearing his words, he faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was only because Duan Lingtian was too calm, so calm that it was somewhat illogical. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If Duan Lingtian was as flustered and exasperated as Xian Yuanji, and looked as if he wanted to tear him into pieces, he wouldn't feel anything. However, it just so happened that Duan Lingtian was staring at him as if nothing had happened. His calm gaze was on Gong Sun Wenyin. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all. He had never seen such a gaze ever since he had become a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Before he became a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he had seen similar gazes in the eyes of those who were stronger than him. That was the gaze of the strong looking down on the weak. When facing the weak, the strong would not be any less delighted. When he faced the weak, he would also involuntarily reveal such a gaze. Deliberately mystifying things. He must be deliberately mystifying things. Although Gong Sun Wenyin had a bad feeling about this, he felt relieved when he saw Su Li in his hand. After all, he still had Su Li in his hand. Even if Duan Lingtian attacked him at all costs, he could still use Su Li as a shield. Even if Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms, he was confident that he could kill Su Li would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian could kill him. With Duan Lingtian's presence, Gong Sun Wendian's would have killed Duan Lingtianus because Duan Lingtian would definitely hesitate to attack unless he wanted Su Li to die. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Duan Lingtian stared at Gong Sun Wendian with a calm expression on his face, time continued to pass. More and more figures began to appear in the surroundings. Initially, these people were from the Gong Sun family who had come to watch the show. Later on, many people from other forces under the Gong Sun family and sectless cultivators arrived as well. He's Duan Lingtian? I've seen the mirror image talisman from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. This person is indeed Duan Lingtian who killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian looks so young. Of course he's young. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? He's not kidding. Duan Lingtian is indeed not even 100 years old. It's said that he's not from Yanhuang realm, but from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. The reason he's here is because he's using the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone as a transit point. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? If that's the case, then he's indeed not even 100 years old. After all, apart from bodiless celestials, only people younger than 100 years old can enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. The people who came to join in the fun, whether they were from the Gong Sun family or the others, were all looking at Duan Lingtian. They began to whisper among themselves as they discussed Duan Lingtian. Are these two the old ancestors of the Gong Sun family who are 9-tribulation bodiless celestials? At the same time, many people's gazes landed on Gong Sun Wendian, who was holding Su Li, and the old man beside him. They're the two old ancestors of the Gong Sun family? Some disciples of the Gong Sun family who had never seen the old ancestors of the Gong Sun family before turned to look at Gong Sun Wenyin and the old man. The two old ancestors of the Gong Sun family are called Gong Sun Hong and Gong Sun Wenyin respectively. Which one of them is the strongest person in Yanhuang realm? Gong Sun Wenyin. It wasn't just those who weren't from the Gong Sun family who were curious about this matter. Even the disciples of the Gong Sun family who couldn't tell which of the two old ancestors of the Gong Sun family was the most powerful being in Yanhuang realm were curious as well. That's old ancestor Wenyin from the Gong Sun family. At this time, many of the Gong Sun family's disciples who had seen Gong Sun Wenyin before and recognized him whispered to those who couldn't recognize Gong Sun Wenyin. Those who did not recognize Gongsun Wenin immediately knew which of the two old men was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wenin. He was the old man who was holding a young man with drooping eyelids and a pale face. The young man's body was swaying unsteadily. Who's that young man in Senior Wentian's hand? Don't tell me it's Su Li whom Duan Lingtian demanded the Gongsun clan to hand over? Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he's asking the Gongsun family to hand over someone called Su Li. If he doesn't see Su Li in 15 minutes, he'll annihilate the Gongsun family. That's exactly what he said. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, many people could guess that the young man in Gongsun Wentian's hand was Duan Lingtian's target. Who knows what's going on? Who's this Su Li? Why is Duan Lingtian looking for him? Based on the situation, I don't think Su Li is from the Gongsun family. Otherwise, the Gongsun family wouldn't have tortured him to this extent. More and more people were confused. They did not know why the Gongsun family's ancestor, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, was holding a young man in his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he was using the young man to threaten Duan Lingtian. These confused people weren't just from the Gongsun family. Even the members of the Gongsun family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? That's right. What's going on? Who's this Su Li? Can someone tell me what's going on? The Gongsun family's disciples looked around in confusion, hoping to learn the truth from the other Gongsun family's disciples who knew what was going on. Soon, some of the members of the Gongsun family who were in the know spoke up, and the bewildered crowd finally understood what was going on. As it turns out, the Gongsun family is interested in Duan Lingtian's technique that allows him to plunder celestial supreme treasures. That's why they captured Duan Lingtian's friend, Su Li, and used him to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I thought Duan Lingtian thought he was strong and wanted to challenge the Gongsun family to make a name for himself. I didn't expect he's only here to save his friend. It's inappropriate for the Gongsun family to do this, isn't it? Many people who were not from the Gongsun family could not help but whisper among themselves after learning the truth. However, they only dared to whisper to each other in a low voice, afraid that they would incur the displeasure of the Gongsun family if they spoke too loudly. Some of the more righteous disciples of the Gongsun family fell silent after learning the truth. Although they did not agree with the actions of the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, they knew their words carried little weight. Even if they voiced their objections, it would not change anything. Naturally, the disciples of the Gongsun family were more excited as they stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. After all, if the Gongsun family obtained Duan Lingtian's technique, they would have a chance to cultivate it in the future. When they thought about how they could easily plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures, they could not help but feel excited. The human heart was greedy to begin with. Otherwise, the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family would not have captured Su Li to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique that allowed him to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gongsun Wentian, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian for about 15 minutes, broke the silence between him and Duan Lingtian. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you've learned about my objective from Xianxia. Today, as long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll teach the Gongsun family the technique that allows you to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures and promise not to oppose the Gongsun family for the rest of your life, I won't kill you. In fact, I can even spare Su Li's life. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you before killing Su Li." Gongsun Wenin looked at Duan Lingtian murderously. "You should know that I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. I can kill you with a soul attack with just a thought. From the moment I appeared until now, I had many chances to kill you. I'm sure you know that as well." Gongsun Wenin continued to say, "Naturally, you can also attack me, but I can guarantee you that Su Li will die before I'm killed by you." Chapter 2567. Hearing Gongsun Wentian's words, those who weren't from the Gongsun clan couldn't help but gasp. Gong Sun Wenin is so ruthless. At this moment, they only felt that Gong Sun Wenin was too ruthless. With just a few words, he had completely blocked Duan Lingtian's path of retreat, leaving him with only two options. The first path was to follow his request and swear on the lightning penalty oath. The second option was to kill Duan Lingtian, even at the cost of his own life. The reason Gong Sun Wentian did this was to obtain Duan Lingtian's divine ability or celestial method that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Ancestor. When the members of the Gong Sun clan heard Gong Sun Wenian threatening Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but be moved. In their opinion, the reason why the old ancestor of the Gong Sun clan had taken such a huge risk to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the method that could rob immortal supreme treasures was definitely for the sake of the Gong Sun clan. He wanted the Gong Sun clan to obtain that method. At this moment, even those disciples of the Gong Sun family who felt that Gong Sun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian were touched. Gong Sun Wenin, you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm. Don't you feel ashamed threatening a young man who's not even 100 years old? When Xian Yuanji heard Gong Sun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian, his face became even more gloomy. He couldn't help but say in exasperation. He had never thought that in order to obtain the technique that Duan Lingtian possessed that could seize immortal supreme treasures, Gong Sun Wenin would risk his life and put his entire fortune on the line. However, no matter how exasperated Xian Yuanji was, Gong Sun Wenin acted as though he did not hear Xian Yuanji's words at all. He continued to stare at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. It was as though Duan Lingtian was completely under his control. Ha! Just as everyone's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian unexpectedly laughed out loud. At this moment, even Xian Yuanji was stunned. Is Brother Lingtian crazy? How could he still laugh at a time like this? What are you laughing at? Gong Sun Wentian's originally calm expression instantly turned gloomy when Duan Lingtian suddenly let out bursts of laughter. The ominous premonition that he had suppressed with great difficulty rose up once again. I'm laughing at your wishful thinking. At this time, Duan Lingtian's laughter also stopped. He casually glanced at Gong Sun Wenin and said indifferently, Su Li is my friend, I know his character. If you use him to threaten me like this, the current him will definitely wish he was dead. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Li. A faint smile appeared on Su Li's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though he was trying to prove that Duan Lingtian was right. You can kill Su Li today. Duan Lingtian stared at Gong Sun Wenin with a cold glint in his eyes. However, if Su Li dies, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the entire Gong Sun clan. Annihilate the entire Gong Sun clan. A commotion broke out as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too arrogant? He still dares to say such arrogant words at a time like this. Why doesn't he think about it? With his soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial, can he withstand the soul attack of the old ancestor of the Gong Sun clan? That's right. Now that Gong Sun Wentian is prepared, even if he can kill Gong Sun Wentian, he'll still die under Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. A soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial is like a newborn baby in front of an adult. If the adult wants to do something to the baby won't be able to resist at all. Does he really think Gong Sun Wentian won't dare to touch him because he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Those who were not from the Gong Sun clan felt Duan Lingtian was boasting again. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to survive if Duan Lingtian and Gong Sun Wentian fought to the death. Both of them would most likely die together. Even if one of them survived, it would most likely be Gong Sun Wentian. How arrogant! He's too arrogant. Duan Lingtian dares to say he's going to annihilate the Gong Sun clan in front of the old ancestor? I think he's tired of living. Does he really think he's invincible just because his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Don't forget his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. He won't be able to withstand a single blow from the old ancestor's soul attack. Does he really intend to perish together with the old ancestor? Most of the members of the Gongsun clan present on the scene thought Duan Ling Tian was too arrogant. Only a few of them who were calmer looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was emitting a cold aura and killing intent. Do you really think I won't dare to touch him? At this moment, Gongsun Wenyan, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words, finally regained his senses. He tightened his grip on Su Li's hand, causing Su Li's face to turn even paler. It seemed as though he would suffocate at any moment. You can touch him, but I'll fulfill my promise. Once Su Li dies, I'll annihilate the Gongsun clan, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His tone turned colder when he spoke, making it difficult for people to doubt his words. So, you really don't intend to hand over the technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Gongsun Wentian's tone turned slightly impatient at this moment. When he brought Su Li along earlier, he felt that he could control everything in his hands, and even Duan Ling Tian would be toyed with in the palm of his hand. However, when he revealed himself, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was not only toyed with by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not toyed with by him. Instead, Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative, causing Gongsun Wenyan to feel extremely passive. Don't you understand human language? Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll kill Su Li now. Gongsun Wentian's eyes flashed coldly as he made a move to kill Su Li. Of course, he didn't really want to kill Su Li, but only wanted to scare Duan Ling Tian and see if Duan Ling Tian was deliberately deceiving him. Whoosh. However, when Gongsun Wentian's palm landed on Su Li's forehead and was about to kill Su Li, he suddenly stopped. You really don't care about Su Li's life? Gongsun Wentian's eyes were filled with disbelief when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be serious and not bluffing. Based on his investigation, Su Li was Duan Ling Tian's best friend. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to ignore Su Li's life. This Duan Ling Tian is actually not deliberately mystifying things? Earlier, the old ancestor almost killed his friend. How could he not do anything about it? It seems like Duan Ling Tian is really going to abandon his friend. However, does he really think he's capable of wiping out the Gongsun clan to avenge his friend? The people present on the scene, whether they were from the Gongsun family or the others, initially thought Duan Ling Tian was just putting on a show. In fact, he still cared about his friend's life and death. It was only when Gongsun Wentian's probing failed that they realized Duan Ling Tian was not putting on a show. I know you won't kill him for real. Faced with Gongsun Wentian's incredulous question, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, You're a cautious person. You won't dare to kill Su Li before you're certain you have the ability to kill me. This is because you're worried that after you kill Su Li, you won't be able to kill me. If that happens, the Gongsun clan will be wiped out. Duan Lingtian's wise eyes landed on Gongsun Wenyan as though he could see through Gongsun Wentian's heart. You know me quite well. Gongsun Wentian's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He felt as though everything he had done was going according to Duan Lingtian's plan. This made him extremely displeased. His eyes gleamed coldly. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Gongsun Wenyan realized that Duan Lingtian was determined not to compromise. Therefore, he no longer held back. With a thought, two beams of light shot out from his eyes. They intertwined and shot toward Duan Lingtian like two dragons playing with a pearl. This was Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Gongsun Wentian's soul attack was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. As long as it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it would immediately attack Duan Lingtian's soul and destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. However, in between the flashes of lightning, whoosh, another voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw a defective metal piece at Gongsun Wentian with a profound hidden weapon technique. It was as though he had predicted Gongsun Wentian's soul attack would be coming at him. Gongsun Wentian's soul attack was blocked by the defective metal piece. Seeing this, Gongsun Wentian could not help but sneer. How can my soul attack be blocked by a mere material attack? You actually want to use material attacks to block Martial Uncle's soul attack? What a joke! Gongsun Hong, the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, could not help but laugh disdainfully. Chapter 2568. A material attack and a soul attack were two completely different types of attacks. A material attack would leave a mark on a person's body or an object. Moreover, the object could be used to defend against the attack. However, a soul attack was different. A soul attack would not leave a mark on a person's body. Even if it killed a person, it would only destroy the person's soul. There would not be any fatal wounds on the surface. Apart from that, a soul attack could ignore most objects. The only exception was if the object was protected by a formation or restriction that countered a soul attack. However, such a formation or restriction would not appear in mundane realms. Only Devata realms would have such a formation or restriction. For this reason, Duan Lingtian merely raised his hand and shot out a defective metal piece to block Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack. In Gongsun Wen Tian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's action was completely unnecessary. This was because he felt his soul attack could easily penetrate the defective metal piece that contained a material attack. Not only would it be able to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body, but it would also be able to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. Gongsun Wen Tian and Gongsun Hong, who were standing next to him, felt the same way. In fact, apart from the 2 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family, even Shen Yuanji, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. That's a soul attack. Brother Lingtian's action is destined to be futile. At this moment, even Shen Yuanji thought to himself, Duan Lingtian is doomed. There's no doubt Duan Lingtian will die. The old ancestor is using a soul attack? Duan Lingtian is seeking death. The old ancestor is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His soul attack is comparable to the soul attack of a peak heavenly celestial in a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. There's no way he can withstand the old ancestor's soul attack. There's a path to heaven, but he refuses to take it, and there's no door to hell. Duan Lingtian is seeking death. The few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family couldn't see the situation clearly, but they could vaguely guess what was going on. They sneered, not believing that Duan Lingtian could survive. This Duan Lingtian actually blocked Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Not only will his efforts be in vain, he will also lose the opportunity to perish together with Gongsun Wenin. I really don't know what he's thinking. Could it be that he really thinks his material attack can withstand Gongsun Wentian's soul attack? There were 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the sectless cultivators present on the scene. They couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Instead of taking the opportunity to perish together with Gongsun Wenian, he had used a material attack to defend against Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. In their opinion, it was destined that material attacks and soul attacks would never come into contact with each other since they were on 2 completely different levels. However, just when the group of 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials thought Duan Lingtian's efforts were in vain, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh, swoosh. In the eyes of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out finally collided with Gongsun Wentian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl. They thought the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out would not even come into contact with Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. This was because the latter, to a certain extent, only existed in an illusory form and did not truly exist. However, when the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out collided with Gongsun Wentian's soul attack, they could not help but widen their eyes in shock and disbelief. This was because they saw Gongsun Wentian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl vanish without a trace when it collided with the defective metal piece. It seemed as though it had been devoured by the defective metal piece. Swoosh. Before the group of people could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian waved his hand casually. The defective metal piece that was flying toward Gongsun Wenian made a turn in the air and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. The soul attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is this all there is to it? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he played with the defective metal piece in his hand. He glanced at Gong Sun Wen Tian coldly. Gasp, 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 gasp. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses. All of them gasped as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of fear and dread in their eyes. This was especially true for Gong Sun Wenian, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun clan who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm. He had not held back when he had cast his soul attack earlier. It had even damaged his soul to a certain extent. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for his soul to recover to its peak. However, Duan Ling Tian was still able to block the soul attack that he had cast in such a manner. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had easily blocked his soul attack. What's that metal piece in his hand? Gong Sun Wenian asked as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Naturally, he could tell Duan Ling Tian was only able to block his soul attack due to the uniqueness of the defective metal piece. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could not help but look at the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand. At first glance, the defective metal piece seemed ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that there were faint traces of light surrounding it. There were strands of faint profound light lingering around the damaged piece of metal. When they subconsciously extended their consciousness and touched the profound light, they felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss and were unable to extricate themselves. There was simply no way to pry into the details of this defective metal piece. No wonder it was able to block Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Brother Ling Tian's defective metal piece is extraordinary. Xian Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Archmansion, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, sighed inwardly as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand. No wonder Brother Ling Tian was so calm from the beginning until the end. It seems like Brother Ling Tian already knew what was going on. Xian Yuanji could not help but smile wryly when he thought about this. If this Brother Ling Tian of his could remind him of all this earlier, he wouldn't have to stand at the side in fear. What's that metal piece in your hand? Gong Sun Wentian's eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. At the same time, he realized the ominous feeling he had earlier was right. Duan Ling Tian was not deliberately mystifying himself. Duan Ling Tian was truly not afraid of Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Gong Sun Wentian could see this as well. As long as Duan Ling Tian still had that thing in his hand, no matter how many soul attacks he launched, he would not be able to hurt Duan Ling Tian at all. Gong Sun Wentian could not help but feel regretful. He should not have coveted Duan Ling Tian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such a passive situation. What's going on? The old ancestor used a soul attack? How could this Duan Ling Tian be fine? Can someone tell me what's going on? Those from the Gongsun clan and those who weren't from the Gongsun clan weren't able to see what had just happened due to their weaker cultivation, so they had no idea what was going on. However, they could vaguely see something. Duan Lingtian had gained the upper hand. When Gong Sun Wentian looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a ferocious beast. It's not just Gong Sun Wentian. Even the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun clan seems to be afraid of Duan Ling Tian as well. Soon after, someone else noticed this as well. An uproar broke out among the crowd. What's going on? Just as the group of people were feeling extremely puzzled by the situation before them, Duan Lingnan, Gong Sun Wenin, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun clan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm, looked at Su Li in his hand as though he was grasping at straws. He threatened Duan Ling Tian. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll never make an enemy of the Gong Sun clan. Otherwise, I'll kill Su Li right now. Gong Sun Wenian glared at Duan Ling Tian with bloodshot eyes. He looked like a trapped beast who was desperately trying to break free. However, Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of Gong Sun Wentian's threat. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Those who did not know better would think he did not care about Su Li's life at all. You can kill Su Li. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. However, if Su Li dies, I'll annihilate the Gongsun clan and kill everyone in the Gongsun clan to accompany him in death. Su Li, you won't blame me, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Su Li, who was still in Gongsun Wentian's hand. Cough, cough. Su Li coughed. Su Li coughed twice. After he caught his breath, an indescribable smile appeared on his face. I don't even have the time to thank you, why would I blame you? With a top-tier force like the Gongsun clan in Yanhuang realm dying with me, I, Su Li, have no regrets. I'm relieved to hear that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Sush. However, as soon as Su Li finished speaking, Gongsun Wentian's expression changed drastically. End of this chapter. Chapter 2569. When Gongsun Wentian discovered Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of his soul attack, he knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would seek revenge on him for holding Su Li hostage. At this time, he could only use Su Li as a shield. However, based on the current situation, it was clear he was naive. Duan Ling Tian had threatened him with the lives of the Gongsun family and threatened to annihilate the Gongsun family if he dared to kill Su Li. If he had known Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of his soul attack, he would have thought Duan Ling Tian was boasting. However, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was not lying. Duan Ling Tian was definitely capable of doing so. Duan Ling Tian, the ancestor of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Xianyuan, is a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He has many powerhouses under his command. If you dare to annihilate the Gongsun family, he won't spare you. Gongsun Wentian glared at Duan Ling Tian, intending to use Gongsun Xianyuan, the ancestor of the Gongsun family, to threaten Duan Ling Tian. He knew there was no way he could threaten Duan Ling Tian with Su Li. After all, Duan Ling Tian had tied the lives of the Gongsun family to Su Li. For this reason, he had no choice but to look for another way. Gongsun Xianyuan? Duan Ling Tian laughed disdainfully when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. He said disdainfully, as far as I know, although Senior Gongsun Xianyuan came from Yanhuang realm, after he went to the Devata realm, he spread his legacy in many mundane realms. This was what the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hua Lao, had told him. Let alone the fact that Senior Gongsun Xuanyuan's legacy in Yanhuang realm, even if the Gongsun clan is the only legacy in Yanhuang realm, he might not care about the fate of the Gongsun clan. So what if he really cares? To have your Gongsun clan die with me? I think it's worth it. Besides, I may not necessarily die with the Gongsun family. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he did not seem to mind Gongsun Wentian's threat at all. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had ignored his threat again, Gongsun Wentian's expression changed again. At this moment, the faces of those from the Gongsun clan also darkened. At this moment, even the weaker members of the Gongsun family who did not know what was going on realized Gongsun Wentian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family and the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, could not do anything to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, why would he use Su Li and the ancestor of the Gongsun clan to threaten Duan Ling Tian? Only the weak would need to rely on something to threaten the strong. When the strong dealt with the weak, they could rely on their own strength to directly crush them. Why is Gongsun Wentian acting like this in front of Duan Ling Tian? It seems like Duan Ling Tian isn't afraid of his soul attack at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. If Duan Ling Tian isn't afraid of his soul attack, he wouldn't be able to threaten Duan Ling Tian. Based on Duan Ling Tian's reaction, it's obvious Duan Ling Tian was unaffected by Gongsun Wentian's threat. It doesn't matter if Gongsun Wentian threatened Duan Ling Tian with his friends or Gongsun Xianyuan. At this moment, those who were not from the Gongsun clan also realized something. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel shocked. No matter what, Gongsun Wenin was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. However, He was acting like this in front of an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed this was real. Earlier, you said that if Su Li dies, you'll annihilate the Gongsun clan and kill everyone in the Gongsun clan to accompany him. Gongsun Wenyan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Does this mean that if I let him go, you'll let the Gongsun clan go?" When he said this, Gongsun Wenyan only felt his heart suffocating. However, he had no choice but to say it. "You can interpret it that way," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He did not seem surprised at all when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. "Including me?" Gongsun Wentian asked tentatively. Although he did not think it was possible, he could not help but ask. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian would let him go if he let Su Li go. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. Then he laughed. "Gongsun Wentian, you've lived for 10,000 years. Do you think I'll let you go today? If you were me, would you let you go?" Gongsun Wentian's expression turned ashen when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had already guessed that this would be the outcome, he still found it hard to accept when he actually faced it with his own eyes. He was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial now. In another 100 years or so, he would have to face the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He was 100% confident he would be able to pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascend to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. However, he had lost his chance to ascend to the Devata realm. After cultivating and living for 10,000 years, he cherished his life more than anyone else. He did not expect such a calamity would befall him before he could ascend to the Devata realm. He hated himself. However, he could only hate himself. If he did not covet Duan Lingtian's technique that could steal celestial supreme treasures, none of this would have happened. "Are you and him going to do it yourselves? Or do you want me to do it for you?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong, the other 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, who was standing next to Gongsun Wentian, and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Apart from Gongsun Wenyan and Gongsun Hong, the other members of the Gongsun family were shocked as well. Previously, they thought Duan Lingtian only wanted Gongsun Wentian's life and would not pursue the matter any further. At the same time, he would also let the other members of the Gongsun family go. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would not only want Gongsun Wentian's life, but he also wanted Gongsun Hong's life. After all, the Gongsun family only had 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. If both of them died, even if the Gongsun family was not reduced to a 2nd-tier force in Yanhuang realm, they would fall from a 1st-tier force to a 2nd-tier force in Yanhuang realm. Just like the Tang sect. "Duan Lingtian, I'm the one who caused this. My junior nephew, Gongsun Hong, has nothing to do with this." Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian agitatedly as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would implicate Gongsun Hong. "But I heard that there were 2 people who went to the Yellow the Arch mansion to kidnap Su Li." Duan Lingtian looked at Gongsun Wentian meaningfully. Gongsun Wentian was about to say something when Duan Lingtian said coldly, "I'll give both of you 3 breaths. If both of you are still alive after 3 breaths, I'll give both of you a chance. If you're still alive, I'll annihilate the Gongsun family." Duan Lingtian said he would annihilate the Gongsun family. However, Duan Lingtian's words were different from when he first arrived. Previously, not many people believed he was capable of such a feat now. Not many people believed he was capable of such a feat. Swoosh. Swoosh. Gongsun Wenyan and Gongsun Hong's expressions changed again. In the end, Gongsun Wentian was the first to react. After untying Su Li, his body trembled violently. A violent energy surged out of his body and devoured him. After a few moments, Gongsun Wentian's aura disappeared completely. From the beginning until the end, Gongsun Wentian did not ask Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he would not harm anyone else in the Gongsun family after he and Gongsun Hong's deaths. He knew he was not qualified to ask Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He had no other choice. "Ancestor, As Gongsun Wenian killed himself on the spot, the members of the Gongsun family could not help but cry out in grief. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. When Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on Gong Sun Hong, Gong Sun Hong's body moved as though he was trying to flee. However, as soon as Gong Sun Hong made his move, Duan Ling Tian let out a cold snort. The cold snort entered everyone's ears. Bush, 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 bush. The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in everyone's ears. In the next moment, everyone could clearly sense that Gong Sun Hong was trying to flee. As soon as Gong Sun Hong shouted and tried to flee, the powerful aura that rose from his body was completely destroyed by the sound of swords whistling in the air. It was as though he had never appeared. At this moment, everyone realized something. Gong Sun Hong was dead. The Gongsun clan, a first-rate force in Yanhuang realm, had lost 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials they relied on. If the Gongsun family was described as a tiger in the past, then the current Gongsun family was a toothless tiger. Let's go! After killing Gongsun Hong, Duan Ling Tian flew to Su Li's side. Su Li's body was weak, but he had barely recovered some of his strength. Duan Ling Tian brought Su Li to Xian Yuanji's side. After bidding farewell to Xian Yuanji, they prepared to leave. Good. Xian Yuanji was still in shock from the death of the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family. He only regained his senses when Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of him. When he regained his senses, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. This was a respect that came from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 2570. Although Xian Yuanji had heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, he did not witness it with his own eyes. Although he had seen the mirror image talisman, it was not as shocking as witnessing it in person. Earlier, he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Gongsun Wen Tian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family and the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, and the other 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, Gongsun Hong. Xian Yuanji was also greatly shocked by what he saw. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse who was superior to 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. Prior to this, he had thought Duan Ling Tian had a weak soul and would be at a disadvantage if he encountered a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. However, he now knew that even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique would not be able to harm Duan Ling Tian at all. In fact, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not even be able to get close to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you tell me earlier that you're not afraid of Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack? Do you know how worried I was at first? I was worried you wouldn't be able to withstand Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack. Xian Yuanji smiled wryly as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian after leaving the mystical ancient galaxy with Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. Old brother Ji, don't you trust me? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I find it hard to imagine an eminent celestial like you would not be afraid of the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Is the broken metal piece you used to block Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack a soul defense celestial supreme treasure? Xian Yuanji could not help but ask curiously. A soul defense celestial supreme treasure? What kind of celestial supreme treasure is that? Duan Ling Tian was confused. You don't know? Does that mean the broken metal piece in your hand is not a soul-defending immortal supreme treasure? Seeing the blank expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Xian Yuanji was also stunned. I obtained this by chance, but it shouldn't be an immortal supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian took out the incomplete metal piece that was surrounded by a mysterious light and gave it a few glances. In the end, he did not sense any aura of an immortal supreme treasure from it. It did not seem like an immortal supreme treasure at all. Even though it's not an immortal supreme treasure, it can still block the soul attack of a 9-tribulation loose celestial. This thing is not simple. Xian Yuanji could not help but sigh. At the same time, Xianxia seemed to have recalled something as he said, "However, I really didn't expect Gongsun Wenyan would be so cooperative and choose to commit suicide. He didn't even test your strength to see if you're as strong as the rumors say. He's a smart man." Duan Lingtian said, "Moreover, the scene of me killing the 9 Tribulation Loose Celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was recorded in a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman can be duplicated. For this reason, Gongsun Wenyan must have seen the scene of me killing the 9 Tribulation Loose Celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cooperative. However, compared to Gongsun Hong who tried to escape, Gongsun Wenyan is more respectable. At the very least, he's willing to die for the Gongsun clan." A hint of respect flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. It did not matter how much Gongsun Wenyan had crossed the line and how much he deserved to die. Just the fact that Gongsun Wenyan, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, was willing to die for the Gongsun clan was enough to earn Duan Lingtian's respect. After all, not everyone was capable of such a feat. Even Gongsun Hong, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, was not capable of such a feat. "I forgot about this. Even I have seen the scene of you killing the 9 Tribulation Loose Celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. How could he not have seen it?" Xianxia nodded. "Elder Su Li, are you all right?" At the same time, Xianxia found that Su Li, who was recovering by himself, just opened his eyes. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "I'm fine." Su Li shook his head lightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly but did not say any words of gratitude. After all, there was no need for words between him and Duan Lingtian. There was no need for words to express their feelings. Duan Lingtian brought Su Li and Xianxia back to the Yellow the Arch Mansion and stayed there for the time being. As time passed, news of Duan Lingtian's actions in the mystical ancient galaxy began to spread like wildfire. In fact, news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion spread faster than news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the 9 Tribulation Loose Celestial. This was because Gongsun Wenyan, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan and the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, was involved in this matter. Have you heard? After killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian from the Saint Province realm is stirring up trouble in our Yanhuang realm. Moreover, he's stirring up trouble in the mystical ancient galaxy ruled by the Gongsun family. The Gongsun clan is much stronger than the Heavenly Wave Mansion. One of the 2 9 Tribulation Loose Celestials from the Gongsun clan is the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Isn't Duan Lingtian seeking death by stirring up trouble in the mystical ancient galaxy? That's right. As far as I know, the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wenyan, the 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In terms of physical attacks, Duan Lingtian is stronger than any 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm. However, he's no match for soul attacks. It's not just his soul attack that's lacking, even his soul defense is unable to withstand a single blow from Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. When news of Duan Lingtian's actions began to spread, those who were unaware of what had happened thought he would be courting death if he offended Gongsun Wenyan, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, who was a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial, had gone to the mystical ancient galaxy to stir up trouble. When the news kept coming in and they understood the ins and outs of the matter, they were all completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of Gongsun Wentian's soul attack at all? He's just an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old, but he easily blocked Gongsun Wentian's soul attack? What exactly was that piece of metal that he threw out at that time? Could it be a soul defense celestial supreme treasure? Only a soul defense celestial supreme treasure would be able to help him block Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. I didn't expect him to have a soul defense celestial supreme treasure as well. What's even more surprising is that Duan Lingtian didn't go to the mystical ancient galaxy to stir up trouble, but the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun clan coveted Duan Lingtian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. That's why they provoked Duan Lingtian first. I'm afraid they didn't expect that they would lose their lives over a technique that they might not even be able to master. Wherever the news spread, there was an uproar everywhere. The strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wenin, had died just like that. Moreover, he had died in the hands of an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. What shocked them even more was that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old, was not afraid of a bodiless celestial's soul attack. Moreover, he could easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His name is destined to be recorded in the history of Yanhuang realm. Of course. He's the shining star of an era in Yanhuang realm. With his cultivation base, he killed 3 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm. Moreover, one of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He was the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Similar rumors spread all over Yanhuang realm, and they were out of control. The Yellow Arch mansion was located in a remote area, so news about it was not as spread as other forces. However, Duan Lingtian only heard about it after some time had passed. However, he wasn't surprised by this. He only felt that it was within his expectations. After all, Gongsun Wenin was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. It was only natural for Yanhuang realm to be shocked by his death. As the person who had forced Gongsun Wenin to his death, it was only natural that news about him would spread like wildfire. Today, Duan Lingtian was staying in his room. Just like usual, he was looking at the defective metal piece that was surrounded by a profound light out of boredom. However, he was unable to discover the profundity within it. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as though he had sensed something. At that moment, he could clearly sense a mysterious power coming from all directions, enveloping his body. It gave him a very strange feeling, as if it wanted to take him somewhere. Moreover, the mysterious energy contained an aura similar to celestial origin energy. Celestial ascension force? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Apart from that, he could not explain what was happening to him. Duan Lingtian instinctively mobilized the energy in his body to resist the energy that came from all directions. However, he discovered the energy was not only growing stronger, but it was also completely ignoring his energy. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his body going numb from the energy. It felt as though he was about to lose consciousness. It seems like it's really the celestial ascension force. Am I going to ascend? When Duan Lingtian recalled the time when Tang Xiaoxiao was pulled into the celestial ascension force, he was certain this energy was the celestial ascension force. Chapter 2571. Duan Lingtian had long prepared himself for the possibility of ascension. This was especially true when Yun Qinyan had appeared and imprisoned his family and friends, forcing Ke-er to leave him. He could not wait to ascend to the Devata realm, because that was the only way he could hope to save Ke-er, his family and friends. Otherwise, how could he rescue them if he could not even ascend to the Devata realm? Naturally, he knew that even if he ascended to the Devata realm, it did not mean he would be able to rescue Ke-er and the others. However, at the very least, he would be able to break through the shackles of an eminent celestial and become a true celestial in the Devata realm. In the mundane realm, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had reached its limit when he became an eminent celestial. If he wanted to raise his cultivation base, he would have to ascend to the Devata realm. The celestial ascension force is finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Duan Lingtian was excited when he realized the force that enveloped him was the celestial ascension force that would help him ascend to the Devata realm. It seems like the celestial ascension force will help me ascend to the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he recalled the scene of Tang Xiaoxiao ascending to the Devata realm. I'll have to inform Su Li and old brother Ji before I ascend. Otherwise, they might think I've gone missing. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out 2 communication jade tokens. After leaving a message on them, he channeled his energy into them, causing them to transform into 2 streaks of light that shot out of his room. Duan Lingtian felt the celestial ascension force that enveloped him was getting denser and denser. "I'm about to ascend." It was not difficult for him to realize he was about to ascend to the Devata realm. At this moment, he could feel the celestial ascension force tugging at him. The immortal ascension force that enveloped him was pulling at him, as if it wanted to take him somewhere. Duan Lingtian was stunned when the celestial ascension force tugged at him. This was because he realized that after his celestial ascension force grew stronger, it suddenly became very, very weak. At the same time, the celestial ascension force that enveloped him had also weakened. As for the celestial ascension force that was trying to bring him somewhere, it had completely disappeared. What's going on? Is this not the celestial ascension force? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been made a fool of. He even thought he had made a huge mistake. However, in the next moment he denied his own thoughts. It's devouring the celestial ascension force. When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses, he was shocked to discover that Duan Lingtian's aura was extremely strong. The defective metal piece in his hand had suddenly emitted a devouring energy. It was like a gluttonous child that was constantly devouring the celestial ascension force that enveloped him. It was as though the celestial ascension force was a delicacy to it. The celestial ascension force continued to envelop Duan Lingtian, trying to bring Duan Lingtian out of the mundane realm and into the Devata realm. However, before it could bring Duan Lingtian out of the mundane realm, the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand continued to devour the celestial ascension force, preventing it from bringing Duan Lingtian away. In just a blink of an eye, a dozen breaths had passed. It's not done yet? Duan Lingtian could feel the celestial ascension force had never stopped enveloping him. However, even if the celestial ascension force did not stop, it still could not help him leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. This was because the defective metal piece in his hand would mercilessly devour the celestial ascension force whenever it was about to bring him out of the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian was thoroughly frightened by the defective metal piece's appetite. This is a bottomless pit. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. After a while, a thought appeared in his mind. He tried to put the defective metal piece into his spatial ring. However, he discovered the celestial ascension force was not working at all. It was as though the spatial ring did not exist when the defective metal piece devoured the celestial ascension force. "Brother Lingtian, are you going to ascend?" At this moment, Xianxia, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, said anxiously, "I'm sorry, Duan Lingtian, but I'm sorry." "Old brother Ji." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he walked out of the room. He flew to Xianxia's side with a wry smile on his face. This is the celestial ascension force? When Duan Lingtian came out of the room, Xianxia's attention was attracted by the almost transparent energy that shrouded Duan Lingtian. He could sense it. This energy did not belong to the mundane realm. Even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like him did not possess such pure celestial origin energy. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. This was the celestial ascension force that would bring Duan Lingtian out of the mundane realm to the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I thought you'd been taken away by the celestial ascension force. I didn't expect you to still be here." As Xianxia spoke, he couldn't help but frown. "However, as far as I know, the celestial ascension force will bring an eminent celestial out of the mundane realm to the Devata realm in just a blink of an eye. Did you sense the arrival of the celestial ascension force in advance? Didn't it just arrive?" Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then, he raised his hand and took the defective metal piece out of his spatial ring. "It's because this thing has been devouring the celestial ascension force. Otherwise, I would have been brought to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force." What's this thing?" Xian Yuanji looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand again in shock. He had never heard of anything in the mundane realm that could devour the celestial ascension force and delay an eminent celestial from ascending to the Devata realm. If I want to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until it's full. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Based on the current situation, that's indeed the case. Xian Yuanji nodded. He also felt that Duan Lingtian could only wait. At the same time, he could not help but feel relieved for Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, the celestial ascension force appears continuously. If only a certain amount appears and is devoured by it, how are you going to ascend? Brother Ji, now that you mention it, it's indeed worth rejoicing. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. If only a certain amount of the celestial ascension force appeared and led him to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. If the defective metal piece devoured the celestial ascension force, he would not be able to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian, are you going to ascend to the Devata realm? Su Li's voice rang from afar. Similar to Xian Yuanji, he had rushed over as soon as he received Duan Lingtian's message. However, since he was slow, he only arrived now. Yes, I'm going to ascend to the Devata realm. After Su Li arrived, Duan Lingtian looked at the defective metal piece in his hand with a bitter smile on his face. He thought he would not be able to see his good friend before he left the mundane realm and ascended to the Devata realm. He did not expect the defective metal piece in his hand would be so considerate and give him this opportunity. What's going on? At this moment, Su Li also noticed that something was amiss. When he learned about what had happened, he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, the metal piece in your hand has been devouring the celestial ascension force for about 15 minutes. The fact that it's able to do this means it's not simple. In fact, the longer it lasts now, the more complicated it is. Therefore, you don't have to worry. You can even hope that it'll last longer. Naturally, Su Li's words were meant to comfort Duan Lingtian. Although Su Li's words were meant to comfort Duan Lingtian, he did have a point. You're right, Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. As the saying went, you're in the middle of a situation but you're unaware of it. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian was feeling earlier. However, now that Su Li had reminded him, he was no longer in a hurry. The bitter smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. Duan Lingtian, now that you've ascended to the Devata realm, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again. Su Li sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of reluctance could be seen in his eyes. Don't worry, as long as we're fated, we'll meet again. Even if we're not fated, when one of us is strong enough to become famous in the Devata realm, the other person will naturally learn of our whereabouts. At that time, we'll be able to meet again. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, I'll wait for you to become famous in the Devata realm. I hope that by the time I ascend to the Devata realm, you'll have already made a name for yourself. If that's the case, we'll be able to meet again as soon as I ascend to the Devata realm. Su Li smiled. It won't take more than a few years for you to ascend to the Devata realm. It won't be easy for you to make a name for yourself in the Devata realm in just a few years. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at Su Li. For others, it's just wishful thinking. However, that might not be the case for you, Duan Lingtian. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he said confidently, Duan Ling. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian, you're someone who's good at creating miracles. End of chapter. Chapter 2572. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. Ever since they learned that the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, who had killed their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, was only an eminent celestial, everyone in the Heavenly Wave Mansion was frustrated and aggrieved. They felt that their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died unjustly. If their old ancestor had known that Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, he would have been able to kill Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Even if Duan Lingtian had made a move in time, their old ancestor would have perished together with Duan Lingtian. They would not have ended up in this situation where their old ancestor had been killed while Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. This matter was like a thorn in the hearts of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. They would often feel frustrated and aggrieved whenever they thought about it. It wasn't until the news that shook the entire Yanhuang realm that the thorn in their hearts finally disappeared. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial, but he managed to block the soul attack of Gongsun Wentian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, and he even forced Gongsun Wentian to commit suicide? Isn't Gongsun Wentian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm? It's him! Heavens! Even the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and is even stronger than our old ancestor couldn't kill Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he was even forced to commit suicide? Does this mean our old ancestor didn't die in vain? That seems to be the case. Rumor has it that the old ancestor from the Gongsun family heard that Duan Lingtian had killed our old ancestor. That's why he wanted to snatch celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian. That's why he kidnapped Duan Lingtian's friends and tried to use Duan Lingtian's weak soul to force him to submit. However, he didn't expect that the soul attack he thought would kill Duan Lingtian would fail to harm Duan Lingtian at all. What a pity! What a pity! At this moment, the group of people from Heavenly Wave Prefecture no longer felt that their old ancestor's death was unjust and unjust. After all, even Gongsun Wenian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family who was stronger than their old ancestor and the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, was forced to commit suicide by Duan Lingtian even though he was fully prepared. Based on this, one could easily imagine how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? He managed to defeat the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm with just his cultivation base. Is there anyone in the mundane realm who's a match for him? The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion who no longer felt wronged shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying strength. Tang's sect in the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. News of Duan Lingtian killing Gongsun Wenin, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, and Gongsun Hong, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, in the mystical ancient galaxy spread to the Tang sect as time passed. It's been many years since a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed in Yanhuang realm. Who knew Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, would kill 3 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm in just a few years? One of them is the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Who's Duan Lingtian? How can he be so freakish? I heard Duan Lingtian has appeared in Tang sect before. Moreover, he's a friend of Tang Xiao, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Tang sect. Is that true? I think it's true. I think I've heard someone mention it before. Everyone in Tang sect was shocked as well. That Duan Lingtian actually has such strength. When Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, received the news, he was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. After regaining his senses, an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face as expected. When he heard Duan Lingtian had killed the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was already shocked. However, at the same time, he felt Duan Lingtian must have been lucky to be able to kill the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion. Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Now that he heard the news from the mystical ancient galaxy, he realized Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion's soul attack at all. After all, he could easily withstand the soul attack of the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm and had even forced the old ancestor to commit suicide. Is Xiao Zhao's friend the reincarnation of a celestial god? Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying strength when he's just an eminent celestial? Tang Chong could not calm down for a long time. On planet Satel in the Cost Galaxy. This was the transit station of the last interstellar transportation formation that Duan Lingtian had used when he was returning to Earth. It was considered a relatively remote galaxy in Yanhuang realm. This projection was brought back by a friend of mine from an interstellar merchant. It was recorded by a cultivator using a mirror image talisman. Look, doesn't the person in the projection look familiar? Soon enough, a person from the Cost Galaxy sent the projection to 10 people, 100 people, and 1,000 people. Soon enough, the entire Cost Galaxy was shocked. Heavens! Isn't this purple-clad young man the cultivator who destroyed the disaster-level battleship and killed the patriarch of the Garnier clan? It said that the old man he killed was the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion, one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm. He was a powerful 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? The kind of person who stands at the peak of Yanhuang realm and can destroy an apocalypse-level battleship with just a flick of his finger? How could he kill such a person? A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial alone is enough to destroy an SSS-grade technological civilization. However, this purple-clad cultivator is capable of killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Fortunately, he didn't vent his anger on the Garnier clan and the people of the Cost Galaxy. Otherwise, he would have been able to destroy the entire Cost Galaxy. The people in the Cost Galaxy had only received news that Duan Lingtian had killed the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion. However, they were still unaware of this. After a while, the news of the purple-clad cultivator killing the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm would spread like wildfire. At that time, the Cost Galaxy would be shaken again. In the galaxy where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was located. In the Yellow the Arch Mansion. It's finally full. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian discovered the speed at which the defective metal piece was devouring the Celestial Ascension Force had slowed down. What's this defective metal piece? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel that the defective metal piece in his hand was not simple. What a joke! How could something that could devour the Celestial Ascension Force for 3 days and 3 nights and delay his ascension to the Devata realm be simple? Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Xian Yuanji and Su Li rushed over after receiving Duan Lingtian's message. Based on the fact that the speed at which it's devouring the Celestial Ascension Force is slowing down, it'll stop devouring the Celestial Ascension Force in a dozen breaths at most. At that time, I'll have to ascend. When Duan Lingtian saw Xian Yuanji and Su Li, he smiled faintly and said, "Old brother Ji, Su Li, I'll wait for both of you in the Devata realm." Brother Lingtian, Xian Yuanji said solemnly, "The Devata realm is different from the mundane realms. You might be at the peak in the mundane realms. However, in the Devata realms, even with your strength, you'll only be barely passable. In the Devata realms, there are many golden celestials who are stronger than you, great overarching golden celestials, and even stronger beings than great overarching golden celestials. For this reason, you have to be careful in the Devata realm." As a member of the Yellow the Arch Mansion, Xian Yuanji had read many ancient manuals passed down from generation to generation in the Yellow the Arch Mansion. For this reason, he had a certain understanding of the Devata realm. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was mentally prepared for this. In the mundane realms, Duan Lingtian might be considered one of the strongest in the mundane realms, but in the Devata realms, his strength was nothing. Duan Lingtian, take care. Su Li was a man of few words, but the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was enough to show his reluctance to part with him. He and Duan Lingtian had known each other since they were young, and he knew very well how rare it was for them to be able to be together after so long. For this reason, he treasured their friendship. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. His feelings were similar to Su Li's. A dozen breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. It's finally eaten its fill. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the defective metal piece in his hand stopped devouring the Celestial Ascension Force after a dozen breaths. The Celestial Ascension Force that shrouded him grew denser and denser. In the end, he lost consciousness under the influence of the Celestial Ascension Force. Only his eyes and his consciousness were clear. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and Xian Yuanji and Su Li's figures blurred. After a few moments, both of their figures disappeared, replaced by darkness. It was as though day had turned into night in just a blink of an eye. All of this happened without warning. Gradually, Duan Lingtian discovered that his consciousness was beginning to blur as well. Ugh. Chapter 2573. The Devata realms were just a general term. In the colossal world, there were 81 Devata realms. At the same time, in the colossal world, countless mundane realms surrounded the 81 Devata realms like stars surrounding the moon. It was as though the 81 Devata realms were the supreme emperors. Generally speaking, people from the mundane realms, whether they were eminent celestials or 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, would ascend to the Devata realms nearby. For example, since the mundane realm, Yen Huang realm, was adjacent to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from Yen Huang realm would usually ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, nothing was absolute. Once there was an upheaval in the colossal world, the space between the mundane realms and the Devata realms would be distorted as well. At that time, it was impossible for people who ascended from the mundane realms to ascend to the Devata realms adjacent to their mundane realms. Naturally, the colossal world would not always experience upheavals. There would only be upheavals once every 10,000 years, and they would last for 1,000 years. In other words, the chances were very slim. There was only a 1 in 10 chance of encountering an upheaval in the colossal world. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's luck was pretty good. The upheaval that would last for 1,000 years would only occur once every 10,000 years in the Great Thousand World. It had started less than a year ago and would continue for another 1,000 years. For this reason, the chances of Duan Lingtian ascending to the Jade Emperor Heaven were extremely slim. When Duan Lingtian was shrouded by the celestial ascension force and was pulled out of the mundane realm to ascend to the Devata realms, his consciousness had disappeared. He had no idea what had happened in between. When he regained consciousness, he discovered he was in a pool shrouded in white mist. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he began to look around and discovered he was in a pool as big as a football field on Earth. Not far from him, more and more figures appeared one after another. After these figures appeared, their eyes were tightly closed, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people in the surroundings had opened their eyes as well. It was apparent that some of them had opened their eyes before he did. This is the Devata realm? I've ascended. I've finally ascended. So this is the heavenly celestial stage? Indeed, it's different from before. The celestial origin energy in my body has completely transformed into celestial origin energy. It seems like it's all thanks to the celestial ascension pool. I've long heard that once eminent celestials ascend to the Devata realms, they'll enter the celestial ascension pool in the Devata realms. They'll only regain their consciousness after becoming heavenly celestials. I don't even know when I became a celestial immortal. This is a celestial immortal? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian perked up his ears and heard a commotion in his surroundings. It seemed like those who had regained their consciousness were talking. Heavenly celestial? Upon hearing these people's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into his body. Indeed, he discovered the celestial origin energy in his body had completely transformed into celestial origin energy. His cultivation base had also become a heavenly celestial without him realizing it. Also, I don't have any clothes on me. Duan Lingtian discovered he was completely naked. Fortunately, the white mist in the celestial ascension pool had covered most of his body, so he was not exposed. Why do they have clothes on them? At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the people around him were all wearing clothes. However, upon closer inspection, Duan Lingtian discovered something was amiss. The clothes on these people's bodies were all condensed from celestial origin energy. They were not clothes made of cloth. As for them, Their clothes are made of celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin energy, Duan Ling Tian said. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered something else. The people around him who had their eyes closed and hadn't regained consciousness were also wearing clothes. They weren't naked like him. Moreover, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy they're wearing seems to be constantly changing. The saint origin energy is constantly being assimilated by the celestial origin energy. I'm afraid it won't be long before their clothes that are made of celestial origin energy and saint origin energy turn into clothes that are made of celestial origin energy. It seems like they were prepared before they ascended. However, I didn't know about this. Duan Ling Tian was not stupid, so it was not difficult for him to figure this out. Brother, I can't believe he didn't warn me. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he circulated the celestial origin energy in his body and transformed it into a purple robe that he wore. He knew very well. As an old man in the Yellow the Arch Mansion, Xianxia must have known that when one ascended, one would not be able to bring anything from the mundane realms, including clothes from the mundane realms. One would have to use one's celestial origin energy to form clothes to protect oneself from being exposed in the celestial ascension pool in the Devata realms. However, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Xianxia had told him not to. In his opinion, this was common knowledge for those who were about to leave the mundane realms to ascend to the Devata realms. Therefore, there was no need for him to remind Duan Ling Tian. These people must be like me. They must have just ascended to the Devata realms. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. Previously he had heard from Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, that those who ascended to the Devata realms would appear in the Celestial Ascension Pool. The Celestial Ascension Pool was used to help those who ascended to the Devata realms become celestials. Apart from that, once one left the Celestial Ascension Pool, one would not be able to enter it again. This was because the Celestial Ascension Pool was only accessible to eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who had just ascended to a Devata realm and whose energy had not completely transformed into celestial origin energy. There's not a single woman among these people who have just ascended. Duan Ling Tian studied his surroundings and discovered that there was not a single woman among the group of ascended to the Devata realms. Surprisingly, there was not a single woman among the group of ascenders around him. They were all men like him, and their appearances were all different. Some were dressed sloppily, some were dressed plainly, and some were dressed smartly. Some were tall, some were short, some were fat, and some were skinny. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men who seemed to be in their 70s. It seems like there aren't many female cultivators in the mundane realms who can ascend to the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could understand why this was the case. After all, most women were not as talented as men when it came to cultivation. Naturally, this was only limited to women. There were a small number of women who were much more talented than men. When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he was delighted that he had become a heavenly celestial. What's all this noise? Shut up, all of you. All of a sudden, an impatient voice rang from the edge of the celestial ascension pool. The voice seemed to contain magic as it drowned out the commotion in the celestial ascension pool. When the group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, heard the voice, they turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a silver-clad figure standing in front of them. They saw a young man dressed in silver armor standing next to the celestial ascension pool. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he had a sturdy build. His eyes were as large as copper gongs as he looked at the group of people who had just regained consciousness after becoming heavenly celestials in the celestial ascension pool, including Duan Ling Tian. After a moment of silence, one of the young men dressed in embroidered robes standing in the celestial ascension pool sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself Father in front of me? It's none of your business what we're talking about." Many people in the celestial ascension pool nodded in agreement when they heard the young man's words. At the same time, they looked at the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor standing next to the celestial ascension pool with a mocking smile on their faces. Among the people standing in the celestial ascension pool, which one of them was not a prodigy in their respective mundane realms. The fact that they were able to pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the Devata realms was enough to prove their innate talent and strength. For this reason, all of them had their own pride. How could they allow someone to shout at them? Haha. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a burst of unbridled laughter rang from outside the celestial ascension pool. A moment later, another young man in silver armor appeared before everyone's eyes like a ghost. Unlike the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor, this young man dressed in silver armor had a medium build and a handsome face. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor and said mockingly, "Wang Wei, it seems like you're regressing as you age. Even an ascender dares to shout at you now?" Feng Qing. The sturdy young man dressed in silver armor, Wang Wei's expression darkened even more when he heard Feng Qing's words. He glared at Feng Qing before he looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes. His eyes were burning with anger as he said, "Brat, if you have the guts, stay in the celestial ascension pool for the rest of your life. If you dare to come out, what can you do if I come out?" The young man dressed in embroidered robes interrupted Wang Wei and flew out of the celestial ascension pool. It was as though he was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. This fellow is in trouble. Chapter 2574. Earlier, when the silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, laughed, Duan Lingtian's gaze instantly shifted to the edge of the pool. He wanted to see who the person who laughed was. Unfortunately, even with his full attention, he could only catch a glimpse of Feng Qing's afterimage before he appeared. After witnessing Feng Qing's speed, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Feng Qing's strength was not simple at all. If his strength was simple, how could he be so fast? After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer an eminent celestial in the mundane realm. He had ascended to a Devata realm and became a heavenly celestial in the celestial ascension pool. His cultivation base and strength were much stronger than when he was in the mundane realms. Naturally, his standards had improved as well. Feng Qing's speed is comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian knew Feng Qing's speed was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Feng Qing's speed was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it did not mean Feng Qing's cultivation base was at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. Bodiless celestials in the mundane realm did not have a physical body and relied on their souls to survive. For this reason, they could not cast any divine abilities or celestial methods from Devata realms. On the other hand, celestials in the Devata realms did not have such restrictions. For this reason, those who possessed speed comparable to ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realm might not necessarily be at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. Some of them might be slightly weaker. However, for someone who was as fast as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms, even if their cultivation base was not at the peak of the heavenly celestial realm, they were not someone who had just ascended to the Devata realms could compare to. Although Wang Wei did not display his strength, Duan Lingtian was certain Feng Qing's opponent was Feng Qing. Based on the confrontation between Feng Qing and Wang Wei, Duan Lingtian could tell Feng Qing's strength was comparable to Wang Wei's. Feng Qing was certain Feng Qing and Wang Wei's strength was on par with each other. In other words, he was certain Wang Wei was as strong as Feng Qing. When Duan Lingtian saw the young man in embroidered robes fly out of the immortal ascension pool and appear in front of Wang Wei, he vaguely realized that the young man in embroidered robes was about to suffer. As Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, Wang Wei attacked with lightning speed. Bang! His palm struck out mercilessly. It destroyed the celestial origin energy that the young man in embroidered robes had just put up. Then, it landed on the young man's shoulder. Crack! Ah! A crisp and ear-piercing sound, accompanied by an incomparably shrill scream, rang out. Under the gazes of everyone present, one of the arm of the young man in embroidered clothes was directly torn off by Wang Wei's palm strike. Moreover, it brought about an expanse of blood in the air that continued to dye the ground, dazzling and dazzling. The severed arm also fell into the blood on the ground, splashing blood everywhere. Just as the pale-faced young man in embroidered robes was about to stop the bleeding from his severed shoulder, the young man in embroidered robes suddenly stopped the bleeding. Boom! Wang Wei waved his hand, and a vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his hand toward the severed arm of the young man in embroidered robes. It was clear Wang Wei intended to destroy the arm of the young man in embroidered robes. If the young man in embroidered robes could pick up the severed arm, he would be able to reattach it for a short time. After that, he would be able to recover after some rest. However, once the arm was destroyed, it would be impossible to reattach it. Although there were some medicinal pills in the Devata realms that could regrow severed limbs, they were extremely rare and expensive. Not everyone could obtain them. No! Wang Wei ignored the young man in embroidered robes and continued to destroy the severed arm of the young man in embroidered robes. How dare you destroy my right arm? Just you wait. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. I won't let you get away with this. The young man in embroidered robes' face turned even paler when he saw his severed arm being destroyed. However, his eyes were wide open and filled with blood and hatred. He stared at Wang Wei and let out waves of hysterical roars. It was as though he wanted to tear Wang Wei into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. You won't let me get away with this? Wang Wei smiled coldly when he heard the brocade-clad young man's words. He raised his hand again and slammed it down like a fan, pressing the brocade-clad young man down in front of him like a dead dog. Bang! Wang Wei raised his foot and stepped on the head of the young man in embroidered robes as he looked down at the young man. I'm curious. How can you not let me get away with this? This is no longer the mundane realm you came from. This is the Devata realm. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon or a tiger in the mundane realm, you're nothing but an ant in the Devata realm. Anyone can step on you. If it weren't for the rule that forbids us from killing those who have just ascended, you'd be dead by now. Wang Wei's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. I'm a direct disciple of the palace master of the Great Will Palace. The Great Will Palace, which I belong to, is a famous and powerful force even in the blazing fire heaven. Since you destroyed my arm, I'll make sure you die a graveless death when I return to the Great Will Palace. The young man in embroidered robes who was being stepped on by Wang Wei shouted angrily. The Great Will Palace was the force that the young man in embroidered robes belonged to when he was in the mundane realm. The Great Will Palace's influence was not limited to the mundane realms. Even in the Devata realm, the blazing fire heaven, the Great Will Palace was a powerful force. Great Will Palace? Wang Wei was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then he sneered indifferently and said, I'm sorry, I've never heard of the Great Will Palace you mentioned. As for the blazing fire heaven, it must be the blazing fire heaven in the Devata realm, right? Unfortunately, you're not in the blazing fire heaven. We're in the spirit overarching heaven. The sneer on Wang Wei's face deepened as he continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, the Great Will Palace you mentioned must be a force in the blazing fire heaven. Unfortunately, you're not in the blazing fire heaven but the spirit overarching heaven. Chapter 2575. After listening to Feng Qing's explanation, the group of ascenders, including Duan Lingtian, finally understood what was going on. So that's how it is. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, all of this was related to the turmoil in the colossal world. Duan Lingtian had heard about the colossal world from Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. The colossal world was the name of the 81 Devata realms, the countless mundane realms, and some other realms. In short, it was the colossal world. The colossal world encompassed all the realms in the world. I see. The turmoil in the colossal world, I didn't know that our luck would be so good that we would run into the turbulence of a sector that only has a 1 in 10 chance of happening. The most ridiculous thing is the turmoil in the colossal world only began a year ago. If I had ascended a year ago, I definitely wouldn't have ascended to this spirit overarching heaven that is completely unfamiliar to me. Initially, I thought I'd be able to join my sect after ascending to a Devata realm. I didn't expect I wouldn't ascend to the Devata realm my sect is in. After listening to Feng Qing's explanation, the group of ascenders in the celestial ascension pool finally understood the reason they had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. As it turned out, it was due to the turmoil in the colossal world that occurred once every 10,000 years. We can't go against the will of the heavens. That's right. Isn't it our fate that we're here as well? Although it's an accident that we ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, let's take it one step at a time. Who knows when we'll be able to leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Devata realm we want to go to? That's easy for you to say. Didn't you hear Wang Wei say it's harder for us to leave the spirit overarching heaven to head to the Devata realm? Although there were some optimistic people among the group of ascenders in the celestial ascension pool, most of them were pessimistic. The former was calm while the latter was disappointed. Silence. All of a sudden, an explosive shout rang out, suppressing the clamor of the group of ascenders. It was the robust young man in silver armor, Wang Wei, and his cold and indifferent gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others. My name is Wang Wei. I'm the guide for all of you who have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and have become heavenly celestials. Now, all of you, leave the celestial ascension pool immediately and follow me to report to the camp. Camp? Report for duty? Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the group of ascenders, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but be stunned. Although they had ascended to the Devata realms, they did not know that the Devata realms were filled with people. After they ascended to the Devata realms, who would guide them to the camps? In the mundane realms, they were all blessed by the heavens and were used to being carefree. And now, listening to Wang Wei's words, it seemed that he wanted to bring them to report to some camp? An ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Lord Wang Wei, what do you mean by reporting to the camp? Soon after, a middle-aged man who had just ascended asked Wang Wei anxiously. Cut the crap. However, Wang Wei merely glanced at the middle-aged ascender coldly when he asked the question. Then, he looked at the group of ascendants who had become heavenly celestials, including Duan Lingtian, and said sternly, I'll give you 3 breaths. If you're still in the celestial ascension pool after 3 breaths, this fellow will be your role model. Wang Wei said sternly as he pointed at the young man who had just stood up. His face was pale, but he no longer dared to shout in front of Wang Wei. Although the young man still hated Wang Wei, he was not afraid of Wang Wei. However, after witnessing Wang Wei's strength and learning that he was in an unfamiliar Devata realm, he no longer dared to challenge Wang Wei like he did before. He silently buried his hatred for Wang Wei in the depths of his heart. He planned to seek revenge from Wang Wei in the future when he was stronger than Wang Wei. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the group of ascenders around Duan Lingtian turned to look at the young man. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. In just a breath's time, the group of ascenders who had become heavenly celestials around Duan Lingtian had left the celestial ascension pool. They stood obediently and quietly beside Wang Wei, like a group of docile cats. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the celestial ascension pool. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian was the only one left who had become a heavenly celestial. As for the people around Duan Lingtian, they had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and were not heavenly celestials yet. The reason Duan Lingtian did not leave the celestial ascension pool was because he remembered his uncle, Xianxia, had told him about the great Xia king. He remembered Xianxia, Ker's third uncle from the divine offering land, had told him not to leave the celestial ascension pool so he could temper his 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool. Duan Lingtian believed Xianxia would not speak without thinking. For this reason, he did not plan to leave the celestial ascension pool since he would not be able to enter it again. Someone's not coming out? Soon after, a few of the ascenders standing next to Wang Wei turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and exclaimed in unison, "Brother Ling Tian." They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so arrogant. They did not expect someone would dare to defy Wang Wei and refuse to leave the celestial ascension pool. Could it be that he wasn't afraid that Wang Wei would cripple him and then humiliate him by trampling him on the ground? After all, they had already learned their lesson. Maybe he's distracted. One of the ascenders who had looked at Duan Ling Tian speculated. Upon hearing this, the other ascenders and Wang Wei turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in the celestial ascension pool in unison. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing in the celestial ascension pool among the ascenders who had yet to become heavenly celestials. He stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. "You have one more breath left." Wang Wei did not expect Duan Ling Tian would still be in the celestial ascension pool at this moment. His expression darkened immediately. "If you still don't come out after one more breath, I'll cripple one of your arms and legs. Then, I'll step on you and ruin your pretty face with the sole of my shoe." A hint of jealousy flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's handsome face that could mesmerize thousands of girls. After all, compared to Duan Ling Tian, Wang Wei's appearance was extremely ordinary. As a celestial from the Devata realms, it was possible to disguise one's face to look better. However, not many people would do that. After all, it would be easy for others to see through their disguises and make fun of them. For this reason, most people chose to maintain their original appearances. Duan Ling Tian had planned to negotiate with Wang Wei when he saw Wang Wei looking at him. He wanted to say he had something to attend to and could not leave the celestial ascension pool for the time being. However, when he heard Wang Wei's words, his face instantly darkened. "If it weren't for the fact that I've left the celestial ascension pool and can't return, I would have left the celestial ascension pool immediately. I want to see how you're going to cripple one of my arms and legs, trample on me and ruin my face." Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice as he looked at Wang Wei coldly. When Duan Ling Tian said this, Wang Wei couldn't help but be stunned. Even the other silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, was stunned. He stared at Duan Ling Tian who was in the celestial ascension pool. Feng Qing could not figure it out. How could this newly ascended heavenly celestial be so arrogant after witnessing Wang Wei's strength? Was he not afraid of death? The celestial ascension pool was specially used by eminent celestials to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. As for the celestial ascension pool used by 9 tribulation bodiless celestials to reconstruct their bodies and become golden celestials, it was somewhere else. Therefore, he was certain that the purple-clad young man in the celestial ascension pool was someone who had just ascended to become a heavenly celestial, not a golden celestial. Wang Wei and Feng Qing were not the only ones who were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. Even the group of ascended cultivators standing next to Wang Wei were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. It took them a while before they regained their senses. Is he crazy? Some of the ascended cultivators who regained their senses looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they had just seen a ghost. It's one thing if he didn't know Lord Wang Wei's strength earlier, but now that he's seen Lord Wang Wei's strength, he dares to provoke Lord Wang Wei? Is he seeking death? He's still so impulsive even after learning from Duan Ling Tian's mistake. He's seeking death. Does he think he's still in the mundane realm? The group of ascended cultivators could not help but shake their heads as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They felt Duan Ling Tian was digging his own grave. "Kid, it's been 3 breaths time." At this moment, Wang Wei finally regained his senses. He glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly as flames of fury burned in his eyes. "Now, I'll wait for you to come out. I don't believe you'll be able to stay in there forever." After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qing and said, "Feng Qing, let's switch shifts for now. You'll lead this batch of ascended cultivators to the camp first. I'll lead the next batch of ascended cultivators you're supposed to lead. You don't have to wait any longer. You can go back and cultivate immediately." Both Wang Wei and Feng Qing were in charge of leading the celestial ascension pool. Wang Wei was in charge of leading Duan Lingtian and the other ascended cultivators. Meanwhile, Feng Qing was in charge of leading the next batch of ascended cultivators. Chapter 2576. Ah, thank you. Feng Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Wei's words. After all, he and Wang Wei had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a few thousand years ago. Since they had no background or backing, they were still at the bottom of the spirit overarching heaven. Although he was better now, he could only show off his superiority in front of those who had just ascended and those who had just ascended not long ago. In the spirit overarching heaven, if one did not have a strong background or backing, one could only rely on oneself to change one's fate. Whether it was in the spirit overarching heaven or other Devata realms, one's strength spoke louder than words. The weak were like ants in front of the strong. Under such circumstances, they would try their best to make use of the time available to cultivate in order to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Because only by further improving their strength would their status in the spirit overarching heaven be correspondingly improved, and they would be able to look down on more people. They would not only be able to look down on those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, but also on those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. As for you, thank you. If it weren't for you, Wang Wei wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask me to switch shifts. After thanking Wang Wei, Feng Qing glanced at Duan Lingtian with a faint smile on his face. Then, he led the group of people who had just left the celestial ascension pool and surrounded Wang Wei away. After Feng Qing and the others left, apart from those who had yet to become heavenly celestials, Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei were the only ones left in the celestial ascension pool that was as big as a football field. Since you want to wait, you can wait as long as you want. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Wang Wei, who was glaring at him with anger in his eyes. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the anger in Wang Wei's eyes and closed his eyes to feel the gentle energy in the celestial ascension pool. It was a power that was similar to celestial elemental energy, but it was also very different from celestial elemental energy. When it touched his body, it gave him a very warm feeling. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Since Third Uncle reminded me not to be in a hurry to leave the celestial ascension pool after I ascend to the Devata realms, I'm sure it'll be beneficial to me. He had only met Xianxia once, so they couldn't be considered acquaintances. However, based on the fact that Xianxia was the third uncle of his wife, and the fact that Xianxia had saved his life before, he did not doubt Xianxia's words at all. But how should I temper the heavenly vein? Could it be that I have to absorb the energy from the celestial ascension pool and merge it with my body? Then, it will circulate through my 99 heavenly veins while tempering them? Duan Lingtian immediately relaxed his body and mind, absorbing the gentle energy from the celestial ascension pool into his body and circulating it through his 99 heavenly veins. Although Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down, he did not notice the energy from the celestial ascension pool had a tempering effect on his 99 heavenly veins. He continued for half an hour, but there was still no effect. What's going on? Why is there no effect at all? Is Third Uncle trying to trick me? An hour later, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes in bewilderment. At this moment, the group of people around Duan Lingtian had not become heavenly celestials, so they had regained their consciousness as well. Only Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei, the silver-armored young man standing next to the celestial ascension pool, were conscious. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw Wang Wei glaring at him coldly. It was as though he wanted to tear him into pieces. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wang Wei indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he focused on the 99 saint veins in his body. There's no reason for Third Uncle to lie to me. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Right. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. I think I can try using the divine ability, the elementary devouring spell, to devour the energy in the celestial ascension pool. After casting the elementary devouring tactic, The speed at which I absorb the energy in the celestial ascension pool will reach a terrifying level. Perhaps, the energy in the celestial ascension pool will have a tempering effect on the 99 saint veins in my body. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. A black vortex appeared and merged with his body. However, due to the white mist surrounding the immortal ascension pool, Wang Wei, who was standing beside the immortal ascension pool, did not notice anything amiss. However, Wang Wei soon couldn't help but frown, because he clearly saw the white mist in the immortal ascension pool where the purple-robed ascender that he hated to the bone was standing shook. Then, it actually twisted and spun, almost completely concealing the purple-robed ascender's figure. What's he doing? Wang Wei's expression darkened. However, he could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was doing. He felt even more frustrated. It's really effective. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had cast the elementary devouring tactic, quickly discovered that the energy in the celestial ascension pool was being sucked into the immortal ascension pool. The energy in the celestial ascension pool that he had absorbed through the elementary devouring tactic was running amok in his 99 heavenly veins. It was completely out of his control, causing the 99 heavenly veins in his body to be greatly pressured. Under such pressure, the 99 heavenly veins continued to be damaged and healed. In this manner, it continued to circulate. During this process, Duan Lingtian also experienced a heart-wrenching pain. Every time one of his heavenly veins was torn, it was as though a knife was scraping his internal organs. He could only endure the pain silently. However, as the heavenly veins continued to be damaged and healed, they became even more tenacious. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's actions were effective. The 99 heavenly veins in his body continued to transform under his relentless tempering. With the passage of time, a great transformation similar to that of a phoenix's nirvana had taken place. Duan Lingtian was so engrossed in tempering his 99 heavenly veins that he did not notice. Around him, as time passed, batch after batch of ascenders appeared. Naturally, these ascenders had just ascended and had not become heavenly celestials. Therefore, they were in a comatose state as well. That was not all. Even the group of people who had ascended after Duan Lingtian, who should have become heavenly celestials in the spirit overarching heaven, did not show any signs of waking up. At some point, Wang Wei was no longer the only person dressed in silver armor at the edge of the celestial ascension pool. There were 3 people dressed in silver armor standing next to Wang Wei. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were young men. At this moment, the 3 of them were looking at the people in the celestial ascension pool in confusion. What's going on? Usually, at this time, there should be 3 batches of ascenders who had successfully become heavenly celestials and woke up. However, none of them showed any signs of becoming heavenly celestials or waking up at this time. Wang Wei, just who is this ascender that's still in the midst of the swirling white fog? Who is he? I have a feeling that the reason why the 3 groups of ascenders who should have become heavenly immortals and awakened didn't wake up has something to do with him. The gazes of the middle-aged man in silver armor and the other 2 young men in silver armor fell on Wang Wei, who was beside them. Waves of confusion rose in their eyes simultaneously. They had been here for a while, so they knew why Wang Wei was still in the celestial ascension pool. You're thinking too much. How could someone who has just ascended be able to affect other ascenders' chances of becoming heavenly celestials? Wang Wei looked at the faintly discernible purple figure that was surrounded by the constantly rotating white fog with a look of contempt on his face. That's true. However, who can explain what's going on? I have a feeling this isn't a coincidence. It's a pity we can't use our divine consciousness to check the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, we can use our divine consciousness to check if this is the doing of this purple-clad ascender. The middle-aged man and the 2 young men in silver armor frowned when they heard Wang Wei's words. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was going on outside. He was unaware that he had used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the energy in the celestial ascension pool and affect the ascender's chances of becoming heavenly celestials. Although the energy in the celestial ascension pool was constantly being nurtured, every time it was nurtured, it would be completely absorbed by him. Under such circumstances, the group of ascenders around him would not even be able to obtain a single strand of hair. Until Duan Lingtian discovered, the 99 heavenly veins in his body were no longer damaged. He opened his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on his face. My 99 heavenly veins are no longer the same as when I first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his heavenly veins. Not only had the heavenly vein in his body become tougher, but it had also widened significantly. If the original saint veins in his body were as thick as a small snake's body, then each saint vein in his body was as thick as a python's body. They couldn't be compared at all. Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised by the transformation of his 99 heavenly veins. He stopped using the elementary devouring technique, and the white fog that enveloped him gradually dissipated, revealing his figure. Chapter 2577. There are so many people? Before Duan Lingtian could figure out who was staring at him, he was shocked to find out that there were so many people in the ascension pool. Currently, he was surrounded by a group of people in the celestial ascension pool. The entire celestial ascension pool was filled with people. Why are there so many ascenders gathered here? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded as he looked at the group of people who had yet to become heavenly celestials and had yet to regain their senses. Right now, he still hadn't realized. The reason these ascenders had yet to become heavenly celestials was due to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had cast earlier. It was similar to plundering the energy they needed to become heavenly celestials. Wang Wei. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. The few sharp gazes that landed on him came from the edge of the celestial ascension pool. One of the gazes came from Wang Wei. At this moment, there were 7 people standing next to Wang Wei. There were 3 young men, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 old men. These 7 people were wearing armor similar to the silver armor on Wang Wei's body. It was obvious they were on the same side as Wang Wei. Brat, are you the one who caused these ascenders to fail to become heavenly celestials? A questioning voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he looked at Wang Wei. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Wang Wei and looked at an old man in silver armor standing near Wang Wei. The old man was the one who had questioned Duan Lingtian earlier. They failed to become heavenly celestials? When Duan Lingtian heard the old man's words and saw the other 6 men in silver armor standing next to Wang Wei, he vaguely realized something. Logically speaking, a person in silver armor would appear here every once in a while, and he would lead a group of ascenders away. Just like when I first woke up, Wang Wei was the only one here. When all the ascenders in the same batch as me woke up, Feng Qing came to take over Wang Wei's position. He was waiting for Wang Wei to bring us away before bringing the next batch of ascenders away. But now, apart from Wang Wei, there are 7 more people wearing silver armor. Also, the number of people in the celestial ascension pool right now. Based on the number of people who ascended with me, it's at least 8 times more than the number of people who ascended with me back then. Could it be that these people are stuck in the celestial ascension pool because I used the elementary devouring tactic to devour the energy in the celestial ascension pool? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. If that was the case, it was no wonder that the silver-armored old man would question him and ask him if he was the one who had caused this group of ascenders to fail to become heavenly immortals. I just followed third uncle's advice to temper the saint veins in my body. I didn't expect so many people would end up in the celestial ascension pool. After faintly realizing what was going on, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Bang! At the same time, he exerted force in his legs and kicked the bottom of the immortal pond. Then he leaped into the air like a giant prung bird. He landed outside the immortal pond and left it. I'm sorry. After leaving the celestial ascension pool, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the group of ascenders who were still standing in the celestial ascension pool with an apologetic smile on his face. After leaving the celestial ascension pool, Duan Lingtian turned around to look at the group of ascenders who were still in the celestial ascension pool. "Brat, how dare you ignore me?" The old man who had questioned Duan Lingtian was furious when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. His eyes were burning with anger. "You're finally out." At the same time, an excited voice rang in the air. When Wang Wei discovered Duan Lingtian had left the celestial ascension pool, an excited expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he made a move and charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Wang Wei's figure shot out like a cannonball as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. "Brat, I've already said that once you come out, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs before I stomp on your face." Wang Wei's voice, which was filled with ruthlessness, was timely emitted when his body moved. At this moment, the old man who was looking at Duan Lingtian with fire in his eyes earlier looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on his face. As for the other 6 people, they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian, who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, was destined to suffer for offending Wang Wei. Duan Lingtian regained his senses as soon as Wang Wei made his move. As soon as Duan Lingtian turned to look at Wang Wei had already made his move. His speed was not inferior to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could tell Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Wang Wei did not cast any celestial methods or divine abilities. In other words, without casting any celestial methods or divine abilities, Wang Wei's strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm. Cripple one of my arms and one of my legs? Stomp on my face? As soon as Wang Wei's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His face turned cold, and his body emitted a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. "We'll have to see if you're capable of doing that." Duan Lingtian smirked as Wang Wei approached him. Then he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, without any hesitation. A black whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. At the same time, a powerful devouring force surged out of the whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, it devoured a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings of the celestial ascension pool. However, it did not devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. The reason it did not devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was because Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not high, and the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was much denser than in the mundane realms. Although it did not devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy still rose at an extremely fast speed. Although it was only a temporary increase, it gave Duan Lingtian a strength that could split heaven and earth. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's opinion. Compared to Wang Wei's current celestial origin energy, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was nothing. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to rely on the elementary devouring tactic to fight Wang Wei. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body through the 99 heavenly veins and transformed into sword rays that hovered around him. It was as though they were guarding him loyally. That was, earlier when his celestial origin energy surged through the 99 heavenly veins, it seemed to have grown a lot stronger. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly dazed. He could not help but feel dazed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that after he had tempered his 99 heaven veins, not only would the speed of the energy in his body increase, but he would also be able to strengthen the energy in his body as he moved along them. This is equivalent to the effect of 2 elementary devouring tactics stacked together. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited when he felt the celestial origin energy that had been strengthened for the second time surging out of his body. He did not expect this at all. Although he had heard from the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao, the 3-legged golden crow, that the 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms were much more powerful than in the mundane realms, Duan Lingtian had heard about it before. Although he had tempered the 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool under the advice of Ker's third uncle, Xianxia, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins to be so powerful. However, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins to be so powerful. He did not expect the 99 heavenly veins to be able to strengthen his celestial origin energy. This was equivalent to the effect of the elementary devouring tactic stacked on top of his celestial origin energy. HM? Wang Wei, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, saw the thousands of sword rays that were condensed on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body when he was not far away from him. At the same time, he could clearly sense the sharp aura of Duan Lingtian's sword rays. It made him feel extremely pressured. How's this possible? He's just a cultivator who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. How can he give me such a feeling? In a flash of lightning, these thoughts appeared in Wang Wei's mind one after another. His eyes also revealed waves of fear and disbelief. Don't. In the next moment, a sound similar to the beating of a drum rang from Wang Wei's body. Wang Wei's sturdy body began to grow at an alarming speed. In just a blink of an eye, he had grown from a normal person who was 1.9 meters tall to a giant who was more than 10 meters tall. What was strange was that the silver armor on his body not only did not collapse due to his enlarged body, but it also enlarged along with his body, giving people a feeling that it fit him perfectly. Wang Wei. He cast his assist-type divine ability? Just as the other 7 people in silver armor were shocked by Wang Wei's sudden increase in size, Wang Wei's expression changed. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Wang Wei opened his arms, 2 waves of celestial origin energy shot out of his palms. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy turned into pillars that intersected and formed a cage around Duan Lingtian. Gravity? As soon as Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the cage, he could clearly feel the gravity of the cage was increasing. The gravity in the area that was enveloped by the prison cage increased tremendously. If it was a newcomer who had just ascended to a Devata realm, they would not be able to withstand the gravitational pull. Chapter 2578. Gravitational Prison. Not only did Wang Wei use his assist-type divine ability, Giant Avatar, but he also used his offensive divine ability, Gravity Prison, when facing this newly ascended spirit overarching heaven. Is it really necessary for him to fight a newcomer who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? The other 7 silver-armored men were shocked when they saw Wang Wei cast not only an assist-type divine ability but an offensive divine ability as well when he attacked Duan Lingtian. They could not figure it out at all. Why would Wang Wei act as though he was facing a formidable enemy when he was facing a newcomer who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? They were behaving in such a manner because they were still unaware of the fact that Duan Lingtian's attack was so powerful. The 10,000 sword rays hovering around Duan Lingtian were not something a newcomer who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven could produce. Wang Wei was behaving as though he was facing a formidable enemy because he had discovered the sword rays hovering around Duan Lingtian was not as simple as it seemed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions suddenly resounded, deafening everyone's ears. It was Wang Wei's divine ability, the gravitational prison, that increased the gravitational force on Duan Lingtian as though it was going to crush Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. While Wang Wei cast his divine ability, the gravitational prison, on Duan Lingtian, Wang Wei, who had turned into a giant with his assist-type divine ability, the giant celestial body, did not remain idle. He raised his hand and released his celestial origin energy in the form of a sharp saber ray. From afar, the saber ray looked like a gigantic saber. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. With a lift of his hand, Wang Wei executed a mysterious saber technique. Countless saber rays shot out from the gigantic saber in his hand. It was as though they had transformed into thousands of soldiers and horses. When they charged out, the sound of thunder could be heard as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian, who was imprisoned in the gravitational prison. Countless saber rays tore through the air and charged toward Duan Ling Tian from various tricky angles. It looked as though they were going to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the saber rays were aimed at Duan Ling Tian. Although there were many saber rays, they were all aimed at Duan Ling Tian's right arm and right leg. It was obvious they wanted to sever Duan Ling Tian's arm and leg. Wang Wei is using a celestial method? He's really going all out? Is this person who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven really worth him making such a big fuss? He's too cautious. The other 7 people in silver armor could not help but shake their heads again when they saw that Wang Wei had not only cast 2 divine abilities but also a celestial method. They felt Wang Wei was making a mountain out of a molehill. Wang Wei, a blue moon heavenly celestial, had to use his full strength against a newcomer who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. They felt Wang Wei's strength was beneath them. Wang Wei's strength is much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Wang Wei unleashing his full strength. The 7 silver-armored men thought Wang Wei was making a mountain out of a molehill. If Wang Wei did not cast his saber technique, his strength would only be comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms. However, now that Wang Wei had cast his saber technique, his strength had surpassed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, he was comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms who did not cast any celestial methods or divine abilities. When Wang Wei's saber technique unleashed countless saber rays that charged into the gravitational prison and was about to cut off Duan Ling Tian's arm and leg, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold immediately. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword and the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of sword rays hovering around Duan Ling Tian shone brightly before they formed a sword formation at an exaggerated speed. Moreover, they left behind 7 afterimages as they charged out in a menacing manner. Duan Ling Tian had only cast the first 7 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. This was because he did not think he would need to use the last few swords to deal with Wang Wei. Boom! Soon after, the sword formation and the 7 afterimages merged together, emitting a dazzling light. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the sword whistled once again, the tens of thousands of sword glows that had gathered into the sword formation surged once again, causing the might of the sword formation to rise by an entire level in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. While Wang Wei and the other 7 silver-armored men were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's sudden attack, Duan Ling Tian's sword formation had already easily destroyed the gravitational prison that enveloped Wang Wei and the other 7 silver-armored men. The gravity prison was still baring its fangs at Duan Ling Tian earlier. However, it could not withstand a single blow from Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. It was easily defeated by Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. During this time, Duan Ling Tian's sword formation met with Wang Wei's celestial method saber technique. Although there was some resistance, Duan Ling Tian managed to gain the upper hand in just a blink of an eye and successfully defeated Wang Wei's sword formation. Impossible! Horror dawned on Wang Wei's face when he saw the sword formation cast by Duan Ling Tian was like a wild beast that had gone berserk and defeated all of his attacks. His eyes were wide open. Other than disbelief, there was only disbelief in his eyes. He had a feeling Duan Ling Tian was not as simple as he thought. Otherwise, he would not have used all his strength so cautiously. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. Even if he used all his strength, he was still no match for this person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. No! A hint of despair appeared on Wang Wei's face when he saw Duan Ling Tian's sword formation charging toward him like a ghost. He did not even have the time to circulate his celestial origin energy to defend himself before a hint of despair appeared on his face. Spurt! The sound of something being severed rang in the air. It was accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry. The 7 silver-armored men who had just regained their senses shuddered in fear. In the next moment, they were shocked to see Duan Lingtian's sword formation. One of Wang Wei's arms and one of his legs had been severed and minced. Blood rained down from the sky and dyed the ground red. The blood rained down like the petals of a red rose. It was beautiful and eye-catching. However, at this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, no one else was looking at this scene with admiration. You should feel lucky that you didn't kill me earlier. Otherwise, you'd be a corpse by now. Duan Lingtian's cold voice suddenly resonated, causing Wang Wei and the others' hearts to tremble. Wang Wei stopped the bleeding from his severed arms and legs. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of relief could be seen on his pale face. Fortunately, he still remembered the rule of not killing people who had just ascended. Otherwise, he would have killed this purple-clad ascendant in a fit of rage. If he had killed this purple-clad ascendant, he would not be alive now. Who are you? When Wang Wei looked at Duan Lingtian again, his face was filled with fear as though he had just seen a ghost. This was his first time seeing someone who had just become a heavenly celestial with such terrifying strength. Is he really just a heavenly celestial? Although the other 7 men in silver armor knew the celestial ascension pool was used by eminent celestials to ascend to the upper realm, they were still shocked. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they could not help but extend their divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. It was difficult for Duan Lingtian to not notice the 7 powerful divine consciousnesses. Their divine consciousness. 5 of them are comparable to 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. 2 of them are comparable to 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although Duan Lingtian noticed the 7 divine consciousnesses, he was not bothered by their probing at all. Even if they attacked him with a soul attack after confirming he was a low-level heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the Devata realm, he could still use the mysterious defective metal piece to defend himself. These 7 men were clearly on par with Wang Wei. Their cultivation bases should be similar to Wang Wei's. They had not even entered the golden celestial stage yet. Duan Lingtian was confident he could throw out the defective metal piece in time to block the soul attack cast by existences with their cultivation bases. Where's the metal piece? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to reach into his pocket, his expression changed immediately. He suddenly remembered something. The robe he was wearing had been destroyed in the process of ascension. Could it be that, when my robe was destroyed during my ascension, the incomplete piece of metal was also lost in the mundane plane? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he thought about this. Before he ascended, apart from the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, that had lost its soul, he only brought the defective metal piece with him. He did not bring anything else with him. He still remembered he had casually put the defective metal piece into his pocket. The reason he did that was because he could not bring his spatial ring from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. At that time, he did not think about it at all. His robe was from the mundane realm, so he could not bring it to the Devata realm. Naturally, he did not think about it at all. Chapter 2579. Just when Duan Lingtian thought he had lost the mysterious defective metal piece in the mundane realm, his heart sank and his expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The 7 powerful divine consciousnesses had already touched Duan Lingtian's body and made their way to his soul. They wanted to probe Duan Lingtian's soul to determine Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. Just as the 7 divine consciousness were about to touch Duan Lingtian's soul, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that something strange had happened. The 7 divine consciousness disappeared mysteriously just as they were about to touch his soul. It was as though they were stones sinking into the sea. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could sense that the divine consciousness had not returned. It wasn't that the owners of the 7 divine consciousnesses had taken the initiative to withdraw their divine consciousnesses, but that there was something near his soul that had forcefully devoured the 7 divine consciousnesses. It's that thing. When Duan Ling Tian used his inner vision to look at the situation around his soul, he could easily see that there was a strange aura surrounding his soul. At the side of his soul, there was a defective piece of metal that was flickering with profound light floating there. Just now, it had devoured all 7 strands of divine consciousness when they were trying to probe his soul. When did it go there? Duan Lingtian was surprised and overjoyed when he discovered the defective metal piece hovering next to his soul like a guardian. He was surprised that this piece of metal had appeared on the side of his soul, and he hadn't noticed it at all. He was overjoyed that the defective metal piece had not been lost in the mundane realm due to his carelessness. Duan Lingtian was still feeling surprised and overjoyed. Meanwhile, the 7 silver-armored men who had failed to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base because their divine consciousness had been devoured by the defective metal piece hovering next to Duan Lingtian's soul. They looked at each other speechlessly. After a dozen breaths, one of the silver-armored men finally guessed, could this person be a golden celestial? Based on the fact that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wang Wei, who was a blue moon heavenly celestial, and the fact that his divine consciousness was like a stone sinking into the sea when it touched Duan Lingtian's soul, he had no choice but to speculate. He had thought Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial when he was in the mundane realm. Now that he had ascended to the Devata realm, he had become a golden celestial. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that the celestial pool was a golden celestial. The celestial ascension pool in front of him was specially used by eminent celestials from the mundane realms. It could only help eminent celestials become heavenly celestials. On the other hand, the celestial ascension pool used by 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms was different from the celestial ascension pool. Not only could it help 9 tribulation bodiless celestials become golden celestials, but it could also help them rebuild their bodies so they no longer had to live in the form of a soul. Golden celestial? Impossible. That's right. Don't forget, this isn't the celestial ascension pool used by 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. This is the celestial ascension pool used by eminent celestials in the mundane realms. Only eminent celestials from the mundane realms will be able to become Crimson Moon heavenly celestials when they wake up. I can't believe a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial has such terrifying strength. The celestial methods and divine abilities he cast earlier must be extraordinary. For him to be able to suppress Wang Wei, who's a blue moon heavenly celestial, with his cultivation base as a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial, it means that the celestial method and divine ability he cast are of a terrifying level. It seems like he's either from a powerful force or he had a fortuitous encounter in the mundane realms. The other 6 people chimed in one after another. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a golden celestial. As for why they could not detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with their divine consciousness, it was possible that Duan Lingtian knew how to conceal his cultivation base. After all, it was not uncommon in the Devata realms. Celestial method? Divine ability? Upon hearing the 7 people's words, Wang Wei, who had lost an arm and a leg, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of greed in his eyes. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he lowered his head again. However, the greed in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it grew even more intense. A mere Crimson Moon heavenly celestial was able to defeat a Blue Moon heavenly celestial who had cast all his divine abilities with just a celestial method and divine ability. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was several stages higher than his. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities were. Crimson Moon heavenly celestial? Blue Moon heavenly celestial? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses after discovering the defective metal piece was not lost in the mundane realm. He frowned slightly as he looked at the 7 silver-armored men who were whispering among themselves. Is that the cultivation base of a heavenly celestial in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian knew eminent celestials from the mundane realms would become heavenly celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. He knew 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms would become golden celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. He also knew golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. However, he knew nothing about the specific division between the heaven celestial stage and the gold celestial stage. Why you don't even know the difference between heavenly celestials? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was Wang Wei, who had his head lowered, stunned, but the other 7 men in silver armor were stunned as well. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's reaction, it did not seem like he was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Generally speaking, if he's from a powerful force, he should have known the difference between heavenly celestials when he was in the mundane realm. It's impossible for someone from a powerful force to not know the difference between the 7 stages of heavenly celestials. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm and obtained an extremely powerful celestial method and divine ability. Soon, the 7 people who were wearing the same silver armor as Wang Wei began to communicate via voice transmission. In the end, they confirmed one thing. The purple-clad man before them was most likely someone who had a fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm. Moreover, it was highly likely he did not have a powerful background. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of greed could be seen in their eyes. Heavenly celestials are divided into 7 stages. People call them the 7 stages of heavenly celestials. Soon after, one of the middle-aged men in silver armor explained patiently to Duan Ling Tian as his eyes gleamed brightly. The 7 stages of the heavenly celestial realm are further divided into the Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial, Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial, Yellow Moon Heavenly Celestial, Green Moon Heavenly Celestial, Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, and Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. They correspond to the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. The 7 colors of the rainbow? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard the silver-armored man's words. If that was the case, it was not difficult to remember the 7 stages of heavenly celestials. Naturally, although heavenly celestials and bodiless celestials have the same cultivation base, their strength is incomparable. Since bodiless celestials from the mundane realms don't have bodies, they can't withstand the pressure from casting celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. For this reason, they can't cast celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, in the Devata realms, a green moon heavenly celestial who has mastered an ordinary offensive divine ability, an ordinary assist-type divine ability, and an ordinary celestial method is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. On the other hand, a green moon heavenly celestial's cultivation base is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. The silver-armored man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Based on your strength as a crimson moon heavenly celestial, you should be able to defeat a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. The strength you displayed when you defeated Wang Wei is comparable to an orange sun golden celestial without any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. Orange sun golden celestial? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Just like the 7 realms of the heavenly immortal realm, golden immortals are also divided into 7 realms of the golden immortal realm. They are the red sun golden immortal, orange sun golden immortal, yellow sun golden immortal, green sun golden immortal, blue sun golden immortal, indigo sun golden immortal, and violet sun golden immortal. The silver-armored man could see Duan Ling Tian's confusion, so he explained, Wang Wei's strength is comparable to a crimson sun golden celestial without any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. Now that you've become a crimson moon heavenly celestial, your strength is comparable to an orange sun golden celestial. This means your strength is comparable to a crimson sun golden celestial when you were an eminent celestial. Naturally, the golden celestial I'm talking about here is a golden celestial without any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. At the end of his sentence, the silver-armored middle-aged man added another sentence. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Wang Wei is a blue moon heavenly celestial. Based on the divine consciousness they sent out earlier, 5 of them are blue moon heavenly celestials and 2 indigo moon heavenly celestials. Earlier, when the 7 silver-armored men probed him with their divine consciousness, he discovered 5 of them had divine consciousness that was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, while 2 of them had divine consciousness that was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. They were blue moon heavenly celestials and indigo moon heavenly celestials. In other words, 5 of them have a cultivation base that's comparable to Wang Wei. The other 2 have a cultivation base that's even stronger than Wang Wei. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also realized this. "Who are all of you?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at the silver-armored man. Chapter 2580. Duan Ling Tian did not know who the people in the silver armor, including Wang Wei, were. He also did not know why these people wanted to bring these people, who had just ascended, to the camp. He did not ascend to the Devata realms to report to the camp. The reason he had ascended to the Devata realm was for a better cultivation environment and better cultivation resources, so he could quickly raise his cultivation base so he could go to the divine offering land to rescue his family and his friends after 1,000 years. "We're the Decurions of the Silverworm Army." The middle-aged man in silver armor replied to Duan Lingtian's question. "Silverworm Army?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "You're an army?" The middle-aged man nodded. "The Silverworm Army belongs to Bloody Spectre City. The commander of the Silverworm Army is one of the 3 strongest powerhouses under the Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City." "Bloody Spectre City?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Bloody Spectre City is the only city in this area. It's part of 9 Spectres County. Apart from being a place for celestials to stay, it's also in charge of the celestial ascension pools in this area. The silver-armored middle-aged man continued to say, "The celestial ascension pool you just left is only one of the many celestial ascension pools that the Bloody Spectre City is in charge of. Those who ascend to this celestial ascension pool are usually led by 2 100-man squads from the Silverworm Army." But when Duan Ling Tian heard this, he said indifferently, "Earlier, I seem to have heard that all of you are going to bring us to a camp to report. Are we going to report to the Silverworm Army's camp?" "That's right." The middle-aged man in silver armor nodded. "Why do we have to report to the Silverworm Army's camp?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. "Because this is the rule. The ascendants in 9 Spectres County are usually brought to their camps by the armies of the various cities to report to them. Then, they'll serve under their supervision. They'll be under the supervision of the army," the middle-aged man in silver armor said. "Only those who have served for 1,000 years can regain their freedom." "Only after serving for 1,000 years? Can I regain my freedom?" Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he couldn't help but sneer. What a tyrannical rule. They actually want the ascenders to serve for 1,000 years before returning their freedom. However, Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm Army, including Wang Wei, and said indifferently, "Although I've just ascended to the Devata realm, I'm afraid all of you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave." Of the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm Army, the 2 strongest were Blue Moon Heavenly Immortals. Blue Moon Celestial Immortal, unless one had mastered an extremely powerful immortal spell or divine ability, it was impossible to keep him here. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm Army darkened. A loud and clear voice came from afar. "If it was before we arrived, they might not be able to keep you here. However, it won't be so easy for you to leave now." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the voice. He turned to look at the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked over. In the distance, 2 figures could be seen flashing across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei were dressed in silver armor. One of them was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man dressed in silver armor. Although both of them were also dressed in silver armor, the badges on their chests shone brightly under the sunlight. There were 2 dragon heads on the badges on their chests. Unlike the badges on the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, there were 2 dragon heads on the badges on their chests. Unknowingly, it exposed their extraordinary identities. Lord Centurion. Lord Centurion. The 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, bowed respectfully when they saw the middle-aged man and the young man dressed in silver armor. As expected. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had already faintly sensed these 2 men's identities were not simple. When he saw the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, greeting them respectfully, he knew his guess was correct. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed 2 divine consciousness from the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army that had just arrived. It was obvious they wanted to probe him as well. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the divine consciousness of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army that was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he became even more nonchalant. What a joke! He was not even afraid of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's soul attack, let alone a divine consciousness that was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army's divine consciousness entered Duan Lingtian's body and approached his soul, it was devoured by the defective metal piece that was hovering beside Duan Lingtian's soul. Shua. Instantly, the expressions of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army changed. Good move. The middle-aged centurion of the Silverworm army looked at Duan Ling Tian and praised him. A mere crimson moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm knows how to conceal his cultivation base. How rare! Another centurion of the Silver Dragon army who looked like a young man took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "What? Could it be that the 2 centurions are here to stop me from leaving?" Duan Ling Tian said lightly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized why the decurion of the Silverworm army answered his questions so cooperatively. As it turned out, they were the ones who had informed the centurion of the Silverworm army to come over. As for why the other party was so cooperative in answering his questions, it was most likely to stall for time and wait for the 2 centurions to arrive. However, they thought, could these 2 centurions stop him from leaving just because they were here? How naive! After all, the strength he had displayed so far was still far from his full strength. Originally, my biggest weakness was my soul. However, now, Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about the defective metal piece hovering next to his soul. When he was still in the mundane realm, he had thought about this before. After he ascended to the Devata realm, he could rely on the celestial methods and divine abilities granted by the Sovereign Heart Sword to fight opponents with a higher cultivation base than him. However, if he encountered a powerful celestial whose soul attack was so fast that he could not react in time to throw out the defective metal piece, he would most likely be doomed. Now, the defective metal piece had strangely entered his body and was hovering beside his soul. This made him feel much more at ease. This meant that he was not afraid at all. As long as the soul attacks were not so strong that the defective metal piece could not deal with them, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. After all, the soul attacks would not be able to harm him. Currently, if the soul attacks wanted to harm him or even destroy his soul, they would have to go through the defective metal piece first. If the defective metal piece can't withstand a soul attack, how powerful would the soul attack be? In the Devata realms, even the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial could be easily absorbed by the defective metal piece, right? When Duan Ling Tian recalled one of the origins of the defective metal piece, the powerhouse from the divine offering land Ker's third uncle, Xianxia, he calmed down. Perhaps, even the soul attack of a heavenly emperor from the Devata realms won't be able to harm or kill me. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he thought about this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only thinking about it. After all, before the heavenly emperor powerhouse used a soul attack on him and was blocked by the incomplete metal piece, he did not dare to be certain. He did not know if the defective metal piece could withstand the soul attack of a heavenly emperor. Earlier, when I attacked Wang Wei, I still held back a lot. For example, I only used 7 of the 13 green lotus swords. If I had used all 13 swords, the strength I displayed earlier would have been 2 levels higher. Moreover, I still have the defective Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, which is comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although I'm not sure how strong a top celestial weapon is, it's definitely not comparable to an ordinary celestial weapon. Even if I don't use the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, my strength is comparable to a green sun golden celestial who doesn't use his celestial weapon, celestial method, or divine ability. If I use the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, I might be able to defeat a violet sun golden celestial who doesn't use his celestial weapon, celestial method, or divine ability. Since Duan Lingtian had a damaged top celestial weapon, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he knew very well how powerful it was. A top celestial weapon was much more powerful than an ordinary celestial weapon. Even the most ordinary celestial weapon could raise a celestial's strength by a level, let alone a top celestial weapon. However, if I really have to face a violet sun golden celestial, I won't be able to defeat him. After all, a violet sun golden celestial would definitely use his celestial method, divine ability, or celestial weapon. After all, it's not realistic. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Even if a green sun golden celestial who has mastered ordinary celestial methods and divine abilities possesses an ordinary celestial weapon, I might not be a match for him. The most ordinary celestial method in the Devata realm can raise his strength by a level. If the most ordinary assistive divine ability and offensive divine ability can raise his strength by a level, then the divine ability can raise his strength by 2 levels. Moreover, the celestial weapon can raise his strength by a level. Even if he's not as strong as a great overarching golden celestial who doesn't use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons, he's definitely stronger than a violet sun golden celestial who doesn't use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still unsure how much help the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword could give him. Due to this reason, he did not dare to be certain. Chapter 2581. What? Are the 2 centurions here to stop me from leaving? In the face of Duan Lingtian's calm and casual question, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. The centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a young man sneered at Duan Lingtian as his eyes flashed coldly. So what if I did? Do you think a mere Crimson Moon heavenly celestial like you who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven can escape from under our noses? I really think so. Facing the sneer of the centurion of the Silverworm army, Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as ever. Furthermore, it was filled with confidence. How dare you? How dare you? How can someone like you, who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, be so presumptuous in front of the centurion? This is too much. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, glared at Duan Lingtian and reprimanded him. Now, with the arrival of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army, they were full of confidence. Apart from being a violet moon heavenly celestial, the centurion of the Silverworm army also had a celestial weapon bestowed to him by the Silverworm army's Lord Commander. On the other hand, the Decanus did not have any immortal artifacts. Otherwise, their strength would be a level higher than what it was now. Although the strength displayed by the purple-clad ascender was comparable to an orange sun-golden celestial who did not use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian was confident in his strength. However, they did not think that the purple-clothed ascender before them would be a match for their centurion. This was because once the centurion of the Silverworm army unleashed his full strength, his strength was comparable to a green sun-golden celestial who did not use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. Unless the purple-robed ascender in front of him could display a strength that was 2 levels higher than what he had displayed before. Otherwise, it was impossible for this purple-clothed ascender to be a match for any of the centurions in the Silverworm army. However, was it possible for this purple-robed ascender to hide so much of his strength? The 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, felt that this was impossible. Therefore, they were very confident in the centurion of their silverworm army. You really think so? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the centurion of the silverworm army, who looked like a young man, was so infuriated that his expression changed drastically. His gaze towards Duan Lingtian became even colder. Even the other centurion, who looked like a middle-aged man, didn't look too good. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Since you really think so, then I'd like to see how you're going to escape from under our noses. I also want to see, how fast is your speed? How dare you make such a big statement?" The centurion of the Silver Dragon army, who looked like a young man, sneered. "How fast is my speed?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Although my speed shouldn't be slower than yours, I really don't intend to rely on my speed to escape. Now, I'm preparing to leave. If you want to stop me, feel free to do so. However, I want to tell you that once you make a move, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Don't ask for trouble." After leaving these words behind, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from the two centurions of the silverworm army before he swaggered out at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. At this moment, with Duan Lingtian's speed, any one of the 8 decurions of the silverworm army would be able to catch up to him. Moreover, the 2 centurions of the silverworm army were even stronger than the 8 of them. Asking for trouble? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 2 centurions of the silverworm army could not help but look at each other. At that moment, they could see the anger in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian's words were like a resounding slap that fiercely descended onto their faces. At this moment, they only felt that they had been underestimated. They felt extremely humiliated. "I'd like to see how you're going to make us ask for trouble. Arrogant brat. Today, I'll let you know what it means by, there's always someone better than you." When Duan Lingtian left at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, the 2 centurions of the silverworm army were enraged as well. They moved at the same time as energy swept out from their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, they had already caught up to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they overtook Duan Lingtian and appeared in his path, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also came to a halt. When Duan Lingtian came to a halt, the 8 decurions of the silverworm army had also caught up to him. The 2 centurions of the silverworm army coordinated with the other 3 centurions of the silverworm army and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Moreover, all of them were glaring at Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Wang Wei, whose arm and leg had been crippled by Duan Lingtian. The way he stared at Duan Lingtian was like the gaze of a hungry wolf. He could not wait to pounce on Duan Lingtian and devour him whole. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even look at the 8 decurions of the silverworm army. It was as though they were air. It was as though they did not exist. "Let's see how I'm going to make you ask for trouble. Let me know what it means by, there's always someone better than you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 centurions of the silverworm army and suddenly laughed. After a while, his laughter turned into a sneer. "Since you want to see how I'm going to make you ask for trouble, I'll fulfill your wish. At the same time, I'll let you know what it means by, there's always someone better than you." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he made his move again. The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Duan Lingtian mobilized his celestial origin energy. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that hovered around his body and emitted terrifying sword chi. The sword chi above the tens of thousands of sword chi seemed capable of destroying everything. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been raised by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had not been reduced to its original state when the 2 centurions of the silverworm army arrived. For this reason, when he mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body through his 99 heavenly veins, it was as though he had cast the elementary devouring tactic twice. His celestial origin energy was comparable to the celestial origin energy of a blue moon heavenly celestial. Moreover, this was only the level of his celestial origin energy. If he cast other techniques, his strength would increase by more than just a little. In the next moment, the two centurions of the Silverworm army finally regained their senses. Their expressions darkened as they mobilized their energy and cast various techniques before they took out their celestial weapons. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian immediately cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword and the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. This time, he did not hold back at all when he cast the 13 green lotus swords. It was completely different from the 13 green lotus swords he had cast when he fought with Wang Wei earlier. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword formation shot out, leaving behind more than 10 afterimages. Soon after, the afterimages merged together, causing the sword formation to shine even brighter. Sword chi shot out in all directions as though it could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, apart from the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian had used all his techniques. His strength was comparable to a green sun golden celestial who did not use his celestial method, divine ability, or celestial weapon. It was similar to the strength of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army who had cast their celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. After all, this was the extent of their strength even if they had unleashed their full strength. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army had a grave expression on their faces when they saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious sword formation. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to theirs even if they had unleashed their full strength. How could this ascender be so strong? Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who ascended to a Devata realm and became a golden celestial wouldn't be so strong, right? He didn't even use his celestial weapon, but his strength is so strong. At this moment, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army realized they had encountered a tough opponent. However, despite their solemn expressions, they were fearless and attacked in unison. If there was only one of them, they might only be able to fight to a draw with the purple-clad ascender. However, there were 2 of them. Bush, 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 bush. Among the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army, one used a sword while the other used a saber. When they made their moves, the saber and sword emitted an ear-piercing sound that seemed to be able to blot out the heaven and earth. One had to admit the space in the Devata realms was much more stable than the space in the mundane realms. If they were in the mundane realms, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army would have left a tear in the void that was more than 1,000 meters long. Even Duan Lingtian's sword formation would be able to create such a tear in the void. However, the attacks of the 3 centurions of the Silverworm army did not cause the space in the Devata realm to tremble at all. Everything was calm and tranquil. Only the sound of wind whistling could be heard. However, even though the sky was calm, the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army had a solemn expression on their faces. In fact, there was a hint of disbelief in the depths of their eyes. It was one thing if they could not see through the attacks of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. However, they could not see through the attacks of the purple-clad young man who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Chapter 2582. At this moment, the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, could see that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian had held back when he attacked earlier. Moreover, he had not only held back a little. Damn it! The strength. How could he be so powerful? Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to any of the centurions. Wang Wei's eyes were originally filled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian like a hungry wolf. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's true strength, his expression could not help but change. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, the ferocious gleam in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by fear. He did not expect this. He did not expect this purple-clad person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven to be so strong. Although Duan Ling Tian had held back when he attacked earlier, he still managed to defeat Wang Wei easily. How's this possible? Put aside the fact that he just ascended from the celestial ascension pool that accepts eminent celestials, even if he ascended from the celestial ascension pool that accepts 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, he shouldn't be so strong, right? Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to any of the centurions of the Silver Worm army. I can see it. The strength he's displaying now is enough to compare with the 2 centurions of our Silver Worm army. Don't forget, one of the reasons the 2 centurions are able to display such strength is because they each have a celestial weapon. However, this purple-clad person doesn't have a celestial weapon. If he has a celestial weapon, his strength is comparable to the 2 centurions? Although it's hard to believe that's the truth. Apart from Wang Wei, the other 7 decurions of the Silverworm army were shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be hiding so much of his strength. This was especially true for the old man who had questioned Duan Lingtian earlier. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Earlier, when he had questioned Duan Lingtian had ignored him. He was furious and almost attacked Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Wang Wei had made a move first. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Now that he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he was even more relieved that Wang Wei had made a move first. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending if he had offended such a powerhouse. The decurions of the Silverworm army were discussing this matter in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's sword formation was about to collide with the saber and sword of the 2 centurions from the Silverworm army. Duan Lingtian, done, submission of 10,000 soldiers. With a thought, a mysterious aura suddenly extended from the sword formation. It seemed to be mixed with a wisp of unfathomable power, as if it contained some kind of special characteristic. After the mysterious aura spread out, the wisp of unfathomable power wrapped around the celestial artifacts in the hands of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. Immediately, the 2 celestial artifacts were forcefully snatched from their hands. What's going on? How's this possible? The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army only regained their senses when the celestial weapons in their hands hurt them. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. At this moment, they could clearly feel something. An irresistible force had lured the celestial weapons away from their hands. From the beginning until the end, they did not have the ability to resist at all. They had also thought of putting the immortal weapon into their storage rings. However, they discovered the force had severed the connection between them and the celestial weapons. It was impossible for them to keep the celestial weapons in their spatial rings. Boom, 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 boom. After the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army's celestial weapons were snatched away, their attacks collided with Duan Lingtian's sword formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. After the explosion, the airflow in the air shook and reversed. Gusts of violent wind swept out in all directions. What followed was a vast and majestic shockwave that swept out in all directions with an unstoppable force. Faced with the shockwaves, the 8 centurions of the Silverworm army hastily mobilized the energy in their bodies to form a layer of defense on the surface of their bodies. Otherwise, they would have been injured even if they did not die. In the end, the 2 centurions still came out on top. When the 8 centurions of the Silverworm army defended themselves against the shockwaves, they could clearly see that the combined attack of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army was only half nullified by Duan Lingtian's sword formation. The remaining half continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian with unstoppable force. It was as though they would not rest until they killed Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, this ascendant will most likely die. However, do the 2 centurions really intend to kill him? If he were to die, wouldn't the immortal arts and divine abilities he had mastered vanish along with him? If that's the case, it's a pity. At this moment, The 8 centurions of the Silverworm army could not help but feel their hearts ache when they thought about the various profound techniques Duan Lingtian had mastered. They did not care about the life and death of this purple-clad ascendant. What they cared about was the various profound celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered. This was the reason why the centurions of the Silverworm army had personally come here. He can't die. He can't die. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army did not have time to think about how their celestial weapons were suddenly snatched away. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the remaining half of the combined attack of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army charging toward Duan Lingtian. If this purple-clad ascendant died, they would never be able to lay their hands on the various profound celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered. If that was the case, would their trip here be in vain? Bang, bang. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army stomped their feet in the air in unison. Their energy surged again as they chased after the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army who were charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army raised their hands and cast their techniques one after another. Waves of boundless energy swept out in an attempt to rescue Duan Lingtian from the abyss of suffering. However, since they did not have any celestial weapons in their hands, they were powerless to save Duan Lingtian even though they wanted to. Damn it! If I had a celestial weapon, how could my current attack not be able to catch up to him? The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were frustrated when they saw the remaining half of their celestial weapons charging toward Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. It was as though a gigantic beast was about to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. If it was not for the sudden appearance of a strange energy that snatched away their celestial weapons, they would not have to watch the purple-clad ascendant being killed. After all, the purple-clad ascendant possessed extremely advanced celestial methods and divine abilities. If the purple-clad ascendant did not die and was imprisoned, they would have a chance to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities. What a pity! The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army could not help but sigh when they realized they could not stop the purple-clad ascendant from being killed. Naturally, they were not sighing for the purple-clad ascendant who was about to be killed. Instead, they were sighing for the advanced celestial methods and divine abilities that the purple-clad ascendant possessed. However, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army thought Duan Lingtian was going to die. At this critical moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the 2 centurions from the Silverworm army were attacking Duan Lingtian, the sound of sword whistling suddenly reverberated in the air. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were shocked to see the purple-clad figure in the air. That familiar violet figure was like a god as it tore through the sky amidst the boundless and peerless attacks. A sword formation appeared in front of the purple-clad figure to open up a path for him. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see the power of this sword formation was much stronger than the one he had cast earlier. He was still holding back earlier? How's this possible? The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army could not help but widen their eyes when they saw the sword formation easily defeating the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. Bush, 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 bush. After defeating the 2 centurions of the Silver Dragon army, the momentum of the sword formation didn't decrease at all. Instead, it continued to defeat the 2 centurions of the Silver Dragon army who were trying to stop the attacks of the 2 centurions of the Silver Dragon army. The whole process was very smooth, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Am I going to die? I can't believe I'm going to die in the hands of a Crimson Moon Heaven Celestial. Moreover, he's a Crimson Moon Heaven Celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army felt despair when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword formation was about to reach them. They were certain they would be killed in the next moment. Bush, 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 bush. However, just as the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were feeling despair, the sword formation that was about to reach them disappeared with the wind. Only a sword ray was left before it returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. It's my celestial sword. One of the centurions of the Silverworm army immediately recognized the sword that had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. And my celestial saber. Chapter 2583. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was holding a sword in one hand and a saber in the other. The saber and sword in his hands were the celestial weapons that belonged to the two centurions of the Silverworm army. What's going on? That's the celestial weapons of the two centurions, right? How did it end up in his hands? At this moment, not only were the two centurions of the Silverworm army confused, but the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army were also confused. They could not figure it out at all. How did the celestial weapons of the two centurions of the Silverworm army end up in the hands of this purple-clad ascender? Moreover, this purple-clad ascender seemed to have relied on the power of the celestial weapons to avert a life-or-death situation and even turn the tables around. They more or less caught a glimpse of the last scene that had just happened. If this purple-clad ascender had not stopped in time, the two centurions of the Silverworm army would have died without a doubt. Are you the one who snatched our celestial weapons? The centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a middle-aged man, stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. At this time, he also realized that the power that snatched away the immortal artifact in his hand must have originated from this ascender. Otherwise, his immortal artifact would not have ended up in the hands of this ascender. What kind of technique is that? When the centurion of the Silverworm army with the appearance of a young man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were burning with greed. It was as though he had forgotten that he was a centurion of the Silverworm army. If Duan Lingtian had not held back earlier, he would have died without a burial ground. However, Duan Lingtian did not reply to the two centurions of the Silverworm army. He only said indifferently, although I know both of you wanted to save me because you wanted to obtain my celestial methods and divine abilities, both of you did not intend to kill me. Therefore, I won't hold it against both of you. These two celestial weapons will be the price both of you have to pay. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not even look at the two centurions of the Silverworm army as he turned around and prepared to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, a voice rang in the air. Brat. The centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, glared at Duan Lingtian's back and said coldly, "Even if you have an immortal artifact, do you really think you can defeat us? Don't forget that you're just a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Perhaps, with the profound immortal techniques and divine abilities you've mastered, and the immortal artifacts you've taken from us, you might be able to display a combat strength that's stronger than ours. However, you're only stronger than us in material attacks. If we use soul attacks, even if we're not good at it, you won't be able to withstand it with your soul that's only at the level of a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial. So, I advise you to hand over our celestial equipment and follow us back to the Silverworm army." At the end of his sentence, the centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, sounded threatening. It was as though he was going to launch a soul attack on Duan Lingtian. How could I forget? We can still use soul attacks to deal with him. Wang Wei, one of the decurions of the Silverworm army, who was standing at the side, suddenly brightened when he heard the centurion of the Silverworm army's words. He's so strong that we often forget that he's just a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial. With the level of his soul, he won't be able to withstand any soul attack from any of us. Among the 8 of us, the one with the lowest cultivation base is a Blue Moon heavenly celestial. A mere Crimson Moon heavenly celestial won't be able to withstand a soul attack from a Blue Moon heavenly celestial. If the 2 centurions who are Blue Moon heavenly celestials use soul attacks, I'm afraid this person's soul will be destroyed in just a blink of an eye. The other 7 decurions from the Silverworm army also regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no longer only fear and dread in their eyes. It seemed as though they were more confident now. Soul attack? Upon hearing the centurion of the Silverworm army's words, Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he said nonchalantly, If you want to use a soul attack on me, go ahead. However, let me tell you this. If you use a soul attack on me, we'll fight to the death. At that time, there'll be no turning back. Although Duan Lingtian's words were calm, they sounded even colder to the Silverworm army's ears. They felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. What a bluff! The centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, was the first to react. He sneered, "Boy, do you think I'll be afraid of you and won't use a soul attack on you just because you said that?" The centurion of the Silverworm army was not the only one who felt this way. Even the other centurion of the Silverworm army and the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army felt the same way. Even a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial who was not skilled in soul attacks would be able to destroy a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial's soul and kill him in just a blink of an eye. This was because the difference in soul level between them was too great. There was a difference of 6 levels. However, when Duan Lingtian heard the centurion of the Silverworm army's words, he merely smiled disdainfully before he flew out like the wind again. When he was still in the mundane realm, he had encountered soul attacks from 9 tribulation bodiless celestials before. However, it did not hurt him at all. Although the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were quite strong, their soul attacks might not be as powerful as the soul attacks from 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. What was there to be afraid of? You're seeking death. When the centurion of the Silverworm army saw how Duan Lingtian dared to disregard his words, horror dawned on his face. His eyes flashed as a ray of light shot out from the space between his eyebrows. This swift streak of light was the soul attack he had hurriedly unleashed in a fit of rage. Swoosh! The centurion of the Silverworm army's soul attack shot out and locked onto Duan Lingtian. It was like a maggot attached to a bone as it drew closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. You're seeking death. As soon as the centurion of the Silverworm army cast his soul attack, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. His expression darkened as he shouted coldly before he turned around. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. The celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shone with sword rays as it merged with the celestial origin energy that surged out of his body. Following that, the sword rays transformed into a sword formation again before dozens of afterimages appeared in the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the dozens of afterimages of the sword formation merged together, the energy of the sword formation soared. When it shot out again, it seemed as though it could destroy heaven and earth. Its target was the centurion of the Silverworm army who had cast his soul attack on Duan Lingtian. You may be strong, but it's impossible for you to kill me in one strike and take me down with you. The centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, smirked coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. It was as though he had expected this. At most, I'll be severely injured. As for you, you'll definitely die. The expression of the centurion of the Silverworm army turned solemn as soon as he finished speaking. The celestial origin energy that he had been accumulating surged out of his body and formed a thick translucent wall in front of him as though he had the help of the gods. The wall in front of him was like an indestructible fortress. At this critical moment, the centurion of the Silverworm army, who was well prepared, cast his defensive technique. Apart from casting his defensive technique, the centurion of the Silverworm army did not remain idle. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he unleashed his strongest attack against Duan Lingtian's sword formation. Based on what had happened, it was clear the centurion of the Silverworm army had been prepared for this. If he was not prepared, he would have died under Duan Lingtian's attack. However, now that he was prepared, he would only be severely injured. Let's see how you'll die. After that, the centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, stared at the soul attack that he cast earlier. He watched as the streak of light entered Duan Lingtian's body as though it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He smiled. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian's soul being destroyed by his soul attack. On the other side, Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the soul attack cast by the centurion of the Silverworm army. It was as though he did not think much of the centurion of the Silverworm army's soul attack. Indeed, this was the truth. After the centurion of the Silverworm Army's soul attack penetrated Duan Lingtian's body, it headed straight for Duan Lingtian's soul as though it was trying to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. When the soul attack approached Duan Lingtian's soul, the scene that Duan Lingtian had expected appeared. The defective metal piece that was hovering next to Duan Lingtian's soul suddenly shone brightly. As for the soul attack, it was directly swallowed by it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's soul was not affected at all. A violet moon heavenly celestial's soul attack. Is this all there is to it? At the same time, Duan Lingtian said disdainfully as he looked at the centurion of the Silverworm Army who was looking at him as though he was looking at a dead person. How's this possible? The centurion of the Silverworm Army who was confident of victory widened his eyes in shock when he saw his soul attack had failed to kill Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had just seen a ghost. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 2584. It was just as the centurion of the Silverworm Army had expected. Although Duan Lingtian's attack with the celestial sword was powerful, it was not enough to kill the centurion of the Silverworm Army. After the centurion of the celestial sword blocked half of the attack, it could only injure the centurion of the Silverworm Army. Barf! The centurion of the Silverworm Army who was severely injured by Duan Lingtian turned pale immediately. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. The centurion of the Silverworm Army had expected this. At this moment he should be happy because he had escaped a calamity. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. This was because he had expected Duan Lingtian to be killed by his soul attack. No. Impossible. Impossible. The centurion of the Silverworm Army looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. You're just a crimson moon heavenly celestial. How can you remain unharmed under my soul attack? Impossible. Impossible. At this moment, the centurion of the Silverworm Army was not the only one who was looking at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Even the centurion of the Silverworm Army who looked like a middle-aged man was looking at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Initially, the centurion of the Silverworm Army thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die when the centurion of the Silverworm Army unleashed his soul attack. How's he still alive? He's just a crimson moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? The centurion of the Silverworm Army who looked like a middle-aged man was shocked. The other decurions of the Silverworm Army, including Wang Wei, looked at each other in confusion. How's this possible? This person who has just ascended is unharmed after being attacked by Lord Centurion's soul attack? How did he do it? This is unbelievable. When Lord Centurion said he was going to use his soul attack on Duan Lingtian, I thought of using my soul attack to kill Duan Lingtian first. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing I didn't do that. The 8 decurions of the Silver Dragon Army were completely dumbfounded. How could he withstand Lord Centurion's soul attack? Furthermore, he doesn't seem to be affected at all. Wang Wei looked at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. Because just now, he had almost used a soul attack on Duan Lingtian. Now that he thought about it, if he had used a soul attack on Duan Lingtian first, he would have definitely become a mortal enemy of the Duan Lingtian. Judging from the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed, even if the 2 centurions of the Silverworm Army wanted to protect him, they were powerless. Unless you have a soul defense celestial weapon. At this moment, the centurion of the Silverworm Army who looked like a young man seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly exclaimed, and his face became extremely pale in an instant. At this moment he confirmed this in his heart. If a Crimson Moon celestial immortal didn't have a soul-protecting immortal artifact, there was no way he could have blocked his soul attack. A soul-protecting celestial weapon? The other centurion of the Silverworm Army narrowed his eyes in shock. That seems to be the only possibility. Why didn't I think of that? That's right. He's just a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial who has just ascended to a Devata realm. If he doesn't have a soul-protecting celestial weapon, how could he have withstood Lord Centurion's soul attack? If he really has a soul-protecting celestial weapon, it'll make up for his weak soul. At the same time, the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, were certain Duan Ling Tian possessed a soul defense celestial weapon after they heard the young centurion's words. Otherwise, there was no way to explain everything that was happening before his eyes. A soul-protecting celestial weapon is one of the rarest celestial weapons. The value of a primitive soul-protecting celestial weapon is comparable to a mediocre offensive celestial weapon. I wonder what grade the soul-defensive celestial artifact he possesses is. If his soul-protecting celestial weapon is only a primitive celestial weapon, it'll only be able to withstand soul attacks from heavenly celestials at most. It won't be able to withstand soul attacks from golden celestials or above. I think his soul-protecting celestial weapon is only a primitive celestial weapon. After all, soul-protecting celestial weapons are rare to begin with. Since he's just ascended to a Devata realm, his soul-protecting celestial weapon shouldn't be of a high grade. I don't think so. Don't forget that the celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered are extremely profound. Perhaps he obtained his soul-protecting celestial weapon when he obtained the profound celestial methods and divine abilities in the mundane realm? If that's the case, then his soul-protecting celestial weapon must be of a high grade. When the 8 Decurions from the Silverworm army looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. A few of them, including Wang Wei, had a hint of greed in their eyes. I've given you a chance. Duan Ling Tian remained calm as he faced the centurion of the Silverworm army. However, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour the centurion of the Silverworm army. You can't kill me. I'm a centurion of the Silverworm army. If you kill me, you'll offend the Silverworm army. The centurion of the Silverworm army's expression changed drastically when he saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His body began to tremble violently from fear. Moreover, he was severely injured now. Even if he was not severely injured and was in his peak condition, he would not be a match for this purple-clad ascendant without his celestial weapon. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had a celestial weapon with him. It was already a miracle that he did not die from Duan Ling Tian's earlier attack. If Duan Ling Tian attacked him again, he would definitely die. Silverworm army? Duan Ling Tian smiled when he heard the words of the centurion of the Silverworm army. Are you saying that only the Silverworm army is allowed to kill others, and others are not allowed to retaliate? I'll say it again. I've given you a chance. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he finished speaking. The tens of thousands of sword rays that surrounded him suddenly shot out dazzling sword rays. HM? The expression of the other centurion of the Silverworm army changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. He instinctively wanted to help Duan Lingtian. Today, I'll only kill him. If anyone wants to help him, let him die. The middle-aged centurion of the Silverworm army who was about to make a move shuddered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He quickly came to a halt. As for the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm army, their bodies seemed to have stiffened at this moment. Bush, 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 bush. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the heavily injured centurion of the Silverworm army cried out in pain before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. A violet moon heavenly celestial, a peak heavenly celestial, had died. Sush. After killing the centurion of the Silverworm army, Duan Ling Tian took the centurion's spatial ring with a wave of his hand. This saves me the trouble of looking for my spatial ring. Spatial rings from the mundane realm could not be brought to the Devata realms. However, there were spatial rings in the Devata realms, and they were celestial weapons. In the Devata realms, the rarest celestial weapon was none other than a spatial ring. After all, any heavenly celestial with some strength would be able to obtain a spatial ring. As for other celestial weapons, even the most common offensive celestial weapons, apart from celestials with strong backgrounds, could only be obtained by golden celestials or stronger. The two centurions of the Silverworm army were only violet moon heavenly celestials. The reason they possessed celestial weapons was due to their background. Their background was the Silverworm army and Bloody Spectre City. Sush. After killing the centurion of the Silverworm army and taking his spatial ring and the saber's celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian left the celestial ascension pool in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the sight of the centurion and the decurions. Lord Centurion, are we just going to let this go? After Duan Lingtian left, Wang Wei looked at the remaining centurion of the Silverworm army and said with bloodshot eyes, "If news of this spreads, the Silverworm army's reputation will be tarnished. A newcomer who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven has killed a centurion of the Silverworm army. If those fellows from the Black Dragon army find out about this, they'll definitely take this opportunity to mock the Silverworm army." Wang Wei's expression was filled with resentment when he spoke. Of course, although he seemed to be filled with righteous indignation and seemed to be thinking for the Silverworm army, he actually wanted to take revenge for his personal grudge. After all, it was Duan Lingtian who severed his arm and leg and crippled him. Humph. I think you just want the Silverworm army to seek revenge for you, right? As a centurion of the Silverworm army, naturally, he was not someone to be trifled with. He glanced at Wang Wei coldly, causing Wang Wei to lower his head in fear. Lord Centurion, perhaps Wang Wei wants to seek revenge, but what he said makes sense as well. At this moment, another decurion of the Silverworm army stood up and said, "If news of this spreads, it'll be a great humiliation to the Silverworm army. As members of the Silverworm army, we naturally won't spread news of today's matter. However, who knows if that newcomer will spread news of today's matter. After all, if news of this spreads, it'll be a great humiliation to him as well." When the decurion of the Silverworm army finished speaking, the other 6 decurions nodded in agreement. "Of course, I'm aware of this. I'll return to the camp now and personally report this matter to Lord Centurion." Chapter 2585. After leaving the Celestial Ascension Pool, Duan Lingtian walked around for a long time. However, he still could not find his way. He did not see any living beings along the way. Currently, he was on his way to Bloody Spectre City. I thought I'd be able to find someone nearby and ask for directions. However, it seems like I was too naive. After walking around for a long time, I still can't find anyone. Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the Celestial Ascension Pool. Initially, Duan Lingtian had planned to ask the Silverworm army to lead the way. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided against it. After all, I've killed someone from the Silverworm army. If I expose my whereabouts and the Silverworm army finds out I've gone to Bloody Spectre City, they won't let me off so easily. Although Duan Lingtian had killed a centurion of the Silverworm army earlier, he was still confident in his strength. However, he was well aware of his own limitations. If the Silverworm army sent someone stronger, he might not be a match for them. Perhaps, he might even be able to defeat the centurion of the Silverworm army. However, what about the commander of the Silverworm army? Moreover, the Silverworm army was under the command of Bloody Spectre City. The commander of the Silverworm army was even stronger than the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Forget it. I'll wait here for now. When they bring those ascenders out of the Celestial Ascension Pool and return to the Silver Dragon Army's camp, I will follow them and take a look. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since the Silverworm army is under the command of Bloody Spectre City, their camp shouldn't be far from Bloody Spectre City. Now that I'm no longer devouring the energy in the Celestial Ascension Pool, the group of ascenders who have ascended to the spirit overarching heaven should have become heavenly celestials by now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, I really didn't expect that following third uncle's advice and tempering the 99 heaven veins in my body would bring me such great benefits. Currently, the celestial origin energy in my body that has passed through the 99 heavenly veins is comparable to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise for Duan Lingtian. Just this point alone had allowed his strength to rise by 2 whole levels. Furthermore, I have a feeling that the benefits of refining the 99 heavenly veins will definitely be more than this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now that I've ascended to a Devata realm, the most important thing now is to raise my cultivation base as soon as possible. I only have 1,000 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he recalled what Xianxia from the Divine Offering Land had said to him. According to Xianxia, 1,000 years later, when the incident at the World of Divine Offering was over, Ke would be forced by her father to marry Yunqing Yan. Because of this, the only thing on his mind right now was how to improve his strength. He had never thought about anything else, nor did he intend to think about it. Let's go to Bloody Spectre City first and find out where the best cultivation environment is in the vicinity. Also, I'll find out where I can get cultivation resources from, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to go to Bloody Spectre City. Since he had just arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he could not bring cultivation resources from the mundane realms to the Devata realm. For this reason, he was completely broke. Naturally, he knew he had no cultivation resources. Even if he brought cultivation resources from the mundane realms, such as Saint Stones, to the Devata realm, they would not be of any help to him. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stones was from the mundane realms, so it would not help him improve his celestial origin energy. Moreover, since he had just arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he did not have any cultivation resources. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about the spirit overarching heaven. The most important thing now was to go to Bloody Spectre City to gather information. Only then could he proceed to the next step. I shouldn't have to wait too long. Outside the celestial ascension pool, Duan Lingtian hovered above the clouds. His gaze pierced through the clouds as he looked down. About 15 minutes later, he's here. A familiar figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. It was none other than Wang Wei, the Decurion of the Silverworm Army. It was none other than Wang Wei, the Decurion of the Silverworm Army whom Duan Lingtian had crippled. At this moment, Wang Wei was leading a group of ascenders out of the celestial ascension pool toward the east. Since Wang Wei was here, Duan Lingtian made his move as well. Wang Wei led the group of ascenders and headed towards the Silverworm Army's campsite. As he hurried, he gnashed his teeth and swore in his heart, I hope that the Chiliarch will report this matter to the commander after finding out about today's matter. Once Lord Commander learns about this matter, he'll definitely hunt that person down even if he has to dig 3 feet into the ground. Wang Wei's eyes flashed fiercely when he thought about this. Although Wang Wei did not vent his anger on the group of ascenders behind him from the beginning until the end, Wang Wei did not vent his anger on them. However, the group of ascenders was affected by Wang Wei's emotions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. About half an hour later, a small black dot appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. It's a city. It must be Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly as he looked at the small black dot in the distance. Duan Lingtian's guess was proven correct. Duan Lingtian followed Wang Wei and the others as they made their way to the small black dot. Soon after, the small black dot grew larger and larger before it transformed into a city that resembled a gigantic beast. The walls around the city were all made of blood-red bricks, giving people a visual shock as if they were dyed in blood. That's Bloody Spectre City. I'm bringing you to the Silverworm Army's camp. The Silverworm Army is one of the 2 armies under Bloody Spectre City's command. The commander of the Silverworm Army reports directly to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Wang Wei, who had been following Duan Lingtian along the way, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the group of ascenders behind him. We won't be heading to Bloody Spectre City since the Silverworm Army's camp isn't in Bloody Spectre City. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he led the group of ascenders toward the northeast of Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City. Chapter 2586. After staying in the restaurant for half a day, Duan Lingtian managed to eavesdrop on the conversations of the customers. However, he discovered that there was nothing he could do. After staying in the restaurant for half a day, he did not learn anything of value. No one mentioned the things that he needed to know about the most important things in the world. That's true. I only want to know the basics. These people are either natives of the Devata realms or celestials who have ascended to the Devata realms for a long time. Naturally, they won't talk about the basics to help me, who has just ascended to the Devata realms. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided not to waste his time in the restaurant. He called the waiter over and said, "Waiter, bring me a quiet room." He had thought of other ways to obtain information. "Sir, the minimum charge for a room in our restaurant is 10 primitive celestial stones. You're alone." As the waiter introduced the room to Duan Lingtian, he tried to persuade Duan Lingtian that there was no need for him to use a room. However, before he could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Duan Lingtian casually tossed a handful of primitive celestial stones on the table and said, "Here's the extra." "Thank you, sir. Thank you." The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw there were at least 30 primitive celestial stones on the table. After he put the primitive celestial stones away, he respectfully invited Duan Lingtian into a room. Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian's request, he specially found a quiet room for Duan Lingtian. "Sir, is there anything else you would like to eat?" After receiving the tip from Duan Lingtian, the waiter's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had become much warmer. He was just short of calling Duan Lingtian master in a flattering manner. "There's no hurry to eat. I have some questions for you, so I'll take up a little of your time." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said bluntly. This was another way he had thought of to obtain information. He questioned the waiter in front of him, trying his best to pry out everything he wanted to know from him. "Sir, what would you like to ask?" Little Fool asked with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a native of the spirit overarching heaven, right?" Duan Lingtian asked. He had long since discovered that Little Fool was not even a heavenly immortal. In that case, there was only one possibility. This waiter was a native of the spirit overarching heaven. When Duan Lingtian was still in the mundane realm, he had heard Xianxia, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion, mention the natives of the Devata realms. The natives of the Devata realms were the descendants of celestials who had ascended to the Devata realms. For this reason, the natives' cultivation bases were not even at the heavenly celestial stage. After all, there was no such thing as ascension. They had been in the Devata realms since they were infants. Since they were born in the Devata realms, the natives of the Devata realms were blessed by the heavens. Their cultivation speed was much faster than those in the mundane realms. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was much more abundant than in the mundane realms. Apart from that, the cultivation resources in the Devata realms were also much better than those in the mundane realms. Under such circumstances, unless one was a complete fool, one's cultivation speed would not be slow. The waiter nodded. "I have a question for you. What's the best place to cultivate in the area around Bloody Spectre City?" Duan Lingtian asked. Right now, he only wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible. Therefore, he also hoped to find an excellent cultivation environment as soon as possible so that he could stay there and cultivate. A good cultivation environment had a great effect on one's cultivation speed. Of course, he also knew his own limits. With his current strength, it was fine for him to stay in the area around Bloody Spectre City for the time being. He did not know what dangers he would encounter if he ventured out. After all, there were many powerhouses in the Devata realms who were stronger than him. With his current strength, he would be in great danger if he left the area around Bloody Spectre City without careful consideration. If it was in the past, he would not mind taking a risk. However, he felt there was no need for him to take such a risk. Currently, he had too many things to worry about. If something were to happen to him, his wife, family, and friends would be destroyed as well. Since you asked this question, it means you're not from Bloody Spectre City. The best place to cultivate in the area around Bloody Spectre City is undoubtedly the city governor's cultivation room. There's a grand spirit gathering formation there that's connected to the cores of the two largest celestial stone veins near Bloody Spectre City. Due to this, the heaven and earth spirit energy there is terrifyingly dense. The waiter said confidently. Secondly, the tents of the commanders and captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army are located. Their tents are located closest to the cores of the two celestial stone veins. Due to the spirit gathering formation, the heaven and earth spirit energy is sealed there as well. After that, there's the Golden Serpent Guard's cultivation room in the city governor's estate. It's located close to the city governor's personal cultivation room. A hint of dread flashed in the waiter's eyes when he mentioned the Golden Serpent Guards. It was as though the Golden Serpent Guards were terrifying existences. What's the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Golden Serpent Guards are the city master's personal guards. Normally, their duty is to protect the city master and the city master's family. Compared to the Black Dragon Army and Silver Dragon Army, which are both under the city master's mansion, which have an army of 10,000 people, the Golden Serpent Guards only have 100 people. However, all of them are experts. They're all Golden Serpent Guards, the waiter said solemnly. It's said that the weakest Golden Serpent Guards are Golden Celestials. The weakest Golden Celestials are Golden Celestials? Duan Lingtun could not help but inwardly gasp when he heard the waiter's words. After all, even the centurion of the Silverworm Army whom he had interacted with before had yet to become a Golden Celestial. However, the waiter was telling him that the city governor's estate was a Golden Serpent Guards. The weakest Golden Serpent Guards serving the city governor of Bloody Spectre City were Golden Celestials? Doesn't this mean even the centurion of the Silverworm Army is weaker than anyone in the Golden Serpent Guards? Even the centurion of the Silverworm Army isn't qualified to join the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the waiter said matter-of-factly. Let's not talk about how a centurion of the Silver Dragon Army doesn't have the qualifications to join the Golden Snake Guards. Even if he has the qualifications, he can't join the Golden Snake Guards just because he wants to. It's said that not only does one have to be strong enough to join the Golden Serpent Guards, but there are other stringent requirements as well. If one can't meet the stringent requirements, one won't be able to join the Golden Serpent Guards even if they're strong enough. The waiter continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had learned from the waiter about the best places to cultivate in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. The cultivation room of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was the best place to cultivate. However, Duan Lingtian knew it was impossible for him to cultivate in the cultivation room. Unless he was strong enough to defeat the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and snatch the cultivation room from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Apart from the cultivation room of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, the tents of the commanders of the Silverworm Army and the captains of the Black Dragon Army, and the cultivation room of the Golden Serpent Guards were located in the city governor's estate. It seems like all of them are rather troublesome. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Apart from the 3 places with better cultivation conditions, the other 2 places with better cultivation conditions are the other places in the city governor's estate and the tents of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army. The waiter added. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, the waiter looked at the door of the private room and said, "Sir, if you don't have any other questions, I'll take my leave first. If I don't leave now, the innkeeper will definitely be angry. He might not even give me this month's salary. I still have many questions to ask." Just as the waiter was about to leave, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw a celestial stone at the waiter. A mediocre celestial stone. When Duan Lingtian tossed the celestial stone into the air, the waiter hastily caught the celestial stone with an excited expression on his face. After all, even his monthly salary was only 30 low-grade celestial stones. This mediocre celestial stone was equivalent to 100 primitive celestial stones. It was more than 3 months of his salary. How many primitive celestial stones can be exchanged for a mediocre celestial stone? Duan Lingtian asked. The celestial stone he threw out was one of the few celestial stones in his spatial ring. He had long guessed it was a mediocre celestial stone. 100, the waiter replied. After a moment, he regained his senses. After replying to Duan Lingtian, he regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian strangely. After all, it was common knowledge in the spirit overarching heaven that a mediocre celestial stone was equivalent to 100 primitive celestial stones. In fact, it was common knowledge in all Devata realms. However, Duan Lingtian did not know this? Perhaps he's just messing around, the waiter could not help but think to himself. However, when Duan Lingtian continued to ask questions that were similar to common sense, the waiter cooperated and answered. At the same time, he was puzzled. He wondered to himself, why does he seem like an ascender who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? Naturally, as soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suppressed it. After all, he did not think it was possible. After all, those who had ascended to the celestial ascension pool near Bloody Spectre City would be recruited by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army to serve in the two camps. Even if they were not recruited, it was impossible for them to have so many celestial stones. It was impossible for a person who had just ascended to a Devata realm to obtain so many celestial stones even if they had become a golden celestial. Don't let them spread any news about the person who had just ascended to the celestial ascension realm. I'll report this to Lord Commander now. Yang Kongping did not wait for Chai Ming's reply before he left. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Silverworm Army's camp. He had just left the restaurant and was strolling on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear the commotion at all. He seemed to be lost in his own thoughts as he strolled along the path. It was as though he had lost his soul. The city governor's estate, the Black Dragon Army's camp. Duan Lingtian strolled on the streets as though he had lost his soul because he was trying to think of a way to enter the city governor's estate or the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the main road of Bloody Spectre City. This main road was incomparably spacious, and there was an endless stream of carriages. Naturally, it was noisy as well. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance on the main road of Bloody Spectre City did not attract much attention. In fact, not many people even spared him a glance. There were only a few people who glanced at him. They were all young ladies. However, after glancing at him, they averted their gazes shyly, not daring to look at him anymore. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who was walking in a daze on the central street of Bloody Spectre City, suddenly came to a halt, as though he had sensed something. The reason he was like this was because the noise and clamor in the surroundings had vanished without a trace in an instant. It was as though someone was strangling him, rendering him unable to make a sound. He could clearly see that within his field of vision, there was a dense stream of people. However, at this moment, the atmosphere was strangely quiet. They seemed to be looking behind me? When Duan Lingtian came to a halt, his gaze landed on the group of people who had also stopped in front of him. He discovered that these people were looking behind him. What's going on? Why can't they make a sound? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian turned around. The sound of his robe fluttering in the wind could be heard clearly in this quiet and strange environment. When Duan Lingtian turned around, his gaze landed on a graceful curve. A hint of amazement could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he sighed in his heart from the bottom of his heart. What a beautiful woman! At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the reason why the entire street was quiet and no longer noisy. It was because of the woman in front of him. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like green feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, was enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. In addition, although her face was covered by the veil, it was partially covered. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible. One could vaguely make out the perfect curve of her face. People could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and take a look at the beautiful face under the veil. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil on her face. If she were to remove the veil, how devastatingly beautiful would her cheeks be without the veil restraining them? The woman moved slightly. Wherever she passed, the crowd silently made a path for her. At this moment, on the street, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they were all looking at this woman with infatuation. It was as if the woman had some kind of special magic. If it was any other time, seeing such a beautiful woman, many men would definitely have bad thoughts. However, at this moment, the group of men present did not have a strange look in their eyes. When they looked at the woman, other than a temporary look of amazement, there was only a look of reverence left in their eyes. It was as if this woman was some kind of sacred existence, high and mighty, and could not be profaned. Duan Lingtian was the only one who turned around and continued to move forward after a flash of amazement appeared in his eyes. The woman who was originally walking on the street with a cold gaze, ignoring everything around her, looked at Duan Lingtian the moment he turned around and left. She glanced at Duan Lingtian. However, it was only a glance. In this remote town, there is actually someone who is not affected by my cultivation method? The moment the woman looked at Duan Lingtian's back, a ripple appeared in her heart. However, as the woman's gaze became cold again, the ripple in her heart immediately calmed down. This woman is not simple. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn when he turned around and continued to move forward. His heart was heavy as well. The reason why she can make the entire street quiet down and attract everyone's attention is not only because of her beauty and temperament, but also because of the aura that she emits. Fortunately, my soul is protected by the defective metal piece. Otherwise, I would have been affected by that aura as well. That aura is similar to a soul attack, but it is not a soul attack because it does not have any offensive properties. It can only affect one's mind temporarily by infecting one's soul and causing one to fall into a state of confusion. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian changed his path and finally relaxed. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. That woman in the purple dress gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At the very least, he was no match for her at this moment. Have you heard? The captain of the Black Dragon Army has died. Yes. It's said that the captain of the Black Dragon Army died in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. It's suspected that he accidentally entered the little world that has been listed as a forbidden area in Bloody Spectre City for generations. Today, the camp of the Black Dragon Army released a message. If anyone can bring back the identity token of that Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, they can replace the dead Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army and become the new Chiliarch. Chapter 2588. Black Dragon Army? Captain? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the conversation between the two passers-by. He had been racking his brains for a way to enter the city governor's estate and the Black Dragon Army's camp. Now that he heard the conversation between the two passers-by, he saw an opportunity. Although it was not difficult to join the Black Dragon Army, that was only true for those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm. Usually, those who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven would be brought to the Black Dragon Army's camp to report to the Black Dragon Army. Once their cultivation base reached a certain level, they would be able to join the Black Dragon Army and become a member. At that time, they would no longer have to serve in the army. They would only have to complete their daily tasks and would have more time to cultivate. Apart from that, the Black Dragon Army did not recruit outsiders. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the waiter in the restaurant. Both of you, please wait. Duan Lingtian turned around and caught up with the two passers-by in just a few steps. he blocked their path and asked curiously when they came to a halt, "What's the little world that both of you were talking about?" "For you. Why are you blocking our way? You're too rude. No one would be happy to be stopped by a stranger when they were walking normally. Both of you, I just have a few questions." Duan Lingtian did not mind their displeasure. He raised his hand and took out 2 mediocre celestial stones from his spatial ring. "Here are 2 mediocre celestial stones. Take one each as the reward for answering my questions." The 2 passers-by's eyes lit up as soon as Duan Lingtian took out the mediocre celestial stones. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they immediately snatched the mediocre celestial stones from Duan Lingtian's hands. Moreover, their attitudes toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. "Brother, please ask away if you have any questions. We promise to tell you everything we know." The 2 passers-by looked at Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces. It was as though they were 2 different people now. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Money makes the world go round. He did not stand on ceremony with the 2 of them and directly asked, "My question is still the same. What's the little world that both of you mentioned?" A little world is an independent space in the Devata realms that can be created by powerhouses who have reached a certain level of strength. One of the passers-by Lingtian answered Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian asked, "Brother, you've never heard of the little world?" Duan Lingtian did not answer the passers-by. Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's words. Little worlds is as little Devata realms void heaven devouring heaven Devata is heaven divine realms realm? Duan Lingtian, celestial Devis celestial Devis celestial devs. S is little Lingtians as littles. What's the strength of a powerhouse to create a little world? Duan Lingtian asked. I'm not too sure about that. The passers-by had accepted Duan Lingtian's celestial stones, so he was not angry at Duan Lingtian's lack of response. However, I've heard that even great overarching golden celestials aren't capable of creating a little world in the Devata realms. It's not just great overarching golden celestials. It's said that even those who are stronger than great overarching golden celestials aren't capable of creating a little world. The passers-by chimed in. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seems like it's not realistic to enter the little world to obtain the identity token of a captain of the Black Dragon Army and become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. Although it was said that riches came with risks, he knew his limits. For the past 10,000 years, many people who were stronger than him had entered the little world, but none of them had come out alive. He did not think his luck was better than theirs. However, I should go and take a look. It's fine if I don't know anything about it. Since I know about it, I should go and take a look. Also, perhaps when the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army was sucked into that small world, he also happened to lose his identity token? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to go to the mountain ridge to the south of Bloody Spectre City to take a look at the entrance of the little world. He wanted to see if he could find the identity token of a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave Bloody Spectre City and head south, at this moment, another uninvited guest appeared in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. This uninvited guest was none other than the woman whom Duan Lingtian had met in Bloody Spectre City. She was dressed in a light purple dress and had a veil covering her face. This is the place. The woman muttered to herself as soon as she entered the mountain ridge. Sush. After entering the mountain ridge, the woman locked onto a direction and headed in that direction. Soon after, she arrived at a valley. She only dared to look at the valley from afar. At first glance, there was nothing special about the valley. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the void was distorted. Based on this, one could see that the void around the valley was constantly fluctuating and distorting. It was clear that the void was unstable. The little world left behind by the powerhouse from the blissful sect is over there. The lady looked at the valley in front of her and muttered softly. She slowly lifted her jade-like hand and a jade strip with a green light lingering around it appeared in it. If the ancestral teachings of the blissful sect are true, I'll be able to complete the incomplete information in this jade token by injecting my celestial origin energy into it. According to the ancestral teachings of the blissful sect, after entering the small world left behind by the expert of the blissful sect, as long as you follow the complete information in this jade slip, you will be able to obtain what he left behind in his small world. The powerhouse from the blissful sect who created this little world had taken one of the 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Since he didn't leave the celestial weapon in the blissful sect, it's very likely that the celestial weapon is in this little world. With this thought in mind, the woman no longer hesitated as she injected her celestial origin energy into the jade token in her hand. The jade token shone brightly as soon as it was completed. As expected, it's completed. However, when the woman discovered that the information contained in the jade slip had been perfected, before she could rejoice, she read the information after it had been perfected. After that, her beautiful face, which was covered by a thin veil, completely changed color. A man and a woman have to go in together, and they have to do those dirty things inside before they can come out alive? End of chapter. Let's go. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, the woman's voice had already reverberated in his ears like a clap of thunder. However, whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the unstable spatial turbulence surged out like a flash flood and engulfed Duan Ling Tian and the woman before they could escape. Oh no! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as soon as he was submerged in the spatial turbulence. He cried out in his heart as he felt his consciousness gradually fading away. After a while, his consciousness completely disappeared. When Duan Ling Tian regained his consciousness, he found himself in a vast cave. As he sat up with his hands supporting his body, he saw again. There were many grooves on the walls of the cave. Moreover, there was a Buddha statue in each of these grooves. The Buddha statue was connected to the walls. It was obvious someone had carved the Buddha statue on the walls. If it was just the Buddha statue, it would not have surprised Duan Ling Tian. Beside these Buddha statues, there were also engravings of graceful women. Moreover, these women were either naked or wearing thin clothes. Moreover, these women were clinging to the Buddha statue in different postures. Some of the women's postures were so unsightly that it was unbearable to look at. Do they look good? Just as Duan Ling Tian was looking around at the Buddha statue and the woman statue, he suddenly heard a light voice. It sounded as if it came from heaven and earth. This voice was cold and beautiful. It seemed to contain some kind of special magic. As soon as it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it made Duan Ling Tian feel relaxed and happy. He quickly looked away. Duan Ling Tian stood up and turned to look at the place where the light and beautiful voice came from. What entered his eyes was a graceful figure. He could not help but be stunned. The woman was wearing a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers, her skin was white as snow, and her waist was thin. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by a thin veil. However, because the veil was semi-transparent, the outline of her body was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. It was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could only imagine how charming she was even with a thin veil on her face. If the veil was removed, one could not help but wonder how devastatingly beautiful she would be without it. This woman was the woman Duan Ling Tian had met on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. She was also the woman he had met outside the little world that had been listed as a forbidden area by Bloody Spectre City for generations. I remember that both of us were swallowed by the spatial turbulence at that time. Duan Lingtan shook his head as he recalled what had happened before he fainted. Did we get sucked into the little world by the spatial turbulence? Although Duan Lingtian had already vaguely guessed this, he still could not help but ask the woman before him. If I don't kill you now, I'll die as well. I won't let you live until now. The woman's body emitted a cold aura when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Her eyes gleamed coldly as though she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Kill me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he frowned and asked, I don't think I've offended you, right? If you didn't come within 1,000 meters of me without making a sound, the yin-yang reversal formation outside the little world wouldn't have been activated. The space around the little world isn't stable to begin with, and the spatial turbulence wouldn't have spread out and dragged me into the little world. The woman's clear and light voice resonated in the air. As she spoke, her tone became colder and colder. Coupled with the chilling aura she emitted, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as though winter had arrived. Yin-yang reversal formation? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Can you be more specific? What's the yin-yang reversal formation? Also, what makes you think the yin-yang reversal formation wouldn't have been activated if I didn't come within 1,000 meters of you? What? Do you think I'm shirking my responsibility? A powerful aura surged out of the woman's body and swept toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though thousands of soldiers and horses were charging toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was caught off guard. He felt a sweet sensation in his throat before he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. How powerful! Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with dread when he looked at the woman again. Earlier, he could clearly feel the woman's aura surging out of the woman's body. The moment the woman's aura collided with his body, she retracted 80 to 90% of it in time. Even so, the remaining aura still injured him. Even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial would not be able to do this, right? Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the woman with dread in his eyes, a jade token that was shrouded in green light shot toward him like a bolt of lightning without him seeing the woman make any move. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and caught the jade token as he looked at the woman with a puzzled expression on his face. The woman was the one who had tossed the jade token to him. Take a look at what's recorded in it. The woman's voice was cold and unapproachable. Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Lingtian immediately mobilized his celestial origin energy and sent it into the jade token that was shrouded in green light. Immediately, a series of information was transmitted from the scroll into his mind. This little world was left behind by a powerhouse from the blissful sect? The yin-yang reversal formation is set up at the entrance of this little world. Once the yin-yang reversal formation is within 1,000 meters, spatial turbulence will appear and send the owner of the yin-yang reversal formation into the little world? At this point, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Without the hint on this jade slip, even if a man and a woman continue to go deeper into this small world, it is very likely that they will be separated at the various checkpoints later. Once they are separated by more than 1,000 meters, both of them will trigger the yin-yang reversal array and attract the killing array. Now that I have the instructions in the jade token, I don't have to worry about not being able to make it to the end. Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face after he finished reading the notification on the jade token, because this also meant that he and the woman beside him could smoothly pass through the various obstacles in the small world without being killed in the process. There's still the last part of the information. If I'm not mistaken, the last part of the information should record the method to leave this little world. Before reading the last part of the information, Duan Lingtian had already guessed what was recorded in that part of the information. However, although Duan Lingtian had guessed that it was the method to leave this little world, he would never have dreamed that it would record the method to leave this little world. The idea of leaving this little world would make him speechless. After a man and a woman of the opposite sex passed through the checkpoints, they could only open the exit of the little world and leave this little world alive by having sex with each other. Most importantly, even if the man and woman pass through the checkpoints, if they can't leave this little world within 3 months from the moment they enter, they'll trigger the yin-yang reversal grand formation and attract the killing formation, and they'll die. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's hand trembled as he threw the jade token that was surrounded by green light back to the woman who was not far away from him. "Are you done reading it?" the woman asked nonchalantly. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "It's impossible for me to do that with you, even if I die." The woman stared at Duan Lingtian and expressed her stance immediately. Her eyes were filled with determination. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Lingtian was instantly enraged. "Do you think I'm willing to do that with you just to leave this little world alive? Don't think too much. I, Duan Lingtian, am a man with a family. Even if I don't have a family, I, Duan Lingtian, am not a casual person. You said it's impossible for you to do that with me even if you die. I'll say it now. Even if you want to do that with me, you'll have to see if I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to do it." Duan Lingtian glared at the woman when he reached the end of his sentence. Never in her wildest dreams would the woman have imagined that her words would be exchanged with such words from the man before her. For a moment, she was so angry that she trembled. Of course, at this moment, she also noticed that the man in front of her was different. If it was another man, he would never behave like this in front of her, even though she had never interacted with any man before. However, even if one had never eaten pork, they would have seen pigs run. Enough. Let's first follow the instructions on the jade slip and pass through the layers of obstacles in front of us. After passing through the layers of obstacles, we may be able to find another way to leave. We don't have to do what it says. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the woman indifferently. Although he could see that this woman with a veil on her face was a peerless beauty that was not inferior to his 2 wives in the slightest. Perhaps due to her unfathomable cultivation base, her temperament was even better than his 2 wives. However, he still did not have any other thoughts about this woman. After all, he already had enough women around him. Chapter 2591. The woman did not respond to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. It was obvious that she had agreed to it. "My name is Duan Lingtian." "What's your name?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the woman and prepared to break through the levels according to the information recorded in the jade slip. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw the woman had no intention of responding to him. He said unhappily, "I don't mean anything else. I can't possibly keep calling you throughout the journey, right?" Murong Bing. Finally, the woman's cold and pleasant voice rang out as she spoke her name. "Murong Bing? You're really cold." Duan Lingtian glanced at Murong Bing indifferently as he thought to himself. Then, he followed Murong Bing to the various levels in the little world. The purpose of these levels was to kill people. However, there was a difference in the way they killed people. The reason why there was a difference in the way they killed people was because these levels did not kill them directly. They would only try to separate the man and woman who were trying to break through the levels. Once the man and woman were 1,000 meters apart from each other, they would trigger the yin-yang reversal formation, which would lead to the death of the cultivator and the destruction of the cultivator. Due to the information in the jade token, although Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing had encountered many difficulties along the way, they still managed to overcome them. Even if there were some that Duan Lingtian could not handle, Murong Bing dealt with them. "This woman, she's so strong." During this process, Duan Lingtian witnessed Murong Bing's strength. It was a strength that was far beyond his reach. In fact, as long as Murong Bing wanted to, she could kill him with a single strike. In terms of strength, he was not on the same level as Murong Bing at this moment. As the scenery changed again, Duan Lingtian discovered that the place he and Murong Bing were in had changed again. This was also the change that happened after they passed the last level. "We should be at our destination now." Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself as he looked at the changed scenery. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered he and Murong Bing had appeared in a dazzling golden Buddha hall. The golden Buddha statues that surrounded the Buddha hall shone with a dazzling golden light. Beside every golden Buddha statue around the temple, there were still statues of graceful and beautiful women. Moreover, each of them was attached to a Buddha statue. Their forms and movements were different, and some of their movements were unbearable to look at. Duan Lingtian was already immune to all this since he had seen many of them along the way. As for Murong Bing, she did not even look at her surroundings. Her gaze was fixed on the center of the temple the moment she appeared in front of it. There was a stone platform standing there. On the stone platform, there was a bald monk of flesh and blood sitting cross-legged. He wore a golden and red kasaya, and his facial features were regular. Although he wasn't handsome, he was still pleasing to the eye. His eyes were tightly shut as he sat there like a statue. There's no sign of life at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that there was no sign of life on the monk. It was as though he had been dead for a long time. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that the monk's body had not decayed. This was because the body of an immortal would not decay like a mortal's body. As long as it was not destroyed by humans, it would remain intact even after tens of thousands of years. Compared to Yejia, when Duan Lingtian discovered that the monk who seemed to be made of flesh and blood did not have any aura of life, Murong Bing's cold voice rang in his ears. "Brother Lingtian, don't worry." Compared to Yejia? What kind of name is that? You know him? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He's the powerhouse from the blissful sect who left this little world behind. It seems like the legend is true. Back then, when he was severely injured and on the verge of death, he chose to pass away in this little world. As soon as Murong Bing finished speaking, she flew out and took the spatial ring from the monk's left ring finger. Then, she dripped her blood on it to claim ownership. Swoosh. Soon after, a horsetail whisk appeared in Murong Bing's hand. A celestial weapon. Moreover, it doesn't seem like an ordinary celestial weapon. As soon as the horsetail whisk appeared in Murong Bing's hand, Duan Lingtian could tell it was not as simple as it seemed. When he extended his divine consciousness, he discovered that the horsetail whisk was extremely powerful. This horsetail whisk was not much inferior to the Jasper celestial sword and universe ruler he had used in the past. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Murong Bing looked at the horsetail whisk in her hand. The frosty expression on her face disappeared in just a blink of an eye and was replaced by a faint smile. Duan Lingtian, who happened to be looking at her, was momentarily stunned. Although Murong Bing's perfect face was covered by a veil, she was still smiling at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian was still attracted by the faint smile on Murong Bing's face. A smile that could topple a city, and a smile that could topple a kingdom. It was nothing more than this. Murong Bing seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. She quickly withdrew the faint smile on her face, and it was replaced by a nonchalant expression on her face. However, if one looked closely at her eyes, one could see the excitement in her eyes. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of Murong Bing's eyes. She was excited because of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk in her hand was one of the 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. This celestial weapon is not simple, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Murong Bing. He could clearly sense the change in Murong Bing's emotions. Normally, Murong Bing would have ignored Duan Lingtian when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, now that she was in a good mood, she replied, "This is the sect-guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that was lost for 10,000 years. Naturally, it's not simple." "The sect-guarding celestial weapon of your sect?" Upon hearing Murong Bing's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at her before he looked at the lifeless monk and asked, "Does this mean the sect-guarding celestial weapon of your sect was lost for 10,000 years because this powerhouse from the blissful sect took it away?" Duan Lingtian still remembered what the 2 passers-by had said to him when he was in Bloody Spectre City. It seemed like this little world had existed for 10,000 years as well. Chapter 2592. Sush, 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 sush. Although Duan Ling Tian managed to retreat far away in time, there were still many green streaks of light that were heading toward him after Ba Yajia's body exploded. He did not even have time to dodge before they entered his body. What's this? When the green streaks of light entered Duan Lingtian's body, they did not leave any wounds on Duan Lingtian's body. It was as though they had merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Soul attack. Duan Lingtian could not help but think of this possibility. However, as soon as he thought of this, he realized something was amiss. No, this is not a soul attack. If it was a soul attack, it would have targeted my soul after entering my body. As for this green light, the moment it entered my body, it seemed to have turned into specks of liquid. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the green streaks of light entering his body. After entering his body, the green streaks of light turned into droplets of liquid that spread all over his body. It did not take long for the green streaks of light to spread all over his body. What's going on? When the green streaks of light spread all over Duan Lingtian's body and spread all over his body, Duan Lingtian felt his body heating up. Soon after, a surge of fire rose from his lower abdomen. It was as though a cannon had been charging for a long time and was in urgent need of release. That green streak of light? Is a medicine? At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out what the green streaks of light were. As for what kind of medicine it was, Duan Lingtian had already guessed. That monk from the blissful sect. He's a dignified celestial king, but he actually left such a despicable method on his body. He's a disgrace to all celestial kings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his body heating up. On the other side, Murong Bing was also attacked by the green streamers. Her snow-white skin that was exposed outside of her light purple dress had also turned crimson, as if it had been dyed with a layer of red dye. It was particularly eye-catching. Moreover, her eyes, which were originally cold and flawless, had turned murky at this moment. It was as though her eyes had been tainted by mud. I feel like if this continues, I'll explode and die. Initially, Duan Lingtian tried his best to endure the heat. However, after a while, he realized he could no longer hold himself back. At this moment, he was like a furnace. His temperature had reached the peak of his body was about to explode. Duan Lingtian continued gritting his teeth, continued to resist the evil fire in his divine energy in his body. All of a sudden, he felt a soft and fragrant sensation on the back of his neck. Following that, he felt a scorching heat. However, it was a pair of arms that were as smooth as jade, as white as snow, and as smooth as lotus roots. They wrapped around his neck tightly, as if they were unwilling to let go even if they were to die. They wanted to become one with his neck. No. Don't touch me. Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation in his ears, followed by a soft moan. At the same time, a delicate body that was as delicate as a water snake clung onto Duan Lingtian's back and hugged him tightly like an octopus. Due to the tight hug, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to breathe. Big sister? Are you the one touching me now? Along with the delicate fragrance that entered his nose and entered his arms, Duan Lingtian felt his body that was already boiling hot became even hotter. Moreover, the demonic fire in his body had also increased in intensity. It was as though he was on the verge of losing control. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that his mind was on the verge of collapse. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Kill me. Murong Bing gritted her teeth as she hugged Duan Lingtian tightly like an octopus. She looked as though she would lose her mind at any moment. If I still had the strength to kill you, I would have shaken you off a long time ago. Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Bing helplessly with a wry smile on his face. At the same time, he felt as though his consciousness was fading away. What a powerful medicine! It completely ignores my celestial origin energy and soul energy. Duan Lingtian had tried to use his celestial origin energy and soul energy to resist the medicine that was spreading through his body. However, he discovered that the medicine was extremely overbearing. It completely ignored his celestial origin energy and soul energy. No wonder her condition is worse than mine, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face widened when he looked at Murongbing, whose eyes were gradually dimming. A hint of helplessness could be seen on his face. Murongbing was affected by the medicine before Duan Lingtian. For this reason, her condition was worse than Duan Lingtian's. Soon after, Murongbing completely lost her mind. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian lost his mind as well. Two blurry figures, in a situation where they had lost their rationality, were completely dominated by the medicinal power in their bodies. They merged together, yin and yang intersecting, water and milk fusing together. During this process, the surrounding environment changed. The dazzling Buddhist temple turned into a valley covered in green grass. Even after the change in location, the two figures were still entwined with each other. It was as though they would never feel tired. This valley was the entrance to the little world created by the celestial king from the blissful sect. Usually, the void around the valley would distort due to the instability of space. But now, not to mention the surroundings of the valley, even the space within the valley was extremely calm and stable. It was a stark contrast to before. It was as though the entrance to the little world had disappeared. In fact, when Duan Lingtian and Murongbing lost their minds and were entwined with each other, the little world that the celestial king from the blissful sect left behind had disappeared. Time continued to pass by quietly. About 3 hours later, along with an ear-piercing shriek, a loud bang was heard. In the next moment, the two figures that were entwined together in the valley suddenly separated. The tall and burly figure was directly sent flying, crashing heavily into the mountain wall at the side of the valley. Barf! Duan Lingtian's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he gradually regained his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a naked figure standing not far away from him. After thinking about it for a long time, Duan Lingtian still could not figure out how his cultivation base had risen by 4 levels for no reason while he was unconscious. He no longer thought about it and shifted his attention elsewhere. Now, I'll head to the Black Dragon Army's camp first. With the identity token, I can enter the Black Dragon Army camp and become a Chiliarch. I'll be able to enjoy the best cultivation environment in Bloody Spectre City, second only to the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City. Once my cultivation base has improved, I'll leave Bloody Spectre City and visit the 9 Spectres County. Then, I'll slowly make my way to the spirit overarching heaven in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his gaze turned sharp. Nothing could be accomplished in one go. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced the hardships of the mundane realms, knew this very well. Right now, what he needed to do was to fight for a better cultivation environment and better cultivation resources as much as possible. Then, he would use the fastest speed to increase his strength. He only had 1,000 years to live. Although 1,000 years sounded like a long time, Duan Lingtian knew it was a long time. In the Devata realms, some powerful beings would enter closed-door cultivation for hundreds or even thousands of years. For this reason, 1,000 years was not a long time in the Devata realms. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as Duan Lingtian made his way to the Black Dragon Army's camp southwest of Bloody Spectre City at his fastest speed. Due to his impatience, not only did Duan Lingtian cast the various divine abilities he had mastered and the profundity of his 99 heavenly veins that he had tempered thousands of times, but he had also cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword. He even summoned the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, that he usually hid in his body. At this moment, he summoned it out of his body and merged it with the sword formation under his feet. Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than most golden celestials. Naturally, golden celestials were golden celestials who used celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. If they did not use celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons, even the strongest violet sun golden celestial would not be able to match Duan Lingtian's speed. The Black Dragon Army's camp. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it did not take long for him to arrive at a mountain range southwest of Bloody Spectre City. This was where the Black Dragon Army's camp was located. It was also where one of the 2 celestial stone veins controlled by Bloody Spectre City was located. The Black Dragon Army's camp was located here to guard this celestial stone vein. As for the other celestial stone vein, it was guarded by the Silverworm Army. As expected of a celestial stone vein, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is so dense that other places can't compare to it. Duan Lingtong could not help but sigh as he stood in the air above the mountain range and sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. If this place is already so dense, how dense would the heaven and earth spirit energy be in the heart of the celestial stone vein where the captain of the Black Dragon Army's camp is located? The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his eyes lit up like 2 bright stars in the night sky. Who's there? How dare you trespass on our Black Dragon Army's camp? Just as Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, an untimely shout rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Following that, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, 11 men dressed in black armor flew toward him from afar. In just a blink of an eye, they surrounded him. The 11 men in black armor were led by a middle-aged man with a stern expression. A decanus of the Black Dragon Army? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the badge on the middle-aged man's chest. He immediately guessed the man's identity. The badge on the middle-aged man's chest was similar to the badge on the Silverworm Army's decanus of the Silverworm Army. Moreover, it was not difficult for him to guess the identity of the man in front of him based on what the waiter in the restaurant had told him. "Bring me to see your commander." The expression on Duan Lingtian's face did not change at all when he was surrounded by the 11 men from the Black Dragon Army. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man in black armor who had a cold expression on his face. "See Lord Commander? Or you? Do you know our Lord Commander?" The middle-aged man in black armor narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not help but ask. Towards the end of his questioning, his tone became more polite. He was only a decurion in the Black Dragon Army. If the person in front of him really knew the Lord Commander of the Black Dragon Army, he was not someone he could afford to offend. He was not the only one he could not afford to offend. Even his boss, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army, and his boss's boss, one of the 10 captains of the Black Dragon Army, could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. Sush. Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and took out the identity token of a Black Dragon Army's captain that he found in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect. Duan Lingtian deliberately waved the identity token in front of the middle-aged man. The identity token of a Chiliarch. When the decanus of the Black Dragon Army saw the identity token in Duan Lingtian's hand, his eyes widened in shock. Even the remaining 10 soldiers were shocked. After a while, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian changed completely. "My lord, this way please." The middle-aged man in black armor, the decanus of the Black Dragon Army, bowed at Duan Lingtian before he gestured for Duan Lingtian to enter the Black Dragon Army's camp. The decanus of the Black Dragon Army led the way while Duan Lingtian followed behind him. The remaining 10 soldiers followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. As they looked at Duan Lingtian's back, they could not help but discuss among themselves through voice transmissions. The identity token in his hand must belong to the Chiliarch who died a month ago in the little world in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City, right? It must be. Apart from that Chiliarch's identity medallion, the other 9 Chiliarch's identity medallions can't leave their bodies. As long as I show him my identity token, he'll definitely appoint me as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Among the 9 captains of the Black Dragon Army, 3 of them will treat me as a thorn in their side after I become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, all of them hope that their centurions who have become Crimson Sun Golden Celestials will defeat me and replace me as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. If that's the case, I'll be demoted to a centurion? Moreover, even if I'm demoted to a centurion, I'll still have to face challenges from a decurion? If I'm defeated, I'll be replaced as a decurion? Moreover, if a decurion is defeated by his soldiers, he'll be replaced as well? This was what the decurion of the Black Dragon Army had told Duan Lingtian about. Although these things are insignificant to me, they're still useful. But, thank you for reminding me. Duan Lingtian nodded at the decurion of the Black Dragon Army to express his gratitude. You're welcome, my lord. The decurion of the Black Dragon Army smiled in response. So, you're the one who found Captain Huang Jiabing's identity token? Not long after, a voice that came from afar sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with a condescending tone. It was as though a superior was speaking to a subordinate. A few moments later, 2 figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. The person at the back was none other than the centurion of the Black Dragon Army who had left earlier. He stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man dressed in black armor. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his every movement carried a sense of superiority, as if he was looking down on all living things and looking down on all living things. A captain of the Black Dragon Army? Duan Lingtian guessed the middle-aged man's identity when he saw the insignia on the chest of the middle-aged man's black armor. As for Captain Huang Jiabing, he was the owner of the half-severed corpse he saw in the little world. He was also the owner of the identity token in Duan Lingtian's hand. My lord, this is my captain, Jian Qiuping. He's one of the 3 captains I told you about. He's one of the captains who wants you to lose your position. The decurion of the Black Dragon Army sent another voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Among the 9 captains in the Black Dragon Army, Jian Qiuping is the weakest. He might be replaced by the 3 captains who have become Crimson Sun Golden Celestials at any time. I heard that one of his subordinates who has become a Crimson Sun Golden Celestial and is currently in closed-door cultivation plans to challenge him after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. Moreover, there's a high chance he'll defeat him and replace him. For this reason, Jian Qiuping is the one who wants you to lose your position the most. The decurion of the Black Dragon Army finished speaking. He's your direct superior. Is it appropriate for you to reveal his background to me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission, ignoring Jian Qiuping, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, who was looking at him condescendingly. His gaze landed on the decurion of the Black Armored Army. My lord. The decurion of the Black Dragon Army broke out in cold sweat when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his direct superior, Jian Qiuping, and looking at him meaningfully. He lowered his head guiltily, not daring to meet Duan Lingtian's eyes. Initially, he wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be unwilling to accept his goodwill. Little did he know that when he revealed the background of his direct superior, Jian Qiuping, to Duan Lingtian had already looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repay him in the future. Today, the decurion of the Black Dragon Army betrayed his direct superior. In the future, he would betray Duan Lingtian as well. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Jian Qiuping glared at the purple-clad young man coldly. Although he managed to maintain his composure, he was furious. He was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. But today, a foreign brat actually dared to ignore him? Do you really think you can become a captain of the Black Dragon Army just because you found the captain's token? Jian Qiuping's voice was even colder than before. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility. It was as though he was treating Duan Lingtian as his enemy. If I'm not mistaken, finally, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Jian Qiuping indifferently before he said, I don't think it's up to a mere captain like you to decide if I'm going to become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Are you trying to say that you can represent the commander of the Black Dragon Army? Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Qiuping meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. Sush. Duan Lingtian's words sounded like a provocation to Jian Qiuping. Jian Qiuping's expression changed drastically as he shouted angrily, "How dare you! You're seeking death!" As soon as Jian Qiuping finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. He could not help but want to attack Duan Lingtian. "Lord Captain," just as Jian Qiuping was about to attack, the Black Dragon Army centurion behind him stopped him in time. "If the commander finds out that you're making things difficult for the person who found Chiliarch Huang Jibing's token, I'm afraid he won't be happy." Upon hearing the centurion's words, Jian Qiuping withdrew his celestial origin energy. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said with a sneer, "Brat, even if Lord Commander keeps his promise and appointed you as a captain of the Black Dragon Army, we'll have to see if you're capable of being a captain of the Black Dragon Army." The sneer on Jian Qiuping's face deepened when he finished speaking. "You don't have to worry about that." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "I don't dare to speak about the other captains of the Black Dragon Army, but I think I'm stronger than you." Chapter 2595. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jian Qiuping, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, was so infuriated that he almost threw up blood. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body again. It was as though he was going to attack Duan Lingtian at any time. However, when he recalled the warning from the centurion behind him, he suppressed his anger. It was not a big deal to injure or kill Duan Lingtian. It was not a big deal to offend the commander of the Black Dragon Army. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not a big deal. Huang Jibing, the captain of the Black Dragon Army who had passed away, was the commander of the Black Dragon Army's most important person. Otherwise, the commander of the Black Dragon Army would not have made such a promise just to obtain Huang Jibing's identity token. In the past, there had been cases of captain of the Black Dragon Army who had passed away. However, the commander of the Black Dragon Army had never made such a promise. He had promised that the person who found the identity token of the fallen captain of the Black Dragon Army would be promoted to a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Although Jian Qiuping refrained from attacking Duan Lingtian, his gaze turned colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Brat, it's useless to talk big in the Black Dragon Army. I hope you're as strong as you are. You don't have to worry about that." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "Now, take me to the commander of the Black Dragon Army. I'm waiting for him to fulfill his promise and appoint me as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army." Humph. Jian Qiuping snorted coldly before he flew out as well. From the beginning until the end, he did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed after Jian Qiuping. Perhaps Jian Qiuping wanted to test Duan Lingtian, so he increased his speed to the maximum. In just a blink of an eye, he was already a small black dot in front of Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice Jian Qiuping increasing his speed. He continued to follow Jian Qiuping at a leisurely pace. From the beginning to the end, he did not increase his speed. Because he knew that Jian Qiuping would not dare to really dump him. He would definitely wait for him. The facts proved that this was indeed the case. When Duan Lingtian unhurriedly caught up with Jian Qiuping, who had stopped to wait for him, Jian Qiuping's face was completely gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. He wanted to test the purple-clad young man who was about to become a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. Unexpectedly, the other party completely ignored his probing. Although Jian Qiuping brought Duan Lingtian all the way here with a cold face, he did not give Duan Lingtian any face. However, when he brought Duan Lingtian to a vast valley, the ice on his face seemed to melt in an instant and was replaced by a respectful expression. "Lord Commander!" Jian Qiuping took the lead and landed in front of the tent in the middle of the valley. He respectfully bowed to the tent. When Duan Lingtian caught up with Jian Qiuping, he discovered that there were 10 other tents in the tent as well. In the middle of the valley, there were 10 other tents. Since the middle one belongs to the commander of the Black Dragon Army, then these 10 tents should belong to the 10 Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army. But this place really deserves to be the core of the immortal stone vein that's closest to this area. The density of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here is utterly not something that other places can compare to. Even the cultivation environment outside of this valley is several times worse than here. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel intoxicated when he sensed the dense heaven and earth spirit energy in the valley. Is there anything you need? After Jian Xiaoping bowed towards the tent at the center of the valley and respectfully called out, "Lord Commander," a deep and resonant voice sounded from within the tent at the right time. "Lord Commander, the person next to me has found Captain Huang Jiabing's identity token." Jian Xiaoping replied. As soon as Jian Xiaoping finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. It was as though a gust of wind had blown past as a person appeared out of thin air in front of Jian Xiaoping and Duan Lingtian. It was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. He had a stocky build and was dressed in a gold-trimmed black robe. The commander of the Black Dragon Army, Chen Xianba? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. Previously, when he was in the restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, he had heard the waiter mention the 2 commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army. It was at that time that he learned the names of the 2 commanders. For this reason, he knew the commander of the Black Dragon Army was Chen Xianba. "You're the one who found the identity token of Captain Huang Jiabing of the Black Dragon Army?" Chen Xianba did not even look at Jian Xiaoping. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. Faced with Chen Xianba's gaze and Chen Xianba's divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian remained calm. He raised his hand and took out the identity token he found in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect and handed it to Chen Xianba. When Chen Xianba raised his hand, the identity token in Duan Lingtian's hand was pulled by an invisible force into Chen Xianba's hand. That's right. This is the identity token of Captain Huang Jiabing of the Black Dragon Army. Chen Xianba nodded after looking at the identity token for a moment. There were a total of 10 identity tokens in the Black Dragon Army, and all of them looked the same. However, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had left his mark on each of the identity tokens. For this reason, Chen Xianba could easily identify the identity tokens. "Where did you find this identity token?" Chen Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully after he confirmed the identity token in his hand was indeed Duan Lingtian. "It's in the little world in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Sush, sush. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Jian Xiaoping and Chen Xianba's expressions changed drastically. "You mean, you entered that small world and came out alive?" Chen Xianba glared at Duan Lingtian as a majestic aura surged out of his body and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. He wanted to pressure Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would not dare to lie. "Lord Commander, this person is clearly spouting nonsense." Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Jian Xiaoping said, "Even the strongest city lord of Bloody Spectre City wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to leave that small world." Each celestial kingdom was independent of the other. However, the more powerful the celestial kingdom was, the better the cultivation environment and cultivation resources it had. The more complicated the celestial kingdom was, the stronger the celestial kingdom was. It's your good fortune to be able to meet that powerhouse in the little world and be taken away by him. Chen Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. To be honest, he didn't take me away from the little world. When I entered the little world, I found the identity token of a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army beside the corpse before I fainted. Duan Lingtian looked at the identity token in Chen Xianba's hand and said, When I woke up, I was already outside the little world. Moreover, I appeared in the valley where the entrance to the little world was located. However, when I woke up, I discovered the entrance to the little world had disappeared. I don't know if the small world disappeared along with it. Duan Lingtian continued to say. The entrance to the little world has disappeared? Chen Xianba was still skeptical of Duan Lingtian's words when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, Chen Xianba no longer had any doubts when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. After all, the little world had existed for 10,000 years. The entrance to the little world had also existed for 10,000 years. Since it had disappeared, something extraordinary must have happened. That extraordinary thing was clearly not something that the purple-clothed young man before him could do. As for the disappearance of the entrance to the little world, Chen Xianba was not worried the purple-clad young man would lie to him. This was something that could be verified at any time. It did not matter if he personally made a trip there or sent someone to make a trip there. In fact, it would not even take half a day for him to be certain. He would know if what Duan Lingtian said about the disappearance of the entrance to the little world was true or false. In that case, you were able to find this identity token purely because of luck? Chen Xianba asked Duan Lingtian as he weighed the identity token in his hand. You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not deny it. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. It shot toward Duan Lingtian. Without any warning, Chen Xianba tossed the Black Dragon Army's captain identity token to Duan Lingtian. Although it seemed as though he was giving the token to Duan Lingtian, he had other intentions. It was obvious he was testing Duan Lingtian. Faced with the incoming identity token, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been raised by 2 levels through his 99 heavenly veins. Although he did not cast any assist-type divine abilities, it was as good as the elementary devouring tactic. Chapter 2597. Duan Lingtian has found Captain Huang Jiabing's identity token. I, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, hereby honor my promise and appoint Duan Lingtian as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. He will be in charge of the 1,000 soldiers under Captain Huang Jiabing's command. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, said loudly when he heard Duan Lingtian's name. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy spread through the entire Black Dragon Army's camp in just a blink of an eye. Everyone in the Black Dragon Army's camp heard Chen Xuanba's voice clearly at this moment. Sush, sush, sush. As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, 3 figures flew out of the 3 captains' tents and stood next to Duan Lingtian, Chen Xianba, and Jian Xiaoping. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! After greeting Chen Xianba, the 3 captains turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. Captain Duan Lingtian, my name is Hu Ji. I'm also a captain of the Black Dragon Army. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The kind-looking old man among the 3 captains greeted Duan Lingtian. Zhao Dongxing. The other young man whose expression had not changed since he appeared nodded slightly at Duan Lingtian. He did not say anything else after he introduced himself as though he was a man of few words. Captain Duan Linggan, please don't mind him. Captain Zhao Dongxing has always been a man of few words. You'll get used to it after you spend some time with him. The last middle-aged man with a smile on his face said to Duan Lingtian, I'm Kai Wenyu, a captain of the Black Dragon Army. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Captain Duan Lingtian. I'm Duan Lingtian. I'll be in your care in the future, Kiliarchs. Duan Lingtian responded to the 3 Kiliarchs with a smile. Gentlemen, this Duan Lingtian is only a violet moon heavenly celestial. I don't know how long he'll be a Kiliarch. So, you don't have to be too friendly with him. With his strength, he can only be a centurion in the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Jian Xiaoping, who was standing at the side, purposely reminded the three Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army. Violet Moon Heavenly Immortal? The old man, Hu Ji, frowned when he heard Jian Qiuping's words. His kind face turned cold and indifferent. The smile on the face of the Chiliarch named Kai Wenyu froze at this moment. A look of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. Only Zhao Dongxing, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, merely glanced at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. He did not reveal any other emotions. His expression did not change much compared to the other two Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army. After that, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu greeted Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, and returned to their respective tents. From the beginning until the end, they did not even look at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they would lose their flesh if they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Dongxing was the only one who nodded at Qin Xianba and Duan Ling Tian before returning to his tent. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's sudden change in attitude. When Jian Qiuping said he was only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial, he did not plan to explain himself. He had already guessed this would happen. He did not expect Zhao Dongxing would take the initiative to greet him before he left after learning he was only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's impression of Zhao Dongxing improved. Captain Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, called out to Duan Lingtian as he pointed at a tent in the south. That's Captain Huang Jibing's tent. As long as you're a captain of the Black Dragon Army, this tent is yours. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the tent Qin Xianba pointed at. His eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, Jian Qiuping was leading Duan Lingtian to the camp where the 1,000 soldiers under Captain Huang's command were staying. While Duan Lingtian and Jian Qiuping were flying above the Black Dragon Army's camp, a commotion broke out. The Black Dragon Army's camp was not calm at all. It was all because of the announcement made by the Black Dragon Army's commander, Qin Xuanba. Duan Lingtian? Captain Huang? That Duan Lingtian is quite lucky. He actually found Captain Huang's identity token. That's why he was promoted to Captain Huang as soon as he entered the Black Dragon Army's camp. I wonder how strong he is. If he's not strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his position even if he becomes a Captain Huang. Indeed. I think, since he was able to find Chiliarch Huang Jibing's identity token, it means that he is quite capable. That's right. After all, before Lord Commander made the announcement, a few captains went to the area where Captain Huang was last seen to search for his identity token. However, none of them found it. I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he seems. Almost everyone in the Black Dragon Army's camp was talking about Duan Lingtian. Some people wondered if Duan Lingtian was strong enough to be a Captain Huang in the Black Dragon Army. Some people thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to be a Captain Huang since he was able to find Captain Huang's identity token. If he's not strong enough, it won't be long before he's replaced. That's right. Currently, 3 of the Centurions in the Black Dragon Army have become Golden Celestials. Once one of them comes out of closed-door cultivation, there's a high chance he'll defeat his superior, Captain Jian Qiuping, and replace him. He's new here. If the other 2 Centurions who aren't in closed-door cultivation are still in the Black Dragon Army's camp, I'm afraid they'll challenge him soon to test his strength. I can't wait. Many people in the Black Dragon Army's camp were looking forward to seeing the Centurions who had become Golden Celestials challenge Duan Lingtian, the new Captain Huang. I wonder, how strong is our new Chiliarch? If he's weaker than our previous Captain Huang, I'm afraid our days in the Black Dragon Army's camp won't be as good as before. I hope he won't disappoint us. At the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers who were originally under the command of Captain Huang Jibing, who had died, gathered together. Chapter 2598. Although the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were united in front of outsiders, there were still some conflicts between them. In fact, it was not uncommon for there to be conflicts between the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Usually, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under the command of the weaker Chiliarch would be wary of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under the command of the stronger Chiliarch. After all, if things got out of hand, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be the one with the weaker Chiliarch. In the past, Huang Jibing was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Chiliarchs in the Black Dragon Army. No one dared to provoke the 1,000 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under his command. Therefore, they had always felt superior. Some time ago, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Captain Huang Jibing's command learned of the death of their captain. Apart from grieving over the death of their captain, they were also worried that they would have a hard time in the future. After all, the next Chiliarch might not be as strong as their previous Chiliarch. Due to this reason, when they found out there was a new captain in the Black Dragon Army who used to be under Captain Huang Jibing's command, they were a little nervous. This was because they did not know how strong the new Chiliarch was. If the new Chiliarch was too weak, they would no longer feel superior in front of the other soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, many soldiers of the Black Dragon Army would come looking for trouble with them because of old grudges. In the past, when Huang Jibing was still around, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army did not dare to look for trouble with them. Now that Captain Huang Jibing was gone, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army would certainly not let go of the opportunity to settle scores and add insult to injury when the new captain was not strong enough. Just as the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Huang Jibing's command were feeling anxious, a voice rang out from the Black Dragon Army. "Soldiers of the former Chiliarch Huang Jibing, come out and welcome your new Chiliarch, Duan Lingtian." A loud voice rang out from high up in the sky, and it reached the ears of the Black Dragon Army that was originally under Captain Huang Jibing's command, startling them back to their senses. "The new Chiliarch is here?" This voice sounds like Chiliarch Jian Xiuping. It seems like the new Chiliarch followed him here. Logically speaking, since a new Chiliarch has replaced Chiliarch Huang Jibing, he should have come to meet us. I wonder what his temper is like, and if he's easy to get along with. I don't care what his temper is like, and I don't care if he's easy to get along with. I just hope that even if he's not as good as Captain Huang Jibing, he won't be too much weaker than Captain Huang Jibing. When they heard that the new Chiliarch had arrived, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who were originally under Huang Jibing's command all leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the voice. Along the way, they couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. Most of them only hoped that their new Chiliarch would not be too weak. As for the rest, they didn't care. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple, walked in the air with his hands behind his back. He followed behind Jian Xiuping at a moderate pace and arrived at the sky above the few valleys. When he looked down, he saw that there were many tents in the valleys. There were only slightly more than 100 tents in the valleys that were filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming. They were rather sparsely spaced. These tents should be the tents of the centurions and decurions under my command. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Bush, 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 bush. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Small black dots appeared in his field of vision. It was like a swarm of locusts as they flew toward the area where he and Jian Xiuping were standing. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see there were about 700 to 800 people from the Black Dragon Army who had leaped into the air. He was not surprised by this. Although he had 1,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers under his command, he was certain some of them were not here because they were on a mission. "Captain Jian Xiuping, you've already fulfilled Commander Chen's orders. There's no need for you to take care of the rest." Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Xiuping, who stood at the side like a block of wood, and said nonchalantly, "Captain Jian Xiuping, you don't have to worry about me anymore." "Captain Duan Lingtian, don't be anxious. I'll wait for them to arrive and speak to them before leaving." Jian Xiuping smiled faintly as a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "What? Are you going to tell them that their captain is just a violet moon heavenly celestial?" Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Xiuping calmly as though he could see through Jian Xiuping. Humph. Jian Xiuping scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he stood where he was and waited for the Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Lingtian's command to arrive. Bush, 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 bush. A gentle breeze blew as more than 800 Black Dragon Army soldiers appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in a neat formation. They were divided into 3 groups. There were only 8 people in the first group. There were only 70 people in the second group. There were more than 700 people in the third group. Although the black armors worn by these 3 groups of people looked exactly the same at first glance, the marks on the badges on the chest of their black armors were not the same. Centurions, decurions, ordinary soldiers. Based on the badges on their chests, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the Black Dragon Army soldiers. The 8 people in the first group were centurions from the Black Dragon Army, the second group were decurions from the Black Dragon Army, and the third group were ordinary soldiers from the Black Dragon Army. Greetings, Lord Captain. Greetings, Lord Captain. Led by the 8 centurions, the decurions and ordinary soldiers of the Black Dragon Army saluted Duan Lingtian and Jian Qiuping. Lord Commander asked me to bring your Chiliarch here to meet you. Now that I've brought him here, it's time to leave. After more than 800 Black Dragon Army soldiers bowed to Duan Lingtian and Jian Qiuping looked at the soldiers in front of him and said with a smile, "However, all of you have to cherish this opportunity to spend time with your new captain." The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were puzzled by Jian Qiuping's words. Jian Qiuping continued, "After all, he's only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to his position for long." After saying this, Jian Qiuping laughed loudly and left like a gust of wind. For a time, the entire place fell into a dead silence. The 800 Black Dragon Army soldiers no longer looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Instead, a hint of disappointment could be seen in their eyes. The 8 centurions, in particular, had a deep frown on their faces. A Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Lord Huang Jibing's identity token was found by a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial? God is playing a big joke on us. After learning that Duan Lingtian was only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial from Jian Qiuping, the 8 centurions of the Black Dragon Army who were once Captain Huang Jibing's subordinates were disappointed. The decurions of the Black Dragon Army began to cause a ruckus when they regained their senses. "Shut up, all of you." Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard the commotion. He shouted coldly, suppressing the voices of the Black Dragon Army soldiers, causing them to fall silent. "All of you, do you think I don't exist?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was as dark as it could get. Even if he was only going to be a Chiliarch for a few more days, he was now the leader of the Black Dragon Army. He was their Chiliarch. However, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army did not treat him as their Chiliarch at all. Did they really think he, Duan Lingtian, was a pushover? One of the centurions scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, "You're just a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Even if you're promoted to captain through the back door, you won't be able to stay in that position for long. Why are you putting on airs in front of us when you're weak?" A sneer appeared on the centurion's face when he reached the end of his sentence. However, the sneer on the centurion's face froze as soon as it appeared. At the same time, bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing into the ground rang in the air. A shrill cry rang in the air as well. The centurion of the Black Dragon Army who had regained his senses and mocked Duan Lingtian seemed to have been sent flying by something. He cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood stained the sky. It was a dazzling sight. At the same time, the other centurions who had just regained their senses and were about to say something shut their mouths. They could tell from the collision earlier that Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary. There was no way their new captain was just a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. After all, as centurions of the Black Dragon Army, they were all Violet Moon Heavenly Celestials as well. Even so, it was difficult for them to catch the movements of their captain. They put themselves in Duan Lingtian's shoes. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not have been able to escape even if they were prepared. "Captain, please calm down. One of the centurions who looked like an old man said in a trembling voice as he kneeled before Duan Lingtian when he regained his senses. The Black Dragon Army had rules. Those who disobeyed their superiors had the right to kill them. However, when the 800 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Duan Lingtian's command heard that their new captain was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, they were furious. Is it true that our new Chiliarch is only a violet moon celestial? Did Jian Qiuping spread the news again? If it's really Jian Qiuping, what is he trying to do? As everyone knows, as long as Qin Yu, the centurion under Jian Qiuping, comes out of his closed-door training, Jian Qiuping will most likely be replaced by Qin Yu and demoted to a centurion. In my opinion, Jian Qiuping wants to shift Qin Yu's spearhead to our Lord Chiliarch. Despicable! How despicable! When the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Duan Lingtian's command thought about how Jian Qiuping had tricked them, they were displeased. They began to spread out and refuted Jian Qiuping's words. Their new captain was not a violet moon heavenly celestial. I, Tong Zheng, am a centurion under Duan Lingtian's command, a violet moon heavenly celestial. I didn't even have a chance to react before I was injured by Lord Duan Lingtian. If Lord Duan Lingtian is only a violet moon heavenly celestial, how could he be so strong? The centurion who was injured by Duan Lingtian earlier did not hesitate to reveal his embarrassing incident so that Duan Lingtian, the new captain, would have a good reputation. Under the guidance of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Duan Lingtian's command, many people began to believe that Duan Lingtian was not just a violet moon heavenly celestial. They believed that his strength was on par with Jian Qiuping, the weakest of the 10 captains in the Black Dragon Army. When the news reached Jian Qiuping's ears, his face turned green. Those fellows? Do they really think they can keep Duan Lingtian in the Black Dragon Army by spreading fake news? So what if they think I'm not as good as Duan Lingtian? At most, after I'm defeated and replaced by Qin Yu, I'll personally challenge Duan Lingtian and ask him to give up his position as captain. At that time, I'll be the superior of all of you troublemakers. Let's see how I'll deal with all of you then. Jian Qiuping's eyes burned with anger when he thought about this. He could not wait to replace Duan Lingtian as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army who spread false information. Then he would teach them a lesson. In the Black Dragon Army, it was easy for a captain to mess with his subordinates. Just as Jian Qiuping was having this thought, another shocking piece of news came from the Black Dragon Army under Jian Qiuping's command. Centurion Qin Yu has come out of his closed-door cultivation and is challenging his superior, Captain Jian Qiuping. Jian Qiuping only heard about this when half of the Black Dragon Army's camp had been spread. Qin Yu. Jian Qiuping's expression darkened. His eyes seemed to be on fire. Even you think I'm not as good as Duan Lingtian, who's only a violet moon heavenly celestial? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Jian Qiuping was furious. He was completely furious. When Jian Qiuping saw Qin Yu and questioned him, Qin Yu replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Captain, I've issued a challenge to you as soon as I came out of closed-door cultivation. At that time, I didn't have time to hear about Captain Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu was a tall and handsome young man. He was clad in the black armor of the Black Dragon Army, which made him look valiant. Compared to the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. At this moment, Qin Yu and his superior, Captain Jian Qiuping, were standing opposite each other. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Jian Qiuping's command were not the only ones gathered around them. There were also many soldiers under the command of other captains. It was human nature to join in the fun. Even Celestials were no exception to this. Now that you know, are you going to change your mind and challenge Duan Lingtian instead of me? Jian Qiuping asked in a deep voice as he looked at Qin Yu. The anger in his voice had dissipated. At this moment, he thought Qin Yu would give up on challenging him and challenge the Duan Ling Tian, who was only a violet moon heavenly celestial instead. For this reason, the anger in his heart had subsided a lot. However, he did not expect Qin Yu to challenge Qin Yu. He did not expect Qin Yu to give him a way out. There's no need for that. Qin Yu looked at Jian Qiuping calmly and said indifferently, "Captain, I'm not interested in an unfamiliar environment. I think it's good to be the captain of a group of brothers. Therefore, I'm going to challenge you." Qin Yu's tone became heavier when he reached the end of his sentence. Just as the gazes of the surrounding black-armored army soldiers landed on Jian Qiuping, preparing to watch him fight Qin Yu suddenly stopped. However, something unexpected happened. "Good. Very good." Jian Qiuping stared at Qin Yu with an ice-cold gaze. He said in a deep voice, "Since you want the position of Chiliarch so much, then I will give you the position of Chiliarch on account of the fact that you worked so hard for me in the past." Qin Yu was stunned when he heard Jian Qiuping's words. As far as he knew, based on Jian Qiuping's character, even if he knew he was no match for Qin Yu, it was impossible for him to admit defeat so easily. However, it was a fact that Jian Qiuping had admitted defeat. Therefore, Qin Yu quickly regained his senses and looked at Jian Qiuping. He said indifferently, "Thank you, Captain. No, from now on, I'll call you Centurion Jian Qiuping." Since Jian Qiuping had admitted defeat, then his position as the 1,000-man commander was naturally replaced by Qin Yu. As for Jian Qiuping, he was reduced to being a centurion under Qin Yu, the new 1,000-man commander. Just as the crowd was stunned by Jian Qiuping's admission of defeat, a voice suddenly rang out. "I, Jian Qiuping, hereby announce that I'll challenge Captain Duan Ling Tian today." Chapter 2600. Although Jian Qiuping was the weakest of the 10 captains in the Black Dragon Army, he was still a Crimson Emperor. However, no matter what, he was still a captain of the Black Dragon Army. He was a powerful Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial. Because of this, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who were present had more or less heard about him even though they had never met him before. They roughly knew what his temperament was like. With Jian Qiuping's character, even if he knows he's no match for Qin Yu, I don't think he'll admit defeat so easily. This doesn't seem like him. What happened? Why do I feel like he's a different person now? Many of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were dumbfounded when they saw that Jian Qiuping had admitted defeat and given up the position of Chiliarch before even fighting Qin Yu. Some of them even thought they had misheard or were dreaming. This was especially true for the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who used to be Jian Qiuping's subordinates. They looked at Jian Qiuping with a strange gaze. It was as though they had just met Jian Qiuping for the first time. Compared to the other soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, they were more familiar with Jian Qiuping. For this reason, they found it even more unbelievable that Jian Qiuping would admit defeat. However, after he admitted defeat to Qin Yu and relinquished his position as captain, he announced he would challenge the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, Duan Ling Tian. Don't tell me his admission of defeat has something to do with his intention to challenge Captain Duan? It's possible. Maybe he wants to preserve his strength so he can challenge Captain Duan Ling Tian in his best condition. After all, even if he loses, he'll still be injured and need to rest for a while. Now that you mention it, it's possible. In that case, what Jian Qiuping did was a wise decision, wasn't it? Not only did he preserve his strength, but he could also reclaim his position as captain. Reclaim his position as captain? What do you mean? Didn't they say the new captain of the Duan Ling Tian is as strong as Jian Qiuping? Even if Jian Qiuping challenges him, he might not necessarily win, right? I heard that the new Duan Ling Tian is only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Violet Moon Heavenly Immortal is no match for Jian Qiuping. Why is it different from what I heard? The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were divided into two factions. One of them thought Duan Ling Tian was just a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial and would be defeated by Jian Qiuping soon. Therefore, they wanted to hand over the position of Chiliarch to Jian Qiuping. The other faction believed that Duan Lingtian was not a violet moon celestial being. Duan Lingtian's strength was no weaker than Jian Qiuping's. It was impossible for Jian Qiuping to replace Duan Lingtian. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are arguments. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. The Black Dragon Army's camp was bound to be lively today. First, there was the matter of Qin Yu replacing Jian Qiuping as captain. It was the matter of Jian Qiuping admitting defeat in front of Qin Yu and giving up the position of Chiliarch. After Jian Qiuping passed the position of captain to Qin Yu, he declared that he would challenge the new captain, Duan Lingtian. Once the news spread throughout the Black Dragon Army's camp, it caused a huge commotion. Jian Qiuping actually dares to challenge our Chiliarch after surrendering his Chiliarch position to someone else? Does he really think our captain is just a violet moon heavenly celestial? Based on the strength our captain displayed that day, he's definitely not weaker than Jian Qiuping. I don't think he'll be able to defeat Jian Qiuping, but it won't be a problem for him to tie with Jian Qiuping. Even if the fight ended in a draw, according to the rules of the Black Dragon Army, Jian Qiuping can't replace our Chiliarch as our superior. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were confident in Duan Lingtian. They were not worried that Jian Qiuping would defeat Duan Lingtian. When the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army returned to their tents, a thunderous snort reverberated through the valleys they were in, causing their eardrums to tremble. It's Jian Qiuping. What's he doing here? Many of them recognized the owner of the snort. You bastards! How dare you spread false news that Duan Lingtian isn't a violet moon heavenly celestial and that his strength is on par with mine. Just wait until I replace Duan Lingtian as your captain. You'll see how I'll deal with all of you then. When Duan Lingtian's subordinates heard Jian Qiuping's snort, they did not even have the time to leave the tent before Jian Qiuping's cold voice resonated in the air again. They were taken aback when they heard Jian Qiuping's words. I, Jian Qiuping, a centurion, challenge Captain Duan Lingtian to a duel in the Valley of Gods of War. Jian Qiuping's voice continued to ring in their ears. However, this time, Jian Qiuping's voice was extremely loud. His celestial origin energy was clearly contained in his voice. As soon as he spoke, his voice rang in the Black Dragon Army's camp. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation could hear his voice. Jian Qiuping? The centurion? How did he become a centurion? I've just met him. Captain Hu Ji and Captain Kai Wenyu walked out of their tents and gathered in the valley where the tents of the Black Dragon Army's commanders and captains were located. At this moment, both of them had a confused expression on their faces. Half an hour ago, Qin Yu, a centurion under Jian Qiuping's command, came out of closed-door cultivation and challenged Jian Qiuping. Jian Qiuping admitted defeat, so Qin Yu has replaced Jian Qiuping as the new captain. Currently, Jian Qiuping is only a centurion. The person who walked out of his tent was none other than Xianxia, the Black Dragon Army's commander. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! When Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu saw Xianxia, they immediately bowed respectfully. After bowing to Xianxia, they glanced at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. As captains, they were familiar with Jian Qiuping's temperament. With Jian Qiuping's temperament, he would never admit defeat even if he knew he was no match for Qin Yu. Someone said Jian Qiuping admitted defeat to preserve his strength so he could challenge Duan Lingtian. He has already announced to the entire Black Dragon Army that he wants to challenge Captain Duan Lingtian to a battle in the Valley of the Gods of War. Chen Xianba seemed to have seen through Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's thoughts, and promptly explained to them. Preserve his strength? That's possible. Hu Ji nodded. Chapter 2601. The Valley of Ares was the place where the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army sparred with each other. Of course, if the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army had a life and death feud with each other and wanted to fight to the death, They could also sign a life and death contract with their superiors. Then they could fight to the death in the Valley of the Gods of War. Usually, the Valley of Ares was very lively. This was because many of the soldiers of the Black Dragon army liked to spar here to improve their celestial methods and divine abilities. Today, the Valley of Ares was even livelier. This was because Jian Qiuping, who had just lost his position as captain, had announced that he would challenge the new captain of the Black Dragon army, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the battle would take place in the Valley of Ares. For this reason, all the soldiers of the Black Dragon army who had nothing to do in the camp rushed to the Valley of Ares. The Valley of the Gods of War, which had originally been rather sparsely populated, was now filled with soldiers from the Black Dragon army. All of them were here to witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and Jian Qiuping. Not long after, the figures of the Black Dragon army covered more than half of the Valley of the Ares god. It was as if they had blotted out the sun. So many people. Many of the soldiers of the Black Dragon army who had just arrived could not help but click their tongues when they saw the huge crowd. Of course, after all, it's not every day that there's such a huge commotion in the Black Dragon army's camp. Now that there's such a huge commotion, it's impossible not to come. Jian Qiuping, the former captain of the Black Dragon army, Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon army. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the battle between the two of them. Although some people say Jian Qiuping and Duan Lingtian have a higher chance of winning, I think Jian Qiuping must be confident since he's so confident. Otherwise, why would he admit defeat in front of Qinyu? Isn't he trying to preserve his strength by admitting defeat? That's right. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have admitted defeat in front of Qinyu. After all, Qinyu used to be his centurion. It's embarrassing for him to admit defeat without a fight. That's right. Jian Qiuping has always valued his reputation. Today, he admitted defeat voluntarily. He must have some ulterior motive. Now, it's obvious what he's trying to do. He wants to defeat the new captain of the Black Dragon army and take back the position of captain. The soldiers of the Black Dragon army who were present agreed with Jian Qiuping. Since Jian Qiuping dared to challenge Duan Lingtian, it meant he was confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have made such a decision. After all, it was Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he admitted defeat in front of Qinyu today and gave up the position of Chiliarch. If he were to lose this battle again, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the Black Dragon army in the future. Duan Lingtian King. Duan Lingtian's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lord Duan Lingtian Dragon Duan King Army Duan. Stop dreaming. Based on what he just said, he wants to replace our Chiliarch as our Chiliarch so that he can teach us a lesson. If he wants to teach us a lesson, we'll have to see if he has the ability to defeat our captain. Duan Lingtian's subordinates from the Black Dragon army had also arrived at the Valley of Ares. However, when they heard the discussion among the Black Dragon army soldiers, they scoffed. They did not think Jian Qiuping would be able to defeat their captain. What? Hearing what you said, your new Chiliarch's strength is actually not inferior to Jian Qiuping's? One of the soldiers asked Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon army. Don't ask them. They'll definitely say their new captain is stronger. Before Duan Lingtian's subordinates could speak, another soldier from the Black Dragon army chimed in. Previously, they were talking about how strong their new captain is. Moreover, he's not a violet moon heavenly celestial as the rumors say. However, whether or not what they say is true is not necessarily credible. Today, as long as Jian Qiuping defeats their new Chiliarch, their lies will be exposed. I'm looking forward to it. Compared to them, I trust Jian Qiuping more. After all, Jian Qiuping has been a captain for many years. I've never heard of him doing anything he's not confident in. Now that you mention it, you're right. Compared to a new Chiliarch, Jian Qiuping is indeed more reliable. Soon after, in the huge Valley of Ares, apart from Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon army soldiers, no one else believed Duan Lingtian would lose. More than 90% of the Black Dragon Army soldiers thought Duan Lingtian would lose. Many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers who thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning changed their minds when they heard the analysis of the other soldiers. They no longer thought Duan Lingtian would win. It was as though they had been brainwashed. Centurion Jian Qiuping is here. A moment later, someone cried out in surprise. The Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares began to look around. Finally, they looked to the east and locked onto a figure who was walking leisurely in the air. The figure was none other than one of the main characters of the day, Jian Qiuping. Many centurions from the Black Dragon Army had come earlier. However, they had not caused much of a commotion. Jian Qiuping's arrival had caused such a commotion. Firstly, he was one of the main characters of the day. Secondly, it was because Jian Qiuping was a golden immortal and a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. In a flash, Jian Qiuping landed on the huge stone platform in the middle of the Valley of Ares. This was the first battle arena of the Valley of Ares. Jian Qiuping placed his hands behind his back and closed his eyes to rest. He quietly waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. Centurion Jian Qiuping looks so calm. He's very confident. Didn't I say earlier? Centurion Jian Qiuping has always been cautious. Since he dares to challenge the new captain, it means he's confident he'll win. Now, all we have to do is wait for the new captain to arrive. After Jian Qiuping's arrival, the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares began to look forward to the arrival of the other main character, Duan Lingtian. It's Captain Qinyu. About 15 minutes later, the Valley of Ares was once again in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. There, a young man in a black robe was walking over in the air. It was none other than the new captain, Qinyu. When Qinyu wore the uniform of the Black Dragon Army, he looked valiant and extraordinary. He stood out among the other soldiers in the Black Dragon Army who wore the same uniform. Now that he had changed into casual clothes, he looked even more extraordinary. Before Qinyu appeared in the Valley of Ares, only the two centurions had caused a commotion. Although the two centurions were not as strong as Centurion Jian Qiuping, they were still centurions who had become golden celestials. For this reason, their appearance had more or less attracted the attention of some people. Moreover, they had caused a commotion among the crowd. The black armored army soldiers in the Valley of Ares were in an uproar because of Qinyu's arrival. Qinyu, standing on the first battle stage of the Valley of the War God, the centurion Jian Qiuping, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Qinyu. Are you here to show off? Jian Qiuping was originally a sensitive person. When he saw Qinyu here, his face immediately became gloomy. Once he opened his mouth, his voice also revealed extreme coldness. Centurion Jian Qiuping, please don't misunderstand. Qinyu looked at Jian Qiuping calmly and said indifferently, I'm here to see the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Of course, it would be best if I could see you defeating him and replacing him. Jian Qiuping snorted coldly and closed his eyes again, ignoring Qinyu. However, as soon as Jian Qiuping closed his eyes, he heard a few exclamations in unison, causing him to open his eyes again. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! In the Valley of Ares. A few soldiers from the Black Dragon Army who were near the edge of the valley were the first to notice the middle-aged man who was flying in the air with 4 people. When they recognized the middle-aged man, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! At the same time, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, including the centurion Jian Qiuping and the chiliarch Qinyu, also bowed to the newcomer. The middle-aged man with a curly beard and a stocky build was none other than the commander of the Black Dragon Army, Chen Xianba. It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene. Chen Xianba took the lead and led Duan Lingtian and the other captains into the Valley of Ares. He chuckled before his eyes landed on Qinyu. Qinyu, congratulations on being promoted to captain of the Black Dragon Army. Thank you, Lord Commander. Qinyu quickly thanked Chen Xianba when he arrived in front of him. In a flash, he stood behind Xianxia and stood side by side with Duan Lingtian and the other captains. They surrounded Xianxia, the commander of the Black Dragon Army. This is Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. You can get to know each other. Xianxia turned his head slightly and glanced at Duan Lingtian. Captain Duan Lingtian, I'm Xianxia. Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Qiuping calmly. However, he did not seem to care about Jian Qiuping at all. He stood there motionless like a statue. Of course, Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're quite capable. At the very least, you're able to get your subordinates to help and protect you in such a short time. They even spread fake news that you're not a violet moon heavenly celestial and that you're not weaker than me. In fact, you're even stronger than me. Jian Qiuping's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. His words were filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Jian Qiuping's words. He turned to look at the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. He didn't expect that his subordinates had done so much for him without his knowledge. The centurion who was injured by Duan Lingtian earlier stepped forward when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. Sir Chiliarch, Centurion Jian Qiuping came to our camp today and said that he will defeat you and replace you as our Chiliarch and teach us a lesson after that. However, we believe that Lord Chiliarch will never give him the chance to do so. The Centurion's emotions were stirred up when he spoke. That's right. Lord Chiliarch, we believe in you. Lord Chiliarch, we believe that you won't give him the chance to replace you. After the Centurion had stirred up the emotions of the Black Dragon Army, Duan Lingtian's subordinates, as well. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, anticipating the victory of their new Chiliarch. What nonsense are you talking about? Jian Qiuping's expression changed drastically as he glared at the Centurion under Duan Lingtian's command. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's subordinate would repeat his words in such a situation. After all, the commander of the Black Dragon Army was present as well. Although it was not taboo in the Black Dragon Army to seek revenge on one's subordinates, it was still despicable. At the very least, the commander of the Black Dragon Army would not sit idly by and do nothing. Jian Qiuping. As expected, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, was furious when he heard Jian Qiuping's words. He glared at Jian Qiuping and asked in a deep voice, "Is what he said true?" "Commander, I was just joking with them." Jian Qiuping hurriedly bowed and tried to salvage the situation. At this time, he also knew that he could not deny it. Duan Lingtian's subordinates, the Black Dragon Army, could easily drown him with just a spit of saliva. Chen Xuanba snorted coldly as he looked at Jian Qiuping coldly. Jian Qiuping was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Chen Xuanba turned to Qianxia and said, "Captain Qianxia, if Jian Qiuping defeats Duan Lingtian today and replaces him, you'll switch places with him. You'll take over Captain Duan Lingtian's subordinates, and Jian Qiuping will return to lead his old subordinates." "I'll follow your arrangements, Commander." Qianxia replied immediately. Commander actually made such an arrangement? The Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of the Aries God were stunned when they heard Chen Xuanba's arrangement. When they regained their senses, a commotion broke out again. It seems like even Commander Chen thinks highly of Centurion Jian Qiuping. Isn't it obvious? If Commander Chen didn't think highly of Centurion Jian Qiuping, why would he make such an arrangement? Lord Commander is planning to hand over Captain Duan Lingtian's subordinates to Captain Qianxia after Centurion Jian Qiuping defeats Captain Duan Lingtian and replaces him. He's doing this to prevent Centurion Jian Qiuping from bullying his subordinates after he becomes the new captain of Duan Lingtian. It seems like Captain Duan Lingtian has no chance of winning today. Since Commander Chen doesn't think highly of Captain Duan Lingtian, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Now that Chen Xuanba had spoken to Qianxia, other than Duan Lingtian's subordinates, Almost everyone in the Valley of the Aries God was certain that Duan Lingtian would lose. If they had not seen Duan Lingtian fight with their own eyes and heard Chen Xuanba's words, even Duan Lingtian's subordinates would doubt Duan Lingtian's strength. However, even after hearing Chen Xuanba's words, they were still confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. With Captain Chen's strength, no matter how weak he is, he'll still be able to fight Jian Qiuping to a draw. Jian Qiuping is dreaming if he wants to be our captain. Captain Chen's strength is definitely not below Jian Qiuping's. Duan Lingtian's subordinates all looked at Duan Lingtian. They were blindly confident in Duan Lingtian. Replace me and take care of my men? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the words of the centurion he had injured. When he looked at Jian Qiuping again, his eyes were cold. Jian Qiuping! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's body swayed. He seemed to have transformed into an eagle as he soared into the sky. At the same time, he looked at Jian Qiuping coldly and shouted, "I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare. You can use all the techniques you have at your disposal. After 3 breaths, if I, Duan Lingtian, can't defeat you in 1 move, I, Duan Lingtian, will give up my position as captain of the Black Dragon Army." Duan Lingtian's voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Most of the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of the Aries God felt as though winter had arrived. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.